to the Hawks Nest live stream show, ninja style. Today we're talking a little bit of Jaxon Smith-Njigba, the Seahawks' second first-round pick in this past draft. With their native first-round selection, they took this kid. And I thought it would be a worthwhile show to take a look at Jaxon a little bit more closely today and try to look at it from the perspective of an outsider's view, because the hype machine is completely off the hook with this kid. You're hearing praise coming from every which corner and every which way, and players and vets and guys that have stopped playing that are talking about him, haven't seen him on the field, just every which way in between. You're hearing the effusive praise come out about this kid. And there are many of you I know that exist out there that look at these rookie minicamps, and whatnot, and say that there's not a lot of value to be had from this. If a player's smoking another player in coverage, it's not that big of a deal. I get that, and I think that there's certainly a little bit of a grain of salt we have to take when we look at these minicamp performances. But nonetheless, when you do have a rookie stepping in there who's just entering into this league, just beginning his pro career, and he's giving you moments like this up against your other first-round pick, well, you start to get a little bit excited about the potential of him, and to also get excited about him maybe being ready right out of the jump to start for you in that slot role, and to have a really, not just start, but to actually have a kind of impact that some of us have had kind of a varying different level of what we thought we could expect from this kid. And you're going to hear it when I start to play some of these clips, because what we're going to do is go through a variety of different clips of a variety of different people talking about Jaxon Smith-Njigba. People that I have a variety of different, confidence in their opinion background. Most of these guys I'm with, I'm going to put Greg Jennings out there, for instance. Sometimes his opinions can slide back and forth for me, but he is a former receiver talking about a receiver. So there's definitely, I think, some value coming from him when he's speaking about Jaxon. So we're going to go through these clips and discuss this kid, because I think it's worth kind of noting a little bit more as we hear them talk about him, that he will be ready to go day one. That we are looking at a guy that, when I say ready to go, I don't just mean, well, he goes out there and he kind of, he gives as good as he gets his rookie year out of the slot. I mean, he comes in there in the rookie slot from day one and actually has a real impact from within that. He's used to having two guys on the outside getting business done, causing defenses to have to move their attention away from it. And now he gets to operate a lot like he got to operate a year before, with that hamstring injury acted up, to where now he just gets to run wild and free, like an unbroken horse in the secondary of defenses throughout the NFL. So I'm going to go through a few of these. I'm going to comment them along with you guys, and just kind of hear the tidbits. Again, kind of lock in on, some of the unique things that each of these guys talk about as we go through it, but then also the common strain, which is what I'm going to kind of get to in summary on this, of what really allows this kid to be unlocked for this year, this thing that he brings to the table. And some of it just all comes down to that just natural feel and understanding for the game, built in with his natural physical ability as it pertains to the quickness, the change of direction, with those short shuttle and the 3-cone showed off with those scores that he presented. So let's go through number one here. And this is just a fun, first up, we're going to present a little bit of just a fun clip here for you. This is Jaxon Smith-Njigba in high school. He was a 5-star guy at that time, and he really, of course, lit it up. And it wasn't just a 5-star out there in, Ohio, or Ohio's got a few people, I guess. I'm trying to think of small state, Vermont. This is a kid that's a 5-star out there in Texas. You guys have seen the star on his arm. I'm sure he had some dreams at times of being a cowboy. But you can just look what he was doing to kids back then. I mean, these are high schoolers. This is basically a crime in about 22 states. What he does to this kid, just completely crosses him over. You can always see out the game with the footwork. Just an absolute nasty release by Jaxon Smith-Njigba back in high school. But that was just a fun clip I'd found when I was doing some research from the show. I want to show you guys. And the poor kid knows it. He just gets something. But what are you going to do? It's a nasty release. The kid's got this built-in natural talent ability. There's something about him that makes him unique. So let's dive into Greg Jennings here off the rip and see what he has to say in regards to Jaxon Smith-Njigba.
He's never outside of his framework when it comes to his body position. He has great footwork. He has fluidity. He's very smooth in his route running. Again, he's not a top-end speed guy, but he's fast enough, and he creates enough separation with his footwork and with his hips and getting in and out of his breaks to where that doesn't play a huge part. And I know people love those burners, but there's something to be said when you said it, he has an intellect that allows him to get open and allows him to set defenders up like no other receiver in this draft. Like no other receiver. Like he's going to get to where he wants and get the defender to do what he wants at his pace with his ability to do those things. You just don't see it at the level that he did it in the small scale that we were able to see it because he only had one full year really.
Yeah.
So the sample size wasn't large, but from what we were able to see, and then the show and the display that he put on at the combine, it was a work of art. It was like he had been playing professional ball for a while, and it just looked different than everybody else. Those are just the facts. Like his route running looked different. It looked effortless. He was never outside of his framework. And when I say that, I mean his strides were never elongated where he couldn't make a cut. Everything seems calculated and effortless and seamless and so smooth and perfect when you watch him run routes.
So a couple of really nice things from Greg Jennings here. One of the reasons I want to pull this clip, because he's talking about a few little things that are very small subtleties of the position, not about release or how fast a guy is at that point, or he's talking about, how good are his hands. He's not even getting to that. He's getting to more of, I think, some of those smaller items. The body control, for instance, as he talks about his route, always being under control, never being off, leaning on one leg, leaning on this leg. He always feels like he's in a position of being able to go either direction. And using that change of direction he has as an ability, but also just that you can never really tell, this is about the craftiness of being the receiver position, is that the defensive back can never get a read on where you're exactly going to go. So you always find yourself catching them in a position of having to guess and be a little bit uncertain about their read and always catch them a little bit tentative and on their heels. And I think that he's also speaking this in a way that I'm sort of kind of taking from as well, as Greg Jennings has a lot of a history in the West Coast offense in his playing career. So he's talking about taking those even steps. Mike Holmgren, when he used to run the West Coast offense here, really used to put the receivers in, they'd grumble about it too, but they'd put them in a bind where he'd make them count their steps in the route because he wanted the exact number of steps, them to know exactly the number of steps, the exact farther route. You're not stretching your steps out. You're not getting to the final step and getting one extra in there. You're doing it almost, you're trying to get to almost a place of a machine-like place in running the route. Not that you look machine-like, but that there's nothing extra. There's no fat to sort of trim. And on this guy's route, like Greg Jennings was just talking about, you're not getting any of that kind of fat there that would exist at times. He can do all of the change of direction, the sink in the hips, and getting those guys to be uncertain about where he's going, which is this not exactly almost one of the first and foremost skills that you want from a slot receiver? Slot receiver is going to tend to get free releases. Not as worried about if a guy can get off the line of scrimmage. He's going to have that, kind of built in. You're not going to have to worry much about physicality on the outside, I would say, or in the inside, because you don't have a cornerback that can just pin a receiver to the outside and then force him into the out of bounds marker, and he's got to kind of fight through that on the route at times. So there's other physicality that exists in the slot, of course, but this was the one thing right out the gate with Greg Jennings talking about that stood out to me, and that was just that body control and the ability to always be under control in what he's doing. Never to seem like he's kind of spazzing out from the receiver standpoint, or that his feet are uncertain, or that he gets to, let's say, the stem of the route and you see him doing that, choppy step thing that guys will do when they don't have their strides evened up. So they get to the end and it's but that all takes a little bit of an extra moment, right? That all takes just an extra beat if they're trying to cut outside or get into their break, which is that extra moment that then oftentimes allows the defensive back to jump the route. Now let's bring up Brian Hartline if we can here. And I'm sorry, I did see your guys' comment in there about the the one clip I played. I thought I had that one muted, but I might not have. So sorry about that if that was playing, if that was loud or playing over on that when I was talking. Let's go to Brian Hartline. Brian Hartline is a very interesting guy. If you were assembling the best positional coaches in all of college football, I think that Brian Hartline definitely would have to be on a top 5 list, if not higher. He is producing NFL wide receivers out of there at Ohio State, and doing so and teaching, from an NFL mindset. As Hartline played a lot of years in the NFL, he's teaching the kind of techniques that you would get in the NFL to these guys in college. And from that, we're seeing these guys reach into the pros and them being very ready to play. Michael Thomas was very ready to play. Now, maybe his ankle's no longer ready to play, but certainly he was ready to play right from the jump when he walked in. Terry McLaurin has yet to be given a quarterback, a real good quarterback out there at Washington, and yet he has still produced. And then last season, Chris Olave and Wilson out there with the New York Jets certainly did their part to be very impressive in what they were doing. So Brian Hartline was asked a very interesting question in regards to Jaxon Smith-Njigba, and this was one that also did get my attention. So let's play this one as well.
Top 3 wide receiver talents that you've coached.
Top 3 I've coached. I would say Marvin right now.
Marvin Harrison Jr. number 1.
NFL makeup, NFL prototype, right?
Yeah.
Marvin's that NFL prototype.
Okay, so you got Marvin 1.
Yeah, and then I think, you have to go Jaxon, right? Jaxon. And the only reason why I feel very comfortable saying that is because Chris and Garrett chose him as well. Chris and Garrett, Garrett had a hell of a year, obviously, rookie of the year. You probably have to give him the nod just because of that then next. And then it's between Terry and Chris. One was the 11th overall pick and one makes $23 million a year. So it's kind of a coin flip. I would say that
they love Terry up in Washington.
I know, and I got to say, probably say Terry right now because he's done it in the NFL for 3 or 4 plus years. That's worth its weight in gold on me.
Yeah.
A guy doing it 1 year is one thing. And Chris knows how much I love him, but you're talking about an elite group of dudes there. And I think that it's easy to do it once. Really hard to do it 2, 3, 4, 5 more years like that.
So this one got my attention for sure, not merely because of the fact that Jaxon Smith-Njigba was being rated higher than Wilson and Olave, last year's first-round picks out of Ohio State, but also because of Terry McLaurin and Michael Thomas. Maybe even in Terry McLaurin's case, that was, to me, notable. McLaurin's came out in the year of DK's draft. He was one of my favorite receivers that year coming out, and he's been every bit the pro that I thought he was going to be. And so to hear that, I certainly think is very, very, very eye-opening. And so he has him slot or not, outside receiver or not. And he did play his predominant amount of his time there at Ohio State in his snaps he had from the slot. And yet his coach, Brian Hartline, saying he's the second best of this crew of receivers who are all going to be very good pros to star-level players. And in the case of Marvin Harrison Jr., you have a kid that's very likely to be, if he ascends to where he looks like he's going to go, being one of the best receivers in the NFL, if not the best. I mean, that kid is as good a receiving prospect as we've seen come out in probably a couple years at the position. He has everything that you want. So no surprise that Jaxon couldn't overtake him. But to overtake those other guys, offensive rookie of the year last year in Wilson with the Jets, Olave, who was very solid and the Saints have very high hopes for, I thought that was notable. Now, maybe Brian was just trying to amp up his boy and make him look good, like coaches will do at times as far as that goes. Maybe at this time, trying to kind of quiet some of maybe the doubters out there. It could be some of that, but I'm going to take it also just because for the sake of it, hey, I'm going to take his word at it. I've never known Brian to be a liar. So we'll just decide that he knows what he's saying there. Next up is going to be a guy who doesn't have as much necessarily favor here in this situation for JSN, and this is in the name of doing this balance. And this is Daniel Jeremiah, former front office member in the NFL. So another guy that I think does know what he's talking about and doesn't just usually speak off the cuff or try to just give you kind of hot takes on where he's standing from. I tend to listen to when he has to say on certain things and, bear it in mind, give it a certain amount of weight. So let me present this clip here of Daniel Jeremiah.
Now people are torn, it seems like, on Jaxon Smith-Njigba. I don't know if it's because of the injury, if it's because it doesn't have the top end speed or what have you. But I think our own Greg Jennings at 33rd Team said it kind of reminds him of Justin Jefferson. Where do you fall on JSN?
Yeah, I don't think he's got that type of juice. I think he's a different body type. Jefferson's just longer and leaner and more kind of nimble with how he moves, and he's just much more explosive as a top end speed guy. But with Jaxon Smith-Njigba, you get the combination of strength and quickness. So he's a ready-made slot. To me, that's kind of what he is. I would lean more towards looking at what a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown's been able to do with the Lions. Yeah. Kind of use those two skills with quickness and strength and be a high-volume guy. So catch 1 million balls. I don't think he's going to be a 15, 16 touchdown guy, but I think he's somebody that could, annually catching, 90, 100 balls just working in a slot.
So PPR league, you want JSN?
Oh, he'll go nuts. Yeah, he'll go nuts. He'll catch 1 million balls there. I just think when you watched him on the field, he had the best numbers of those 3 guys when he was out there the year before with Garrett and with Chris Olave. Yeah. But with Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave, their athleticism and juice just like jumped off the screen. And you're like, whoa. And then you saw Smith-Njigba just kind of working in the middle, working in holes, finding spots, and just kind of doing his thing. I think they have a better chance of doing what he did than he does of doing what they did.
Gotcha.
Maybe not the worst point in that Olave and Wilson could eventually kick into the slot and do some of the stuff that he does do. I would argue a little bit of this, though, is that they don't necessarily have that short area quickness he has or the ability to change direction, where that's not necessarily going to be 100% the case, in my opinion, with those guys. They're better built to be on the outside. Some of this is going to come down to me a little bit of the old argument that's being driven back up again here as we talk about this, which is what is the value of the slot? You know, the guy asked him in the interview, he says, well, he's still going to be a high PPR guy in fantasy, right? Well, oh yeah, he's going to get 1 million catches and he's going to get and then we go, okay, what is, it's the two toughest position I'm seeing starting to emerge in the NFL fandom in their view of how we value it and what the value is. And that's the slot receiver and that's the slot cornerback, because you see people just in both cases still looking at it at times, I think, with the old school lens, rather than recognizing that the impact here can be every bit the impact of the number one wide of the X or the Z receiver, right? Or every bit the impact of the guys on the outside, for a variety of different reasons. For the way offenses attack in this modern age, for the difficulty of matchups that now exist in the slot. And I don't know whether he's going to get to above the place of Amon St. Brown. I do agree with Daniel Jeremiah. That was my comp for him coming out. And I didn't think it was a bad comp. You're getting a guy that gets you 80 to 90 catches a year and goes a little over 1,000 yards. If we get 5 years of that, 4 years of that, these next upcoming seasons, then the pick is, after the 20th selection in the first round, it's a fantastic pick. The value is right there. No doubt about it. He does, I think, address one part that is important here is I don't quite think that this is a Justin Jefferson thing, where Justin Jefferson was very, very similarly looked at in the same vein as Jaxon Smith-Njigba coming out of LSU. People went, Jamar Chase is where it's at. The guy on the side, the slot guy, yeah, it's all he'll be at the NFL, and he'll be good. And that's the thing to say about JSM. He'll be good. He'll give you production. He's going to put up numbers. He's going to get his catches. But then, of course, Jefferson gets here, and there's just something a little bit extra about him in there. Something just a bit more, where now he gets talked about in the top 2, top 3 receivers in the NFL, if not even higher, if not considered by some as the best that's out there, for a guy that does a lot of his work out of the slot. Cooper Kupp's another guy that's rated very highly, who does really a lot, if not most of his work out of the slot. To me, in a lot of the way we view this has got to be the movement towards looking at the position a little bit differently, because this is where the game's going, and this is also where it's arrived at. This isn't this thing that's in the middle of transitioning. This is a thing that's now real, where the slot, especially if you have an offense that's going to throw 60% of the time like the Seahawks did last year, your slot's going to come in mighty handy in many occasions. And to me, it almost becomes even more valuable here for him, because he does have those outside guys. He does have the scenario recreated that he had in Ohio State the previous year with Wilson and Olave, where DK and Tyler are going to take all the attention in the world. They're going to get those cover 2 looks on the outside. DK and Tyler are going to a lot of times get coverages rolled up to them on top of that, and that's going to leave all of these free open spaces for Jaxon to really thrive. I do believe that with seeing that he's able to come in camp healthy, that he's already getting himself acclimated to the playbook, that he's already having some outstanding plays and showing out and looking really good in training camp, that gives me encouragement. He should be going day one here with our Hawks and ready to be producing for you. I'm not a fantasy guy, but I certainly would say that this is a guy that Geno Smith's going to use a lot. When he had Goodwin for the short microwave amount of time that he had last year, he leaned on him. When he had somebody there that was functional on the slot, he really, really banged that drum. And I think Geno will again, because he's not going to overthink it. I got the 2 high safeties. I got the corners trailing. I'm just going to put this back over the middle on the guy that gets to run wide open over there as the linebackers are trying to stay with the guy, right? So I'd be all right with that. Now, here's a fun clip for me on this, because a guy that was a lot different in opinion, another guy that I like a lot in his opinion, and I think that he comes from a pretty grounded place, is a guy named Joel Klatt. He does a lot of college football. He calls a lot of college football games during the season. And so he gets a very close view of these players. And he is a guy that, certainly is going to, develop an opinion on these guys that, has been watching them firsthand, not just hearing somebody else's group think on the situation. And he's also a guy that's been very high on JSN for a very long period of time. But this is Klatt sort of giving Daniel Jeremiah his opinion here, because I'm very sure Klatt has the understanding that, as you kind of heard with Jeremiah's, clip there, Jeremiah wasn't down on JSN, but he certainly wasn't as effusive in his praise as some of these other clips I'm going to play of you. And so this is a little bit of, to me, Klatt almost trying to sell Jeremiah on the fact that he feels like Jackson's got something just a little bit extra about him.
Now people are torn, it seems like, on Jaxon Smith and
That was wrong.
I do think he's going to lead the league in catches one of these next few years.
He'll be a high volume guy.
Because
that's literally in my report. Yeah.
Right? Like he's in the Cooper Kupp mold a little bit, but stronger. I think he can catch 120 passes, right? Like I legitimately believe that. The one thing I would leave you with is like it was my experience that when I would go up there and I would talk with the coaching staff, whether it was Coach Hartline or Chris Olave or Garrett Wilson, and I would always like press him. I was like, well, who's the one? Who's the alpha? Who's the guy? Who's the best player? And they would always kind of be like, Jaxon.
Mm-hmm.
Jaxon is. And when I would go and talk with opposing defensive coordinators, and I just said this on my last episode, DJ,
Mm-hmm.
they always started with him. Every one of them started with him. And I think it has something to do with production, and I get that. But there's a big part of me that thinks that even with where he's at right now in this evaluation for this year, that he's still being overlooked a little bit. I could be wrong, and I could just be a guy that's done a million Ohio State games.
No.
But there's part of me that thinks that.
Yeah, no, I think he's a really good player. I would circle back on Kupp. I have to go back and look. I think Cooper Kupp's like at least 15 pounds heavier than he is. So he's bigger than him. And Cooper, though, was interesting because he couldn't run vertically either. But he had unbelievable – his shuttle drills were the same. His shuttle drills were off the charts. I think they might have been the best in the class. Change direction, quickness, the polish, all that's there. I look at Smith-Njigba, and I see a guy who's another high-volume guy is Amon-Ra St. Brown with the Lions, who's been a really, really good player for them, young in his career. Is obviously shouldn't have fallen as far as he didn't draft. I don't know. I think he might have had 100 catches this year. I think he will be a high volume guy. I really do. So I think it's it's a power statement to say somebody's going to lead the league in receptions. That's a power statement on your part, but I don't think it's crazy. I don't think there's anything. I wouldn't fight you on that. I wouldn't. I could see that happening.
So I did like this interaction. Probably just getting too geeky with, but just. Again, hearing him where Jeremiah's kind of tapping the brakes a little bit. He's not Kupp. He's 15 pounds off Kupp. Jeremiah's not wrong. He's probably about 10, 15 pounds lighter than Kupp is. And I think what Klatt was trying to say there, he was shorthanding it, but I think he was more referencing the lower half on Jaxon Smith-Njigba, and that there's sort of a thickerness to that than there would be maybe with a guy like Kupp, where Kupp's just kind of fully more, I don't know. That's where I was thinking Klatt was maybe coming from with that. But you can see Klatt coming out strong saying, I think this guy's going to lead the league in catches. And then Jeremiah starts out and goes, oh, that's a big statement. Big statement there. That's a big statement. And then he comes around and goes, well, I wouldn't, how many catches did Amon-Ra St. Brown have? Well, okay, I wouldn't fight you on that. I think it's again where you're seeing maybe the very before your eyes here, Daniel Jeremiah is starting to transition a little bit in his thinking on these slots when you start to put in that kind of perspective. You're getting the guy at number 20th in the NFL draft who comes close to leading the league in catches, even comes within top 10 of leading the league in catches. It's a phenomenal selection. Say nothing of the fact that I think that would be equating to him giving you some pretty good, marvelous production from day one, being pretty ready to roll as everything is shown with this. But Klatt was a guy that, not just from this clip, who I've heard consistently, even leading up to the season last year in college football, raving about this kid. He talked about some of the details. I played the Brian Hart clip where you could have been a pessimist on that clip and said, well, Hartline's just trying to amp him up. Hartline's just trying to make him look good for the draft, bump it. But when Klatt goes and talks to these guys behind the scene, because when all these guys announce the games, they, of course, it's just like the NFL. They get to interview the guys through the week. They get to sit down with the coaches and talk to them. And so when he's talking to these coaches and asking about these, when he's sitting with these players and asking about the other players, and they're referencing this kid, when he's talking to other opposing coaches and saying, who's the biggest problem on this field on the outside? You got Olave, you got Wilson, you've got Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Who's the guy giving you troubles? Oh, JSN. And I think Klatt's seeing something in that. Klatt's going, there's even beyond my own personal opinion looking at this kid when I'm hearing this coming from this many different places. And that's why I think he referenced that a bit. And I think it's notable and worth going, okay, wait. Something more, a little bit more real on this to it. When you have that many defensive coaches kind of succinctly telling that, when you have these alpha-like receivers in Wilson and Olave they're not chopped liver, those guys are going to be really good pros. Wilson may eventually be even close to a star level in this league, depending on how good I guess he syncs up with Aaron Rodgers, I suppose, at least initially early on. I have a couple more clips here I want to play for you guys. Actually, two more here. This is going to be actually now Chris Sims, who is a guy that we know can sometimes give a variety of opinions that can go in different directions. Sometimes he's right on it. Sometimes he's really off of it. But I think he breaks down his reasoning here really well as to why he is really high on Jaxon Smith-Njigba in this draft. And this was leading up to the draft with Sims. This is not after the draft. All these are pretty much before. So I want to get kind of that pure opinion before they could think about him in the Seahawks offense. That's what we're doing, is thinking about him after. But then you're really getting that, I think, kind of untethered view at that point. So let me play the Sims cut that I have here for you guys.
Your number 2 wide receiver in the 2023 NFL draft class is?
Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Yes. Man, he is interesting. He really is. He's not the prototypical guy Chris Sims would usually love and make the number 2 guy. As you know, I'm kind of a whore for speed. I like speed. This guy, just at the pro day a few days ago at Ohio State, ran 4.5 at a pro day. It's probably a 4.6.
Why do you say that?
I always add a 10th because the combine's a laser finish. It's laser, so it's more strict. It's a slower time than Johnny on the side just hitting it with his thumb, right?
Yeah.
Right? So that
and as a Michigan guy, too, I wouldn't put it past Ohio State to make it 39 yards.
Yeah, of course
right?
you would. Whatever. Your coach is Jim
yards.
Harbaugh, who knows what you guys do. Okay?
We're doing the same thing.
Yeah. 37.5.
Yeah.
But either way, so listen, the speed is not blazing that way. But when you turn on the film, you go, okay, the speed's good. It's good. But what's off the charts insanity good is the guy's like quickness and route running and wiggle and his ability to break angles and all of that is like insanity. It's insanity. His ability to come off the ball and kind of be going like 70% and then almost jump in the air at like the 6-yard mark. And then you go, wait, he's jumping, and I don't know if he's about to go in or out. You can't tell. It's like Allen Iverson with an unbelievable crossover dribble, right? That's who he is. So he's got this unbelievable ability to change directions and then really accelerate in a hurry. Now, like I said, his top-end speed isn't that great, but his ability to accelerate and get to that top-end speed, that happens in like 2 steps, right? And then you add on a guy that's got like kind of running back legs a little bit. He's got a thickness to his legs. I mean, he's got an awareness and an instinct about him as far as route running or sitting in zones. It just shows on film. And then his ability after the catch is insane. It's insane. The first guy never tackles him. He breaks arm tackles. He breaks ankles. And then, as I said, as a route runner, there's times where I go, I wish he would separate a little bit better. I don't know if I could trust him on the outside all game long against top-tier corners in football, right? I worry about that. But having said that, here he is. If he catches a ball over the middle for 15 yards, that same guy's covered him. He runs away from him. He's like one of these weird guys that when the ball's in his hand, he gets another gear that he doesn't have when he's just running routes. Like there's so many plays where you go, oh, he's not going to turn the corner. He can't turn the corner. Holy cow. Whoa. Oh, he turned the corner. Oh my gosh. He can't go to the house here. He's not going to go to the house here. They're going to catch him. Holy shit, he scored. Like it's amazing. Yet, you can see him run a go route against that same guy 5 plays earlier and go, he didn't run by him. He couldn't stack him. He couldn't even like pull away. So that's where it's different. It's different to have this type of guy, but size, strength, route running ability, yak ability, yards after catch, all of that is just like top notch. And then there's spots for guys like this in the NFL. You don't have to always be the outside, outside type, like just go-to receiver that way.
Yeah.
You can find a role and make a guy a go-to guy in the slot and work him in that way too. It's different than 20 years ago, and that's where he fits.
Do you have a current comp to him in the NFL?
He was hard, right? Like I wrote he's Jarvis Landry. That's kind of the guy he reminded me coming out. Where Jarvis Landry was a little that way for me too, where I was like, man, I wish he would separate a little bit running routes, but damn, when he gets the ball in his hands, watch out, right? That's how I feel. But I honestly, to a greater version than Jarvis Landry. You know, I think he's better than Jarvis was coming out of college.
6'1", 196.
Right.
Maybe you don't need to stand up because we do have video of his pro day as
good,
well. So
good.
maybe this will show what you're talking about with Jaxon Smith-Njigba.
You can
at
see
his pro day.
he's got a lower
Ohio
cut
State.
waist, right? Like he doesn't have real long legs. He's got more of a torso than you would see for most receivers. But that's probably the reason why he's also great at changing directions, right? So that's where he is, and this is where he's going to live, right down the middle. You see that ball by C.J. Stroud? That was nice. But you know, again, it's going to be, hey, 10-yard in cut, 5-yard option route. Looks like he's running the middle post from the slot route. Oh, boom, he turned on the brakes and ran the slot 20-yard out route. That's where he's going to be really good, let alone, like I said, he's just going to be the king of, we threw a ball 7 yards over the middle, and he made 2 guys miss, and we got 14 yards. That's where he's also going to be great.
Yeah.
Bubble screens, all of that type of stuff. He blocks in the run game. So, my only concern is this hamstring thing like we talked about and lack of overall top-end speed.
So Sims has got some really good stuff in there as well to go in addition to some of the other things that we've talked about. He certainly touched on some elements of this kid's play that we've already discussed. The part I want to lock into with what he talked about was the basketball reference that he made. Because sports do have kind of carryovers in the way that you can kind of describe things to get a better understanding. If I'm running at you and I'm attempting to try to change direction, because I have a Steve Smith video clip that's going to kind of pair nicely, I think, to this and Sims' discussion on this. If I'm running full speed at you, right? And everybody's got their gait running, you can kind of feel as you're a defender in coverage against me or approaching to come up and tackle me, you can get a feel for necessarily timing me as I'm in the run of my gait, right? It's harder for me to break down, give you a juke. But if I'm coming up to you at, let's say, the stem of a route, and I do a little bit of a leap at that end of that route, and I'm jumping up at you, I've got you frozen a little bit. I've got you now having to guess what you want to do. Because once I come to that landing spot, and if I'm a guy built like he made the reference of an Allen Iverson guy or like a Barry Sanders guy, where I can land on that foot and now my feet are even up. I'm not in my running gait. I've landed in a broken down, but I'm broke down like in a good athletic stance to where now when I hit that landing zone, I've got a 2-way go on it. And I'm going to test your quickness at that point to see if you can match me with it. And most guys are not going to have this guy's matching ability with that, which is part of the times why it will feel with him like he's getting open at will. When you watch guys like Julian Edelman in the Super Bowl against us back in 2014, felt like he was getting open at will at times, didn't it? Because we just didn't have a guy in Thorold Simon in that Super Bowl that could hang with that guy. Same thing about Amon St. Brown or the times we played with Cooper Kupp. You just don't have guys that are that quick in space. We get very caught up on long speed and the 40-yard dashes, but the game is so much about 10 and 15-yard spaces at times and stopping and starting and just forcing the player in that way. So that crossover deal is very much a part of what he's got, and it's one of those special little skills to have as a slot receiver. This is beyond hands. This is beyond body control. This is one of those little, like if you had like a little Madden rating button or something, I guess, or whatnot, it would be that. In that ability to cross things over, to change direction at any point in time, to never give the defender a real feel for what he's doing. I also think Sims touched on something none of these other guys had talked about, which is the yak ability. This guy is very good with the ball in his hands as well. He's not, doesn't look at it first, he doesn't look like a Percy Harvin or even necessarily, he kind of looks a little bit like Golden Tate, but doesn't run with that same kind of, spirit you'd think at first, but does kind of have that a little bit in him. It's not full on to where like Golden would be, where he'd be a sub running back running with the ball, but the guy's also very good in his hands. He's not going to be a guy just to catch it, looking to fall down type guy. He's going to extend the plays. He's going to turn the 7-yard routes into 12, 13-yard routes. I mean, this is the guy that's going to help to really move these chains this year above all else, this is a big fixture of this offense. It's not, big plays are nice. The shot plays are good. But what we're trying to do is move the chains and control the time of possession. And guys like this get that done because whenever you get into that 3rd and 6, that 3rd and 5, and that linebacker's covering him in space, or the slot corner, which is the 3rd best corner on a lot of teams, for most teams, is trying to cover him then in space on option routes. Because that's the part that builds into this as well. You have a guy that can change direction, and many times, beyond even the guys on the outside running their routes, the inside guys are going to a lot of times have those option routes built in, especially the slot guys. And if you have that option route, that means you feel leverage. So defenders here, you're cutting out here, right? To simplify this, defender's here on the leverage. You're approaching the defender and he's leaning this way. You're going to go to the inside, and it's up to you and the quarterback to both read it equally the same. But what really helps you to run that option route is for you to be able to push it to the limit. Get it right up to that edge there where you almost get as kind of close to that defender as you can to then cut it off, because then when you cut that off, you're going to have created the most instant separation at that point. And it's already really hard to create separation from the slot because you're moving from shorter spaces than those outside guys who have so much more room to kind of get up into their routes at times, especially when they're running the longer developing routes. So he will be deadly on those with that stop and start in addition to it. But Sims, I thought, had some pretty nice little notes there on him. And the Jarvis Landry comp, I think, is a good one. That's another unique one. I like his better than a Jarvis Landry guy. But another guy that ate up a lot of catches the early part of his career, was really good. All of these guys we go through, Amon St. Brown, Cooper Kupp, Jarvis Landry, any kind of comp you want to go look at with this guy, when we look to this next season, which is the point of me kind of doing this show today, and a little bit of what I'm going to try to make as my overarching theme here, is that you look to those guys in recent history, guys that have that short area quickness, have that stop and start, have that kind of built-in skill. They were pretty good from the jump. They didn't take 2 and 3 years to finally get to their final form. They came in and they were ready to go. It was injected into those offenses when they came in. And I think that the same is going to be the case with him because these skills are so unique. And like Sims said, this is a hard evaluation for teams. You want to get a receiver and you want the 6'3", guy with all the 215, who can run the 4.35, who can jump 40 inches, who's got the 33-inch long arms. You get a guy with a little bit shorter arms. Shorter arms, doesn't run as fast as you'd want to run. Starts making him a little bit nervous. But this is just about being creative in your look at receivers and going, well, they're not all built the same way. Not all successful receivers have to come out in this Marvin Harrison Jr.-like prototype in order to be successful in the NFL. There's all shapes and sizes that actually can find success. In regards to that hop situation he was talking about that helps to clear him free, Steve Smith did a breakdown of a particular play here with Jaxon Smith-Njigba this last year when he was looking at him and giving his opinion, which I think melds very nicely together with Steve Smith, or with Chris Sims, and what he was talking about.
In the class of all these wide receivers in his short area quickness. His short area quickness is 3.93. And let me tell you, a guy, when you say 3.93, like, what does that mean? Man, that's the same short area quickness that Julian Edelman displayed coming out of Kent State, of why the New England Patriots saw him as somebody who get him in the building, work with him, and he has the ability to do some things that hopefully, if it pans out, is great, right? Short area quickness, a route running machine, technically sound, contested catches. He didn't have. You got to go back though into 2021 to kind of really see his skill set, because he had this injury with the hamstring. His long range speed isn't there. However, you turn on the tape and he does play above his time speed. You see play after play with his lack of speed, that you see play after play of him making fantastic route running. Like, just go back to that Penn State understanding. He understands his leverage. He understands they're playing zone coverage. He has a linebacker out, a linebacker corner. I don't know, it might be dime, but in this defense, as a wide receiver, that is considered, no matter who is there, if it's a 30 or 40, a 5, a 2, a 8, whatever the number is, he's considered the Will or Sam linebacker. He may be a safety, but he's considered, if this was a run play, that's his guy. He has to go block him. But in a pass play, he has to get by him cleanly without messing up the timing of the play. So he gets up into the route. He knows exactly, I got to go back out, but I got to allow this slew-footed guy to get out of my way, but I have to give him something and not get tied up because they're dropping out in coverage. So he gives him a little indicator step. The linebacker takes the cheese and stumbles on the turf. He goes inside, understands where he needs to be. Now I got to work up on this safety. And then I still have another guy dropping. I got my wide receiver clearing out, should have went outside, but goes inside. So that is in the wide receiver room. That's a sin.
Yeah.
Because you're not, and why is it a sin? You're not protecting your guys. All these lines mean something. There's a method to the madness. Going outside, which stutters and slows down, that gets the timing that allows CJ to play eye candy with the safety, also side eye look at the corner to hold him, and to be able to throw a nice, precise throw to protect your receiver from heading in that blue tent and doing that concussion evaluation.
And then working back to the quarterback here. I mean, that's like third window stuff, you know?
Yes, that's off schedule.
Yeah.
That's understanding, having a great understanding. Brian Hartline has done an exceptional job of coaching these wide receivers.
Amazing.
Yep.
And the coordinator, pass game coordinator, he knows exactly the type of players that he wants. He knows the FBI, the football intelligence. And if they don't have it, they sure get it when they leave there, because all those guys are good. Now, this play is bananas because he gives an indicator step again, playing the same little peon that is trying to figure out what's going on. So he says, hey, I did it to your cousin up top, but he didn't tell you. And y'all talked about it probably when Penn State was on offense for a brief matter of time. Offense gets back out there. Corner is sitting there. This is a corner now who's playing linebacker. He's sitting there. He hops, and the corner hops. He hops with him. So when he hops with him, the corner doesn't understand he's hopping to get you to jump. And as he's jumping, his head is looking inside. So what does he do when the corner lands? The corner's already going, I got to beat him to the inside. Boom. Gets him in the outside. So now that hand's there. Use the hand to break it down. Go back outside. But here's what he does. This is the part that I love. He already knows this is going to be zone, and he's coming. He has to go be what they call be friendly. He goes back towards the line of scrimmage to minimize in case the throw, so the corner doesn't jump in front of the pass and it's a pick six. So that's what you call for a wide receiver of his caliber. You make the quarterback right.
Mm-hmm.
And why do you make the quarterback right? Because you chose me. And by choosing me, I will protect your throw. And you know you could count on me. That's where that chemistry comes in. The chemistry in practice, right? So that corner sees that. He knows the hit's coming. So secure the pass, brace for impact.
Thing with him, there's no wasted movement at any time. Anytime. One of my favorite plays from him, it was like a 3rd and 3, got man coverage. And I think, it might have been this one right here, where he like runs past the sticks to create some separation and then comes back, knowing he's going to come back to the ball because he's not as big as others. And he's always just open, man. Mm-hmm. There's the yards after the catch ability in the short area is so unique because he's not like the fastest dude in the world, but he always beats the second level defenders because that first step, there's no like 1-2, it's just catch, turn, and go. And that's why I think he draws some comparisons to Keenan Allen, who's maybe a little bit bigger, but
Keenan Allen's a little bit taller. I don't think Keenan Allen is as lower body heavy.
Yeah.
As in Njigba, and his physical tools, he understands how to use them too. See, that's one thing. You talk about the difference. That's one thing. He's not 6'4", but he also understands how to use his physical tools and understand how he understands how to play football at the highest level. He has a slot. He's going to play in the slot. And he doesn't like me saying this, and he's told me personally.
Oh, yes, so he does want to play outside.
He does want to play outside.
Interesting.
The problem with playing outside, though, in the National Football League is the corners can run with you.
Yeah.
And so it's speed on speed. And he's also played 90% of his work in the slot anyway.
Correct.
And so that's how people have looked at him. And overall contested catches, you ready for this? 87.5. So you move up, it's 5. So 88% of the contested catches, your guy's winning.
And I gotta say, Steve, a decade, maybe more than that, slot receiver was kind of used as a stigma,
Yeah. That wasn't a slot receiver back in the day. That was like,
That's your
that
third
was like, you know, a slot receiver being used back in the day is what they would say about a quarterback. Man, he's a game manager.
Right.
And you're like, oh, game manager. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, some more good stuff here from Steve Smith, a guy that played many years in the NFL, going to be a Hall of Famer. I don't know if he is yet. He's going to be. If he's not, absolutely. And a lot of receivers that you get over 10,000, I don't know if that guy will. That guy will be. And a guy that still does cover the sport, keeps a close eye on these receivers, was looking at these receivers coming out of the draft, so he wasn't just sort of cherry picking a single one here. He was, looking at all these guys. He wasn't necessarily sold on all of them. He wasn't just necessarily, gassing every one of them up. Quentin Johnson, for instance, he would talk about how, he was torn on that guy, and that there's stuff he liked about him, and there's stuff he didn't like about him. There was nothing there that he talked about with JSN where he's torn on anything with him. It was really, in a lot of ways, nothing but effusive praise. And he brought up another unique thing, like all of these guys, I think, have kind of added in this discussion in talking about the contested catch situation. I don't know if he meant it was at 88% or he's at 88 rating in contested catch, whatever it was, but that also shows up on tape, and that he is very good in contested catch situations. If you guys haven't seen, there's one catch that he makes, I think it's against Michigan in a game a year or two ago, where he's literally catching the ball off of the back of the Michigan player, like the Michigan player's here, and he's catching the ball on the other side around from him. And you just see, though, there are some real sticky hands with this guy that has been a part we haven't talked about enough about probably here with it, but he does have really good hands. And then, as Steve also said, with those good hands, he very quickly then turns into a runner. Part of what helps is Yak in that he's not your natural Percy Harvin or Golden Tate guy necessarily, like those guys in that way. But with him, it's that it doesn't take him long to go from catch to the ball's cradled to getting upfield. And you see some guys have to kind of go 1, 2, 3, and now I'm getting upfield. Even the quick, fast guys, it's just kind of they can be a little slower with it. With him, it's all almost in one movement, you feel like, just, and he's right then going up the football field. But contested catch situations, another part, even though he is, 6'1" isn't small, but he only, I think, has like 31.5-inch arms, so he doesn't have super long arms. But he will be good in those situations. That will be a spot that I think is also going to show up where you're going to be really impressed with this kid's hands. They are very, very legit. But that was kind of the walkthrough on some guys that I'd listened to in this process, and going back and trying to get a little bit of better evaluation here on Jaxon Smith-Njigba. We only really have the one really amazing year of production to go off of. And there's a lot of tape within that to go over and turn through. But I think it's also good, again, to go through this and take a peek at these outside perspectives and where they're coming from, because I think they can give us a unique view on this, and that we can understand that when we're getting hyped for this kid, or we're hearing these reports and stories from it, these don't just come from, hey, it's camp and they're just trying to get the hype machine going. There's always a little bit of that's always going to be applied in these kind of situations, but it also can be true. It also can be real. You can also be getting a guy that comes in and gives you that, first year of instantaneous success that you get off of some of those other slot receivers that have come in the league. And if you can get that, if this kid can come in and give you 60, 65 catches and get you up around 800, 900 yards in that first year, and he's supplying that out of the slot in addition to what you're getting from everywhere else, the 3 tight ends I talked about in the video I dropped a couple of days ago, to the 2 outside receivers that you got that have been absolutely money for 4 years straight now in DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, to the 4 deep you are at running back. You got a variety of different places to get production. If you're stacking that piece of particular production on top of all of the others, to me, that equates to an offense that should be top 5 and maybe even further higher beyond that. Because where are you stopping them? How are you stopping them at that point? What is the fatal flaw you can attack? Last year, you could attack the interior fatal flaw of that offensive line because you were weak there. Maybe that's the place you got this year again. Last year, you could attack the weakness of not having the running backs as deep as you'd like, not having a slot receiver out there last year as much as you'd like, having 2 rookies hit the rookie wall midway through the year last year. None of that's happening this next year. Some of it may, but it's not prescribed to happen. It's not guaranteed to happen. And they've taken steps to, in all of those situations, have reason to believe that it shouldn't happen. Second-year returns on the tackles. You've stacked up the slot 3 deep now versus just hoping one guy's going to get through like an Eskridge type. Did the same with the running back room. So I think this kid's going, my bottom line on this is I think the kid is going to have this impact this year. I think we're not having to wait. I don't think that, certainly Eskridge will maybe find a role in here with it, but Eskridge is not, he has everything in his game that Eskridge doesn't kind of have. almost in, I don't want to say it's naturally, it could be just he was coached up better out of with Hartline at Ohio State than Eskridge was with the college, small college he was coming out of. Wasn't given as much maybe refinement for it, but it's the things that stand out. When Steve Smith talks about being friendly to your quarterback and coming back to the ball, this is a place that I saw even last year in Eskridge him struggle with, where he's going to sit down in his route. He's going to come down, squat, sit down in his route, and then sit there and wait for the ball. It's like you have to be generally moving back to the ball now on those comeback routes. You can't sit down, or the guy's going to have an opportunity to jump the route and do a pick six. So you got to be friendly to the quarterback. It's not about running 4 yards back towards him, but just naturally moving back towards the ball as it's coming into you, which is something you see on him with tape. He's got all those little natural little intricacies of feel for the position that aren't all easily as quantifiable as the speed or the glue hands, but are every bit as important to playing the position. So I think this kid's going to have his impact. I think he's going to ball out for us this year. And I think very well we may have stardom here from the slot in this kid, because if he is a guy like Joel Klatt said, who's a guy who can contend to be one of those high volume catch guys and is putting up those 12, 1,300 yard seasons around it or somewhere in that neighborhood of things, then why isn't he held up amongst some of the better that are out there? I don't think anybody's going to look at him and say that's the best ever. I don't think he gets to Justin Jefferson level of production out of the slot. Maybe not even Cooper Kupp, but we don't have to have that right now, do we? If we can get this kid at 1,000 yards, that is so much more tremendously, that's much more than we've had in the last couple of years out of that position. It's been kind of a confounding one for a while. It's part of what drove us to do the Eskridge pick in the first place, is because the position wasn't working out particularly well. So we've needed to find something in there that could work. And now we've got something that absolutely is going to work, and I think work from day one. So I've gotten way more hyped on this kid even after the draft process and going back and looking at him, and the way that you hear some of these guys talk about this kid and the fashion that they talk about him is just in a way that, for them, you can hear it sometimes. He's a hard prospect to breed. He's an interesting guy. They can't quite always give you the articulation on what it is about him that they do. They get the little things on it, but it's just the full package of what you get in this kid. And that you're getting an NFL receiver. You're getting a ready-made NFL receiver, like Steve Smith said. A kid he's not going to take the time to develop. Part of the value in this selection at 20 is the lack of needing to have to wait to get the returns on it. There's a lot of first-round picks. We talked about this with the Witherspoon selection, in a couple of shows ago about the potential of him sliding in the slot and what that could mean for him and if that's horrible or bad or whatever. But the value of getting that at pick 20 at that point is tremendous. And there's a lot of players in this first round that aren't going to play in the first year. They're going to sit on the bench. They're going to have to wait out. They're going to struggle to find their footing. But that would be, to get that only then, and helps to ensure that pick is all the much better into the future as well. So hope you guys are hyped up about JSN as I am. I've had a lot of fun looking at the tape of this kid, and boy, he has some unique skills that he does bring to bear at the position. I certainly was probably, to a slight degree, I liked the kid a lot. I wasn't down on him as a receiver, thinking that he wasn't worthy of being, held up in high esteem as one of the best in the draft. But I've definitely got more excited about him in the post process. Part of it too is that he didn't play last year, right? So you're probably a little slept on in that respect, where he's only played the couple of games, I think, and so people kind of forgot a little bit about him too and what he had done that prior year. But put up better production than Olave and Wilson when they were playing there at the same time. He was the lead horse, pulling that card, even though he was doing it from the inside in the slot, which is part of how football runs now. Please do, if you like what you're listening to tonight, hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. And subscribe on up if you could, like JS1NDW did just about an hour ago. Thank you for doing that, JS. I appreciate you on that. And please do hit that like button if you haven't already. Let's see where you guys' mind at. I know you guys are going to want to talk a little bit about the Luke Wilson, KJ Wright podcast, as we did get ourselves a little bit of a tidbit out of that. So I'm sure we'll be discussing a little bit of what's going on, with what we learned about on the Super Bowl plays. We're now about 10 years removed of the play, but we got ourselves a little bit of a new information in regards to that one, which I think kind of fully puts everything into a little bit of a clearer picture for me now, as to probably what really boiled down to everything on that play, beyond it being that the team was trying to necessarily make one guy a particular star in that situation. I think just a lot went into that play at that moment, but I know that we'll be probably covering that as well here at some point today. Drunk Squitter, it's good to see you. Devo, hello. Empower Code, Randall McDaniel, what's up? Chad Hart, DJ Owen, good to see you guys. Mark Habercorn's in the house, hello. Megan Gock Roger, good to see you in the house too. Hope that headache's getting better, Megan. Abel Grummer says, we're sweeping the Niners. I hope you're right, Abel. I hope you're right. And Deron Everest, I think JSN is going to be huge for our offense too. It's kind of where I want to try to make this the point of this show, is that this isn't merely just saying we've got a guy that's going to be a starter for us in the slot. I'm talking about having a guy that's a guy for us in the slot that's a problem in this league, and a problem in this league from day one. I'm not saying stardom, I'm saying a problem. And you haven't had a problem operating in the slot full time since probably Bobby Ingram. Baldwin would play some in the slot, but he'd play a lot on the outside too. Tyler Lockett's played some in the slot, but he's played really on the outside too. You know, who's been our guy? Who's been our runner down in there? Who's been the one we've been able to, it's been a long time, a long period of time we've seen an offense, and especially with this offense, especially with this West Coast offense that has the short routes and wants to move the chains. It is so necessary to make this offense work and go. Henry Mars, JSN's my third down dude. Get us to 60% third down conversion, and I'm happy. That's what he's going to be, his bread and butter with us. You get DK up on the outside, Ty on the outside. You know, if it's 3rd and 7, defenses are going to have a tendency to drop into softer coverages. So, you know, they're trying to take away those deep plays, opening up the stuff underneath. This is where the job is made just a little bit easier for Jaxon Smith this upcoming season. And it's one of those situations they talk about where they say a lot of a rookie's success is dependent upon the landing spot that he goes to. Say nothing of the talent around him, but what's required of him. Is he put in a position to success? Does he have guys around him who help him? Does he have guys around him who take the heat off of him? All of the answers in that case when it comes to Jaxon Smith-Njigba are yes, 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 and yes. He's got the quarterback. He's got the guys on the outside. He's not going to draw anybody's full attention. He isn't going to get double teams. You know, he's just got to win his matchup one-on-one every week. It gets very simplified for him, which is part of why I have so much hope and faith here that he's going to be able to produce very, very quickly in his career. Jacob Haas says, I enjoy Joel when he's talking with his son Colin on the herd. That's very true. Michael YT says, that's why Lockett continues to burn cornerbacks at 30 because of his route running. It helps him. He's been doing that since his Kansas City days. Michael YT, that's a fantastic point and one worth absolutely double noting down on. Tyler Lockett was known as a masterful route runner coming out of Kansas State because of the fact that he had family ties that went to the NFL. He had been taught like a pro how to run routes. And Tyler Lockett spoke a couple of years ago right at the moment he signed his contract extension, that he said, when I had that major injury back a couple of years ago, I lost a step. I wasn't quite as fast. I've never been quite as fast since coming back from that. But he's basically put up, I know technically it's only 4 straight years, but it's pretty much been 5 straight years of 1,000-yard seasons. And he's doing it with route running. He's doing it with a masterful understanding of the position. And it's the place that is so much harder to, even now as I'm trying to think about the way to explain it, it's hard to quantify. These little skills of the position, the masterful footwork on the release, the body control, the ability to get a cornerback leaning in one direction so that you can then counter back to the other direction to get them to buy in. A lot of what Steve Largent did, and my love of Steve, this is what he was doing, which is just you couldn't get a read on what they were doing. You couldn't feel what they were going to do. And things get very complicated from a receiving standpoint times in the way we think about it. Like, is he fast enough? Does he have enough length? Is he got the physicality to separate? But sometimes it can be just, I can't cover this guy. I don't know which way he's going to go. And one cornerback once said about Steve Largent, it's like covering smoke. Imagine you have smoke and you reach for it and it's just gone. It's around. How the hell does he get it? That's what it feels like. And these guys have that innate feel to do that. And you're right, Tyler does have that feel. And that's why Tyler is going to continue to be able to play kind of as long as he wants to play in this league for the next few years. If he wants to retire after next, he could. If he wants to play 2 or 3 more years, I think he could. Because that route running is going to continue to hold up. He generates separation in that route running beyond speed. And of course, the body control, ability to sink his hips, all that stuff with Tyler is another part of it. But fantastic point, Micah. And I agree. Herbicide says, I think JSN flirts with 1,000 yards this year. I could certainly see it, Herbicide. I could certainly see it. We were talking about on the last show that there has been some teams through the history of the NFL that's had 3 1,000-yard receivers. So it has happened. And I do believe that he is going to essentially get a lot of feed just because of the attention Tyler and DK get. But then the other part that comes into the herbicide is I think this offense is probably going to throw for a lot of yards, going to produce a lot of points, partly because the defense is going to give up short points. So you're not just boat racing teams every week where by halftime you're up 28-7. It's going to probably be some dogfights where the offense tit for tat has to kind of keep up. And there'll be times the defense can find its bearing at some point or another in the game, then you're good and you'll win. But I think that's a little bit of what it'll take. And within that, you're going to get some increased stats. You're going to get some increased production, I think, from the receiving core overall at that point. Smith says, imagine having 3 1,000-yard receivers this year. That would be absolutely epic. It would be epic. If you've got 3 1,000-yard receivers, I would be hard-pressed not to understand how we're not coming out, other than we're just defense is getting boat raced and that you're just having to score 1 million points every day. But if you've got 3 1,000-yard receivers, I think that would, even just general terms, equate out to probably a 12-13 win season. If you're that productive with that many receivers, I mean, that's not even building into what the running game's doing at that point. You know, I don't know. It's hard not to see this being in that place, especially with what, the tight ends would produce probably at least another. I mean, they did 1,100 yards last year. So if the tight ends gave you 750 yards on top of that, that would mean your tight ends and your 3 receivers would have given you 3,700 yards, 1,300 more yards to get yourself to 5,000 passing at that point, with your running backs and the rest of your receiving core. I could see it happening. ZZ says he'll be a route running magician. Absolutely. Well, I called him a ninja, but magician works too. All applicable in this case. Dr. McNuggets MD says these lives are hella clean. Thank you, Dr. McNuggets, man. I'm trying to put a little bit of work into it for you guys and give you some good production here as I can. So I appreciate you noticing on that. And Rushmen are coming. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, hearing the call out there to the wild and answering it, man. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Corno says, I saw a comparison that he is similar to Jarvis Landry before the catch, but nothing like him after the catch. Jarvis is more of that kind of more jukey guy after the catch, right? He'll do a spin move. He'll kind of juke you. He's got a little bit of that old Dante Hallish kind of joystickness to him in Jarvis Landry. Whereas I would say Jaxon Smith-Njigba does it a little bit like Golden Tate did it, where he has such a strong lower half and he can use his distribution of weight as he's changing where the weight is on the foot. He can get you that way. He can get you with the no wasted motion. So he creates his yak differently than Jarvis, but he could be every bit as effective as Jarvis was in getting just as much yak. They just do it in 2 different kind of fashions. But the pass catching, the route running, the release off the line of scrimmage, I think there's a lot there that's probably in Sims's comp on that's probably right on. Smith says O-line has a year under their belt. We have 3 great running backs. This offense should be firing off all cylinders, thus leaving a lot of opportunity for everybody to flourish. Very much should be. Defenses can't lean in and concentrate on anybody. This is part of where my optimism and really I think it's not a hard call to see. I mean, you're seeing it. I'm seeing it. I think a lot of people are seeing it and should be seeing this nationally. You have 3 tight ends that I mentioned in my video a couple of days ago, 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns collectively between the 3 of them, which you can distribute. Well, that's 3 tight ends. But go look at San Francisco. Go look at Philadelphia. Go look at a variety of other teams out there with their tight ends, and nobody's getting that cumulative production necessarily down the line. And it's not, and that's not even us asking that group to be carrying the offense. That's just a supplemental part. That's just an entree. You just got the DKs, and you got the Tylers, and you have the running backs, and the JSNs, and maybe what Eskridge gives you, and maybe what Derek Young gives you. And we don't even know what we're going to get out of maybe a Matt Landers or Jake Bobo on top of this if they come in and start shining at training camp. So you have all those parts and pieces, all those ways to attack, all those methods of delivery. Hard not to see that it equates out to a team that's going to give you top level production. It's one of the best in all of football. HB says Russ punched in the air after the JSN pick. I think he's doing a lot of punching in the air. I think last year too, HB, with the Lucas and Cross picks, he was like, really? Now? Michael YT says Landry the last 3 years is nothing compared to Lockett's last 3. No, I think Lockett's been the better receiver of those two guys. And Landry, I think, is Father Time caught up to him very quickly. You could make kind of an argument, Michael YT, that part of Lockett's longevity has come from not playing like Landry's played with the ball after his hands, because Landry would be out there and he'd go and fight for that extra 3 yards that may or may not have mattered. But did that put more wear and tear on his body at that point to kind of cut short his career a tiny bit? I don't know that that's the case, but he has definitely gone very quiet, has Jarvis. Jacob Oz says Russ shouldn't have wanted out. I agree. I think Russ has absolutely made a mistake to leave. I think that it came to the time where it was time, that you do have relationships that just get to that point where, especially get 10 years in, that it just becomes time and how it is. But I think if he had just kind of swallowed a little bit of the pill on the I need to have my stars shine ever so bright and just realize, I'm connected to this organization, I have ultimate success in this organization, I can have it again, that there may have been a way to, have that all captured and stay in that pocket a bit. But it is what it is, man. He definitely pushed it in the way he did. Can't do nothing about it now. D-Nugget in the house. It has been a minute, man. It's good to see you. Long time no see, man. Hope you're doing well. HB says Russ would always cry about us not taking a wide receiver in the first. Yeah, he wanted pass catchers. I always thought it was interesting with him on that when talking about that, because I can understand maybe a little bit of his issues with the line, but the team always tried to stack up the playmakers for him. From the Percy Harvin trade to the Jimmy Graham trade to the drafting Paul Richardson second. I mean, it was second round guys in Richardson and Lockett, but those were second round guys. DK, second round. It's not like the team completely ignored up the position a bit. But yeah, I'm sure he would have probably locked in on some first round guys maybe. John Holland says Largent wasn't considered fast, neither was Jerry Rice, but both had that sneaky football speed. I'm not saying Jackson is in their league, but time will tell. Especially, John, if we tend to see that what's happening in football is a transition. Right now, the slot is tremendously valuable. Steve Smith talked about in that clip at the end where he said, the slot used to be viewed as like a game manager for the quarterback position. It was like you're, calling a guy out, like you're talking bad about a man's mom if you were to label a guy in such a way. But it shouldn't be considered that. And very much we could be seeing, John, that this movement towards now slots being more higher revered. I'm not going to say they're going to overtake the outside guys, but at least being considered in that same realm of things. And you're right. Both in Jerry Rice's case and Largent, neither of those guys were timed fast or considered fast guys. But very similar things to them that there is in Jackson. The body control, the inability to get a read on them in the route. I mean, that's really where beyond, Largent, Rice, you have extra things on here like hands and ability to high point the ball and the ability to track the ball like nobody else. And when you have all-time greats, you're talking about 15, 20 different things that they bring to the table. But the thing that's very, very much what Jackson has that those guys have is that ability to, you don't ever know which way I'm going to go. I'm running up the field. You're not quick enough to stay with me. You might be fast enough, but you're not quick enough to stay with me. You're not going to change direction quick enough to stay with me. But you can't, I'm giving you no leads. I'm not giving you a chance to maybe have a little bit of an indicator before I make the move so that you can kind of cheat to that spot a little bit. And thus, I should be able to beat you to my spot because of it. And it does become that simple at times with receivers, especially when they have the ability to run routes like these guys do. And then they have the catching ability and that other stuff that comes with it. But I think that's right, John. I think there's a lot of similarities with those guys in that respect of things. They're different body tiles, different ways they play, all three of them. But that part always shows up as you watch those corners on Rice and Largent and just watch them post snap. And you're seeing guys that you can just feel their tentativeness. You can feel their uncertainty. It's not guys confidently moving back in their back pedal, ready to drive on a route, ready to drive on a ball. It's guys going, huh? Where's it? Huh? Are you moving out? And it's interesting because these are a lot of guys' corners at those times that were guys that were really even good corners that just, they knew they trusted themselves, but those guys were just different kind of cats in that way. I think there's so many other receivers out there where it is just so much how's their speed? Well, how do they sync their hips? How do they change speeds? How do they change gears? How do they change direction? These type of things. HB says, how do we feel about JSN getting punt return snaps at minicamp? Concerned or excited? I wouldn't be concerned by it, HB. We need somebody to be able to land in there that's comfortable doing it. DJ Dallas is a nightmare as a punt returner. It's not working with him back there. Tyler Lockett doesn't seem comfortable in doing it anymore either. So we've got to find somebody to do it. It really is at this point in time with the punt return game in general across the NFL, HB. It's been trending downwards for a while now, the amount of punt returns that are actually brought back. These punters have gotten so good with the hang time and the distance. Used to have to be one or the other. If you're a punter in the 80s and you want to put it 50 yards, that thing was going to be a missile. And if you want to be where I want to get some hang time and let my coverage unit get down there because I've got a tough returner, let's say, I don't want to let him have a chance to return, well, then you're going to kick a 35-yard punt. Well, now these guys can kick it 47 yards and stick it up in the air for 10 seconds. So a lot of times it's just about fair catching. But the real important part for me is to get out of the DJ Dallas thing where DJ, he would have the problem where he'd line up too deep and then they would punt the ball in front of him. The ball would land and he couldn't get up fast enough and he wasn't confident enough to come up there and fair catch it before it landed. And then the ball starts to roll and roll and roll and roll. And then he tried to change that by going up and getting shorter, getting a little bit shorter on his depth on the punt returns. And then they would just kick it over his head and then he would just let it land because he wasn't comfortable doing the Willie Mays over my shoulder kind of thing where I've got to get back that far. Dallas held on for dear life. So we've got to get somebody. And I don't think that you're going to put him in harm's way too often with that just because there just isn't very many punt returns anymore. Sam the Great says he reminds me more of Kupp than Landry. I think I would say that's more alike. Yeah. I think it's an okay comp with Landry because there are certain things that they have true about them. But I think Kupp or for me, Amon St. Brown, either of those two, like a combination maybe of those two because he's certainly taller than Amon. He's got Kupp's size minus 10, 15 pounds. Jacob doesn't want JSN punt returning. I get it. JSN is going to be a killer this year, says Smiz. He has amazing hands and amazing route running. There isn't a team in the league with good enough secondary to cover all three of our wide receivers successfully. Play in and play out. Well said, Smiz. Well said. And just to add on top of that, it's not sometimes just about covering the three wide receivers. Our NFL defenses couldn't cover our two wide receivers. And DK and Tyler Lockett. What they employed, what eventually, when they could tamp them down and keep them under control, is you have the cover two defenses where you roll the coverages to the outside, and then you can trust in the fact that we don't have enough to attack you then underneath, and the places where now you're going to be vulnerable. But now we do. Now we've gotten just the type of knife that can stab you right in the gut there, and we can twist it if you happen to try to roll those coverages. And then the fun begins for Waldron is now when you force the teams to not be able to roll the coverage anymore, to now have to move a little bit more of the coverage up a little bit tighter on the front end of things. And now DK gets some of those double teams peeled off of him, and now he gets to go eat. He gets to go hunt because he's got a one-on-one matchup more often, at least. More often than he's currently got it. Trent Barry says, I think the Seattle Overload podcast video analysis of him really shows which of his physical traits allows for his huge yak and how that will translate to the pros. I'll try to check it out. Trent, thank you for the recommendation on that as far as the video goes. He's an unusual player. And sometimes when you get to the unusual players and the guys that aren't as easy to assess and determine what they are because they don't have things that necessarily this guy had that and that guy had that. And this is exactly like that guy. But he's a little bit more of an outside the box guy, but that doesn't mean he's not going to have the ability to do it. So though his yak isn't built on the stop and start jittery stutter step of a Jarvis Landry type, he still does create that yak. It's like Sims was saying too. So you think he's not going to get the corner at times. You saw it in a couple of those clips Steve Smith was showing where you think he's not going to get the corner. It looks like he's going to get tackled. He's got a couple steps and then he just gets right back up to speed with that instant quickness and somehow finds a way around it. Oh yeah, this is a little bit about quickness as well, about speed. And I'm as guilty as anybody on this. You get so caught up in the speed thing, and it's just the speed, but it really is the burst and quickness is something that's got to be held in as high regard because it can have as big of an impact. HB says his footwork reminds me of Tyreek Hill, just not quite the speed. I like that. Yeah, Tyreek's a very similar guy in that respect. He was very fast with not a lot of wasted motion, and that's where that footwork is. He's got that. I'm not taking the extra step. I'll take exactly the amount of steps I have to take. They'll be even. You're not going to be able to read which way I'm going. But that's that under control always, because the body control is there. The steps are right. He's just naturally can move in that way. Whether God-given or they've just done a bunch of the ladder drills. I tried to do the ladder drills and I almost ruined my ankle. Sam the Great, even Steve Smith's a good comparison. I like the Smith comparison. Smith had the top end speed that was elite, though. Smith was a legit 4-3 guy in the football field and how he went. And he was an outside guy. I mean, plain and simple, Smith was that's what he was. He was really just so unique at that size to be able to play out there like he did. But there's some similarities to their games. Strong with the ball in their hands, strong lower half, plays really tough, I love Smith though. That's like Michael White said, like the 4.39 for me though. That's the tough part for me on that, is that burner speed that Smith had that made him just so dangerous. And he, 4.39, but it was almost like to Michael White. He was like even faster on the football field than the 4.39 Steve Smith was clocked at. He felt like a guy that ran almost like a 4.3 flat on the football field. Sean Lee says top receiver room in the league. I think they will be considered that by the end of the year. Not going in, Sean, but I think by the end of the year, people will be pretty clearly looking at this team going, yeah, that's the best 3 stack that exists in football. John Holland says, I think some people run faster when they're being chased, laughing out loud. Maybe it's the fear of being hit. I agree, John. I agree. There's guys that I think it does work that way. You're on a track. You don't have your adrenaline flowing, right? I don't care how nervous you might be for, I got to test well. That can't be the equivalent to I'm on a football field and there might be a guy out here who takes my head off at some point. It can't quite be equivalent to that level of adrenaline that it does drive into it. But whether or not he's able to, John, clear over the top when he's running his routes and get separation running, let's say a 9 route, he is able to run away from guys with the ball in his hand. And whether he is fast or not, I don't know. But this is why we also say there's football speed and track speed. And there are some guys who get on a track and they are tremendously fast and they're blazing and you're like, ooh, I'm going to get that on the football field because he ran it on a track. And then you put on the pads and he feels a little more weighted down and he has a guy across from him and puts a hand on him and he's like, man, I can't get up to speed. But then you have the other guys, you put them on a track and they're not a track guy. Look at that guy when we showed the one clip there where he's showing his lower, Sims talked about, the lower half's all small. A guy like that's not going to be a burner on a track field, but you put the pads on him and he doesn't feel as maybe weighted down. He doesn't feel as encumbered and able to have certain little skills that help him in addition to that, like the turning into a runner after the catch so quick as he does. And it does make him that extra step faster. Sort of what it all equates down to. This is the whole thing I've tried to apply at times to the Bobby Wagner thing. People get caught up with. Bobby's lost the 2 steps is what so many people, I go, Bobby brought Bobby back. He's not fast anymore. He just can't move anymore. He's just like can't move anymore. It's like, yeah, but how much are you taking into account the fact that there's the anticipation in Bobby Wagner? How much you taking into account that he's going to be 2 steps ahead of those guys who have to sit there and sort of still process it after the play. He's moving before the play in the direction. This other linebacker there in the same spot the previous year had to sit there post-snap and sort of wait like a deer in the headlights and kind of process everything through and then went, okay, now I'll go. And that's where this is the things that can create different points of speed and quickness and it's hard to measure. You don't have a GPS for it. Yeah. I'm behind on a couple of donos here. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, DJ, for that dono, and I do hope you're having a fantastic evening. He says, I think with our awesome wide receiver group, it's going to really open up the opportunities for tight ends. I'm so excited for this upcoming season. I am very, very excited for this upcoming season. I'm as hyped up for this year as any year that we've had doing this channel. And there's been years where I thought we could be maybe even, and I was probably, head up in the sky a little bit, potentially could be Super Bowl contending team. But this season and the way they built this, I am very excited for this. It's a young group. We may have to still wait a little bit longer to get everything to work right. But this offense and the way it's built like you say, everything could be opened up then for these tight ends. It's one of those things where you can sometimes as a defense go, we'll take this away and we'll take that away, force you to go play left-handed. And once you play left-handed, you don't feel comfortable doing so, and you don't have the talent in your left-handed side of things to be able to be productive and make it work. But this team can. Teams want to roll out the coverage. Teams want to then lock in on Jaxon, and then you're running tight ends to the flat all day or running backs to the flat all day and just having Geno out there flipping the ball out in the flat because everything else is clearing out to the back, as possibly could happen at that point, right? Defensive coordinators just start getting freaked out and just go, okay, drop cover 4, bring just everybody back. Just drop everybody back, force them to just dink and dunk us with the running backs and tight ends into the flat. Geno showed last year he'll be willing to do that. That's how he got to 70% completion percentage. So if that's what you're going to give me, I'll take it. And you guys saw a couple of those clips that I provided on DJ on that tight end video that I produced. You know, a few of those to Noah Fant and to Colby Parkinson are plays where they're coming back post snap motion. So they're starting to one side of the motion, snap, they come back across the motion to the other side, they're just leaking into the flat, and then they make the catch in the flat and there's nobody within 10 yards of them. And you're watching him just running up the field, there's nobody with them. And Colby had one catch against the Chargers that was like that last year, and there's a few of those on tape where that's where it becomes hard. Because you're going to leave something open. You're going to leave something open, and then we have the quarterback in Geno that's the antithesis a little bit of Russ in that respect. If he will take what you give him. And if this thing's going to be the wide open door access I have to punish you, albeit I've got to be patient and dink and dunk my way up the field, then I'll do that. But this is what it will open up to this offense. It isn't a matter of whether they can take a defense down. It's whether or not Waldron, Geno Smith, Carroll, this offense acknowledge when they're going up against this opponent or that opponent, what are they leaving to open for us? We're Santa Claus coming into the house. Where's the cookie? And on what plate is it upon? Are they dropping into too much base? Are they dropping into too much nickel? Are they running too much deep coverage? Are they leaving too much underneath? They got to make that assessment game by game. But if they make it right, they'll beat it every single time. They'll put up the 30 points a game. They will be a top 5 offense. And if someone were to disagree, how? How do they not do that? How would not any other team outfitted with this much talent collectively across the board? It is the sum of all the parts in this case. It isn't the top heavy star here, star there, star here. Look, it's a magnificent offense. It's the totality of it. It's how deep it is along with being strong at the forefront, DJ. But I agree. Tight ends could be really opened up, and we saw it last year. Not just opened up in more targets on the back of big plays. Hitting Disley up on a seam route 20 yards up the football field against the Detroit Lions. Going over to Parkinson that you get matched up on a 5'9" corner on his 6'7" body down on the end zone and throw it down over there if you're Geno Smith. It's now you get to really lock in and dictate those kind of mismatches because the defenses are so concentrated on the 3 receivers that are their biggest problem. Say nothing of Kenneth Walker or Zach Charbonnet. It's going to be a beautiful thing. A beautiful, beautiful thing. Our MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $20 donation. Coming in hot, MJ. Thank you for that, man. You are awesome for that $20 donation, brother. I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for watching. And also a member of the channel too, I believe. So thank you for that too. It says, I feel like JSN is adding a player Edelman is, I feel like JSN is like adding a player like Edelman into this offense. Day one starter in the slot. He has that intangible like Jokic he's an intangible like Jokic is for the Nuggets. You can't explain them, just enjoy. He is a Seahawk. I think that's a great comparison with Jokic because we're talking about players in different sports, but players that you can't easily always, you have a hitter in baseball that hits 330 with 30 bombs and plays great defense. It's easy to categorize what that player is and how his impact is on the team. You have a basketball player that goes out and scores 24 points a game and 9 rebounds. Easy to quantify. And Jokic certainly puts up his share of stats in addition to what he's on the court when he plays. But there is, like you say, that intangible thing with him, that difference-making element to him. That's not the easiest thing to articulate. I think all of these guys that I played those clips of struggled to certain varying degrees to quite get out what it was that they knew in JSN is really something upper level about him. I can't put him in this place where I'm telling you guys that it's like you're getting this Jamar Chase guy coming into the thing or this top 5 receiver guy or Marvin Harrison guy, but you are getting this guy that's bringing this thing. And this thing's going to be really valuable too, even though it's not that thing. But it becomes harder to kind of, as I say, explain what it is, what the deal is. I think the way you put it is right at the end of this. You just got to enjoy it. You got to enjoy this guy just going out there and at times feeling like he's at will, getting open, getting his catches, and just sit there and giggle to yourself. Because you know that when you watch it this year and it happens, health willing with JSN, there's not a damn thing a defense is going to be able to do about it. Because I know in watching this team for the last couple of years, in studying this team's offense and watching all of the All-22 the past couple of years, teams roll safeties to Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf constantly. Constantly. The cover 2 looks, we get a lot of Fangio defenses, and the whole claim to fame with the Fangio defense is you get the split safety looks, and you never know which safety is going to drop to the cover, the single high, and which is going to drop down into the box. And that's the hard part to predict. But in our cases, there's a lot of the pure cover 2 being run ever since about 2020. And you start accommodating 4 players to 2 players on the outside. It shouldn't be hard to understand now that there's a lot of open space now that exists now underneath there for anybody to operate, especially somebody who's operating with option routes. Basically, he gets to go wherever he wants, wherever he feels the leverage, he can lean away from the leverage. And he's got a quarterback who knows he's going to be making those reads. Well, look out once those guys get synced up. But I like your mention also of Edelman. Go back to the Super Bowl, and I don't like to do it to you folks. I'm not going to sit on it for too long. But go back to the 2014 Super Bowl. And that Patriot offense had no real receivers out there. There was no more, Mosses or anything like that at that point. There was, they'd moved on from all of the main guys. I don't think they had Deion Branch on that team. He might have come back for like a last tour of duty, but he was done. All they had really coming into that game was Edelman. But because in that game you lost Jeremy Lane after the very first series, and your backup for Jeremy Lane was an outside corner who was a young player in Therald Simon, the Patriots were able then to do just what Tom Brady did for a lot of his career, which is attack those mismatches. Go after where you are weakest, and then just keep hitting that hammer to that nail until you've driven it through the wood, until you've blown the wood apart, until you've gotten down to the second layer, and then keep hitting it. And even after we concussed the guy, after Cam Chancellor literally knocked his block off, he was still making catches, caught the touchdown winning play. And that was just with an Edelman. That wasn't with him having a DK and a Tyler. That's the impact of a guy in the slot like that who can be in that manner, who can be just that much of a separator in that respect, can have for a team in helping an offense go through. Patriots didn't run the ball all that well in that game. They did just enough offensively speaking. But a big part of it was on the back of Edelman. And Edelman was absolutely money for him in his time there in New England, and a perfect pairing with, obviously, Brady, who could run option routes with his receivers like nobody else in his reads, ball placement, all that type of stuff. But I love the comp there, MJ Seahawk. I'd second that. So I'm gonna enjoy the hell out of watching him play too as well. And thank you for that $20 donation. Very, very kind of you. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. He says JSN is crafty. JSN is crafty and at a young age. To me, the best wide receivers are almost always not the biggest or the fastest. It's the guys who run routes and get open. Very much. Let's also, Randall, look at with our own history. I always say with any given rule that we might apply, Randall, like if you apply a rule of thumb out there, like you say, and I'm 100% in agreement with you, we should be able to apply it to our own Seahawks history. What I mean by that is, let's go through the list of the top receiving Seahawks in history. Who's got the most yards? Who's got the most catches? Who's got the most career longevity? Steve Largent, not the fastest, at the time he retired, basically considered the best wide receiver that ever played the sport when he retired. Definitely not the fastest. Fast enough, not the fastest though, not considered blazing. You got Brian Blades, still thinking he sits number 2. Another guy, possession receiver, just going to eat up the yards, eat up the catches. That's what he did. Tyler Lockett hasn't been a burner since he lost that injury. Like I talked about earlier in the show, he lost a step from his own mouth when he signed that contract. But he's getting by on route running, craftiness, understanding of the position. There's your top 3 wide receivers right there. Doug Baldwin, number 4. Doug probably a 4.55 guy. He's not going to run past anybody, but quickness, excellent, elite first step quickness, understanding of route running mastery, body control, great hands, a lot of extra things obviously with Doug on top of that. But, maybe you have Galloway then at 5th as your burner, but 4/5 of your best receivers in 50 years of football have not been guys that were burners, that were body control, route runners, great hands guys. So I think your point is absolutely spot on, Randall. I agree with it 100%. And our history tells that tale that is also the truth. I think we could do the same if we went through other teams and look through their best receivers. We could definitely, I think, go down the line on that, and it would be very much true for most organizations in that respect of things. For the most part, there'd be a couple that I think would probably have burners to them. I was thinking about a couple here, like the Niners. You got Rice, but they have dude Terrell Owens. He was probably a 4.3 something guy when he was in his prime. Thank you, though, Randall. A couple other donations here from Randall, too. Another $5. Says, JSN was the number 1 overall recruit coming out of high school. One of the rare top recruits who met and probably exceeded expectations. Professional pass catcher. Yeah, Randall, I think if we had a guy here in JSN that was along the lines of, I think, what you're intimating here, which is the 5-star recruit that's the problem child. Hell, John Schneider's talked about this, sometimes leaning away from these guys, the 5-star recruits that have been catered to now their whole life, and the NIL money that comes through probably only makes this thing a little bit worse, depending on the player. And that is something that stands out with this kid, is that when you hear Brian Hartline talk about him in this manner and the other receivers talk about in this manner, if this is a kid that's coming in with a big head and he's in there like, I'm the man, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna, it should go without saying, I'm gonna get my starting touches, I'm gonna get in there, I'm gonna roll. That you would think you would not be hearing these reports in the background from Hartline and the like. I mean, you look at like G. Scott, didn't his son go out there to be a wide receiver at Ohio State? There's for a lot of years now, knowing that there's a guy like Hartline out there, he's going to attract a lot of attention from people that are proactively going to want to go out there and play as top recruits because he's a guy that's shown that he's going to prepare you for the NFL. So when you go out there as a number 1 overall recruit like that, nothing's given to you. You don't just, you're not just, well, I'm number 1 recruit, I've chosen Ohio State, my spot should be held. You got to earn your way onto that football field. If I'm not mistaken, even G. Scott's son got, I think, moved to tight end eventually there. I think he's still there at this point in time, but it's also not given to you there at that school in general. On top of it, Randall, you got to earn your way. And yeah, he's exceeded his expectations, and everything you hear about him is, he is a hard worker, and he is all about ball. And he's not that big-headed 5-star number 1 overall recruit guy coming out that, everybody believes is, that just by the time they get to the pros, they've already reached full diva-hood. I don't think that I've gotten any of those vibes off this guy. It's wonderful to see. It's also, I think, indicative of Randall that they've locked in on getting those guys that are really, truly those guys all about ball. And that's what he has shown that he is, be it going back to high school or be it in college. JSN, everything that we hear about him is all about ball, all about getting better. And part of the reason why I got so much confidence and faith right now, Randall, that he is going to be able to be ready to go day 1 here with this football team and be impactful. Be impactful, not just be ready to go, but be impactful. Randall with another $2 donation. Thank you, Randall, for all 3 donations there, man. Back to back, back to back. It says, on paper, we're the most balanced offense in team history. It's not an overstatement. This is not gassing up. This is not, so from some of the younger folks out there be going, oh man, this is just, content stuff. This is not. We can go through the history. I know my history. I can go from late 70s to 80s with you. We can go blow by blow. We can go offensive year by offensive year. I can take you through the good offenses we had, and I can bring up the problems that we had. I can look at those early 2000s teams there with the Seahawks offenses, just as it now started, as the light bulb went on for Matt Hasselbeck, as he finally kind of got over his early struggles, found his footing, and not only found his footing, but became very, almost kind of prolific for a moment there within it. But even that offense had its issues, even with the 2 Hall of Famers on the offensive line like you had. You had receivers at times that drops came in all over the place on those teams. And that was a great offense, and that had star power, that offense. But you were 1 tight end deep. This is 3 tight end deep. And while I did like me some Maurice Morris behind Sean Alexander, that was it. And Morris is nowhere near the runner of Zach Charbonnet, Kenny McIntosh, probably more on point with a guy like DJ Dallas as far as the player he was. And that's your basically best, outside of maybe the 2012 offense, if you want to point to that. But even that one didn't throw the ball with Russ because he was in game manager mode at that time, 2012, 13, 14. It was more in game manager mode, game in and game out, than it was about him being able to sling the rock around the field at like a 60% rate, which is right around where Geno Smith was last year, and probably be near to where we are this year. I don't think we're going to get back into a realm of suddenly being at 52 and 48% pass to run. Maybe if we're up in games and we're just lapping people, but I'm not going to guess that that's what's going to happen. But I've looked at this closely, and I'm telling you folks, there's not been an offense that's this balanced, this complete, this deep. Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas. Yeah, but we don't have any backup tackles. Oh, wait, yeah, you do. You got two guys that have played a couple years on this team. Two guys that have started games for you in other positions. Just what you'd like to have from a depth standpoint. In Stone Forsythe and Jay Curhan. These guys aren't game changers. These guys aren't going to, carry some crazy day for you, but you stack this depth everywhere. Everywhere it's set up well like this. And it should bring about not just being the most balanced, but being the most explosive team on the back of that balance, Randall. But well said again, man. And I'm 100% there with you on it. This offense should be one that has nothing holding it back in any respect. There's no fatal flaw to it. You can maybe point a little bit to the center or the right guard, but there's 31 NFL teams in this league that would be jumping at the chance to say, we have nothing wrong with us with maybe some slight, very ever so slight concerns at the right guard and center position. That's all you got. And that's not too bad. You feel pretty good about that team offensively. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation, brother. So kind of you. He says, in the history of league, top 10 all-time wide receivers outside of Moss and T.O., who were the physical freaks? It's a great question. Let's go with I think you're onto something with this for sure. So let's go through these NFL all-time receiving career leaders. Let's go look at the top 20 here of, who was the true burners, be it for whatever they are. And there's one, looks like there's one tight end on here, but he was not a burner. Jerry Rice, not a burner. Larry Fitzgerald, not a burner. Terrell Owens at number 3 with 15,000 yards. He was kind of a burner. Randy Moss, kind of a burner. Isaac Bruce, I don't think would be somebody that I would quantify as necessarily a burner. He had good speed. I don't think it was great speed. Tony Gonzalez was obviously really, really quick for a tight end. So maybe you could say with him, there was a little bit of that. Tim Brown, he was another guy, I think, like Isaac Bruce a little bit, more of just he was a pure receiver that ran really good routes, really good hands, just good all around. I don't think that he was a burner type. Steve Smith was a burner. Harrison, a little bit more closer, I think, to Isaac Bruce type with this good speed, not great. Reggie Wayne, good, not great. Andre Johnson, I think, was kind of 4.39-ish when he came out. Lofton, I think, was a fast guy. So there's a mix here. Chris Carter, not. Anquan Bolden, not. Henry Ellard, I can't remember. Julio Jones was a 4.39 guy coming out, so he would be. Torrey Holt was, I think, a low 4.3 guy. So it's, there's a mix here. Largent, Reed, kind of more, I think, good to not great speed guys. I think there's way more, Randall, to your point on this, more good to great than there is pure great speed guys going down the line, as though that is like the thing that sort of connects them all would be that. And it's not. It's with more of this, it's about some of the other, I would say we could probably find other things like hands, or certain things like that is more of a common denominator there, a full route tree that they're able to run. We could find some other things, I think, that would connect all things, everything from those top 20 lists, but it's a mixed bag. And there's not just one rule of thumb of what gets you there to being prolific. And especially now, Randall, because I'd argue that list is very heavily leaning towards the old way football used to be played, because we're just moving into this modern era now where slots are becoming more and more and more important. And maybe will grow to become even more important. I mean, who's to say with the NFL evolution that we don't move into the future where it's like, well, slots become like your number one receiver now based on their usage rates and how much production you're getting out of them. Technically, yeah, you need your guys on the outside that are dangerous and can be problems in their own right, but these guys are now being held in higher regard. We're seeing that transition take place, I think, to a degree. I don't know if they're going to fully overtake the outside guys, but at least be considered in the same realm as the outside guys in their importance to the offense, especially for me, Randall, offenses that are going to run your West Coast variety, which are going to be more leaning into, we want you to run a 5-yard route, turn around, make the catch, and then be a yak monster. Well, those guys become even more important than in those particular offenses, which is exactly the style of offense that we run. Thank you, though, man, for that donation. I do appreciate you. So I looked at, there's a couple freaks there. There's a couple freaks, but if we were to say what's more of the rule of thumb, I'd say it's the non-freakish variety, especially if it's coming down to real pure burner speed and just being super uber explosive. Thank you, Randall, though, for the quad dono. MJ Seahawk with a $5. Thank you, MJ, for the double dono too, brother. Says JSN is one of those players that can get 150 yards and 3 touchdowns, then go out and have 5 receptions for 40, but all 5 were for third down conversions. Wow. Wonderfully put. And that's the way I see it as well. This is a bit like, it's almost like, jiu-jitsu. A guy rolls this way and then you counter that. You do this, I do that. You do this, I roll to that. And it's different, I would say. I harp on this a bit, MJ Seahawk, because I think that this is a bit of a difference in mentality from our old offensive designs. When we were running the power running game that would then draw into the deep shots down the football field, it was very kind of simplistic in what it was going to do. And it was very much a mirror image of what you did defensively. We're going to show you the cover 3. You know what's coming. Good luck beating it. We've got superior talent in order to beat you. Well, offensively, you said, okay, we're going to run Marshawn Lynch into your face mask 25 times a game, and you might stop him for 3 quarters, but by the 4th quarter, we're going to wear you down, and then we're going to just break your back. So there's a difference here in the way you attack now with this offense, I think, MJ Seahawk, where now it's more about what's the defense doing? What are they leaning towards as far as the personnel package? What's their coverages leaning towards now? A little bit more of playing chess, not checkers. Because that old school football stuff sounds great in the locker room. We're going to go out, and we're going to hit them in the face. And we're going to make pain and blood spill. And they're not going to know what hit them. And we're going to bash them. And we're going to show them every time. I formation, we're running down their throat. They're not going to know what to do. They know what's coming and they can't do nothing about it. What then? Well, that sounds great, right? But you do get a place, and this is going to come up when we describe some of the Super Bowl stuff with Luke Wilson here in a second. You do get to a place of that, though, where defenses now can cheat, right? We know you're doing this because you've got the machismo thing of, we just are what we are, and we take it to you. We dictate to you what we're going to do, right? Tough guy talk that sounds all good, but this is a game as much about your brain as it is about, what you're doing out there, physically and dominating from a talent standpoint. So this is what that allows that to MJ Seahawk. I know I went around the world on this, but this is what that allows to do. You go up into a given matchup, teams roll those double coverages to the outside and Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. Now you have a particular game where, because those defenses is committed to that for a full course of a game or 3 quarters, JSN really gets to eat. He's out there just all over the place making catch after catch after catch. But then if you get a particular opponent you go up against that says, hey, no, we're going to play some more single high safety looks. We're going to drop down the safety into the box. We're going to play some more cloud coverage based stuff that'll have a little bit of a shorter appeal to it in order to keep JSN a little bit more contained, in order to kind of try to remove some of these third down conversions that they're going to get with him down there. But now that opens it up for DK and Tyler on the big plays on the back end. So it's one pulls to the other. And like you said, then maybe he comes out of those games with a little less production, but the impact, the bottom line impact of his presence at that point will still have been felt, because it will have drawn the attention away from DK and Tyler, which I know, again, I harp on this a lot, and watching a lot of the tape, this has been a big problem in our passing offense in recent years, is the amount of attention they get in coverage. The amount of times that it's not just a single guy out there dealing with them, that they're drawing those doubles, even if it's a soft double coverage, right? Even if it's a guy just lingering with extra guy lingering in the paint on a big man. You feel that on the tape. You feel that roll. I felt it in the stadium last year in that Cardinal game that I watched down near right on the field, where you just felt the safety coverage rolling on over to DK every time. And how cannot Gino in that sense when he's making the reads on those plays? So wonderfully put, MJ Seahawk. And I think that if he's doing that type of stuff, then he is hitting his maximum impact at that point. And it'll be nothing but a smile on my face if we're seeing those kind of stats go up and down like that. It ain't going to be inconsistency. They won't be that. And I'll be consistent in how I explain this to people and saying that this isn't inconsistency. This is just our Hawks happening to go after this vulnerability, which was opened up in this particular way by this particular defense this week. And that might change next week, which might impact his level of performance, but doesn't mean he isn't balling out there every single week regardless. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. I appreciate it, man, for the dono. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. It says, Tim Brown, to me, is the same type of receiver as Torrey Holt, Marvin Harrison, kind of a glider guys who run 4.45, route running, bigger attribute. Agreed on that. Holt, Harrison, Isaac Bruce, Randall. Most of those guys in there I would put. Hell, Larry Fitzgerald even. I mean, Gerald was probably almost a 4-6 guy through a lot of his career, I would say, just about. But yeah, they're 4-4-5, 4-5 guys. That's not the first thing that comes to the mind when you think about them. Is that guy, speed. With all of those guys, Brown, Holt, Marvin, Isaac, it's route running. It's change of direction. It's putting those cornerbacks in that bind that I talk about with JSN where I don't know where he's going. I can't predict where he's going. I can't cheat. I can't watch tape of him and go, hey, when his left hand comes up and he's running like this and he's going to cut outside, his fingers stretches open randomly. Look for some little indicator. There is no indicator. He looks exactly the same just before he makes his cut as he's coming off of the line of scrimmage. And those guys were similar, Randall. You watch them run and you never could, you could watch them 7 yards into the route and you couldn't tell if they were going to run a 9 route, a post route, or if it was going to be a comeback. And it's the harder thing to measure because there's not a stat for this. They're starting to kind of get a little bit random with like the yard, the average separation on a route. Some of these advanced statistics are starting to touch on it a little bit, but they're not quite fully capturing it up until this point. Of those guys that are able to create a little bit more extra separation with that body control, with the change of direction. And that's the next stat that I would love to see the NFL analytic folks start to pick up because that's one, unlike some of the analytic stuffs, which doesn't have to be arbitrary. You could measure snap in and snap out what a receiver's generating as far as yards of separation per route. I know there's a tracker on this, but you got to kind of dig for the data a little bit to find it. But that would be the next one that could really start to maybe give people a bit of a keener understanding on what makes particular receivers, so dangerous in what they do because they create that separation. Noah Fant, for instance, from the tight end position, creates as good a separation average per route that he runs, quick separation, as any tight end in the game. And it's one of the things that makes him so effective in getting open so fast. Robert says, I run faster when I'm chasing something. I can confirm that, Robert. It's good to see you, my brother. Blood's in the house. You were always pretty fast, though. You're always pretty quick. Thanks for all the donations, Randall, MJ Seahawk. You guys are very kind on that. I appreciate you. Michael YT says Jackson was one of those players that I wanted really bad, but didn't think we'd get. I didn't really connect him to us either, necessarily. The team has tended to shy away from guys that don't hit certain marks from the receiver standpoint. They want 32-inch long arms. They want 4.4 speed. That's what they've favored in the past. Good broad jump, like at least 120-inch broad jump. They had certain markers, whether you were DK, Paul Richardson, or Tyler Lockett. Basically, that was the way it was. Now with Tyler, he had a little bit of the shorter arms that they overlooked, but he did have the 4.4 speed coming out. He might be a 4.5 guy now, but was in more of that 4.4 range at first. So they had their certain type that they leaned towards. I was a little surprised for it too in that respect of things. Mark Harpercorn, thank you for mentioning as well. If you do like what you're listening to, folks, please hit that like button for me. Would really appreciate it. And if you're not subscribed up, get subscribed up. We're on the road to 15,000 subscribers here this year, and we are rolling fast towards that mark. Mark says, only time I'm running with chronic pain is if someone or something is chasing me. And I bet you're going really fast, though, Mark. You go a little extra faster. That chronic pain hurts just a little bit less if you got somebody chasing you. Especially with some bad intentions. Sean Lee says, I'd love to see Eskridge surprise us this year. I would too. I think he's going to have an uphill battle if JSN comes in and he's balling out. Because I think that there's some things that JSN just does inherently better than Eskridge. Eskridge is more explosive. Eskridge is probably more like a running back with the ball in his hands at times than JSN is. But the reviews have been great about every bit of what we've heard about JSN. Eskridge has been pretty close to him as far as the amount of praise we're hearing this offseason through minicamps in regards to Eskridge. What's great is we've got a lot of depth there, and it's going to be one hell of a dogfight to see who sees the field. And that's a good thing because, Sean, that does go much more differently than it's been in the past, where we get past two deep, and it's sort of a roulette wheel of who you want to pick to send out there. Whereas now it's actually going to be a strength. Micah says, Lions were 100% going to take Witherspoon. They panicked and had to trade down. There was no way they would have traded down if we took a different player. Agreed. Yeah, they totally got pissed that we snaked them. We snaked them big time. Rushman or Cummins says this wide receiver class was weaker and the NFL thought the same. It did. It did. Yeah, this was definitely a weaker class, Rushman. It was missing size. It was missing refinement from certain guys like Quentin Johnson that were top end guys in the draft. And there were a lot of guys that were slot based receivers, Rushman, in this draft. And I think all of that led into making it a weaker draft for the wide receiver class for sure. But a weaker wide receiver class doesn't necessarily mean too, though, that JSN isn't a good player within that, especially because he got dinged a little bit and how he dropped down because of the injury, which may or may not be an issue going forward, but he didn't have that last year of production, and that you knew he was really going to only be a slot at the next level, that's his final resting place. And I think there's still a bit of a variance, Rushman, in the NFL, and as far as those teams that look at the slot as being very valuable, and those teams that look at the slot as kind of we'll get around to it when we get around to bringing that guy in. Rushman says, JSN is so good. I've seen him in person many times and in practice at OSU. Hell yeah, man. I'm stoked to hear that. I love those insider folks watching that you've been able to watch it on the field and see it in person. Nothing to compare to that, and you can just feel it with certain guys, can't you? Save the Geese says, usually it takes receivers 3 years to break out in the league. It does usually take that. Let's go through a couple of recent guys that have been slots in this league. And let's see what they did in their very first year. And these are guys that I think that we could do as somewhat comparable, who I think are somewhat comparable to Jaxon Smith-Njigba. So let's look at this. We've got Cooper Kupp in his very first year, which was 2017. He was targeted 94 times. He caught 67 balls for 869 yards and 5 touchdowns. Now, this obviously isn't Cooper Kupp what he was in 2021, for instance, where he caught 145 balls for 1,947 yards. But still, he came in and he gave you great production from the jump. Save the Geese in that case, right? Like it may have been 3 years to break out, but nearly 900 receiving yards in that first year. If we get that from Jaxon Smith-Njigba, that's going to feel very much like a breakout versus what we've gotten from the slot in recent years. Justin Jefferson, first year for him out the gate. 2020, he had 88 receptions for 1,400 yards. So there's a guy that hit the ground running from the slot. Let's go with Amon St. Brown. His first year, 2021, 90 receptions on 119 targets, 912 yards. And that's a guy that was a third, fourth round pick, something like that. And I could bring some more up to you. I think you're right in the respect of Save the Geese. It usually takes receivers 3 years to develop, but I think that that's usually the case on the guys on the outside. Those guys that have got to find a way to, work against those top end corners, that have to stay off the sideline, that have to deal with the corners coming in. They have to understand. Those guys, I think, tend to take a little bit more time than the slot guys, who I think have a little bit more room to come in and have an instantaneous impact. Michael YT, I wonder how many questions B would ask if he had a chance to interview Carroll. Carroll would have to sign it off. Let's put it that way. There would be so many questions that we'd have to get to the point where Carroll's like, you can't ask anymore. I'm done. I got to go home now. I'd have a book of questions. I think Docs Brandon, if you were working for a Vegas sports book, what's the over-under for number of receptions for JSN? I think Cooper Kupp's first year is pretty close to where I would sit at with him. I think around 60 catches. And I would say that I don't think he gets over 800 yards, but I don't think he gets over 800 yards, not because he's not capable of doing that this first year, but I do think that you're going to get up in certain games and you're going to be able to lean on the running game. And then that's going to reduce some of the passing numbers in some of these games. There'll be plenty of competitive games. They got to fight every inch, every bit of every last man. But there were times last year, this was a thing that changed, I think, in recent history from what we were dealing with through the Rush years, where there started to be this narrative out there in Seahawks fandom that you can, never win a game through the first 3 quarters. Like at the end of the day, you need a quarterback who can take you down the fourth quarter and go win the game. And it's helpful to have that guy, but there's other ways to win games. You can get up on top of teams quickly and then just lean on them. And the team did that at times in some of the wins that we had last year. We were able to do that. And so, if that's going to be the case, I lost my spot a little bit there. If that's going to be the case, then I don't know if he's going to get there necessarily to that above 800-yard mark, because you just might be running the ball so much and not have enough opportunities to do it. But I definitely think 60 and 700 feel like the floor right now. 60, 650 feel like the floor right now, maybe. I think they're going to use him. I guess Eskridge could be the bit of the fly in the ointment on this too, though, right? The monkey wrench. Because if he comes in and he's ready to go and then they just kind of manage it a little bit, then that's tough. But I'm with it. I think he's ready to go. John Holland says, I see JSN as a Doug Baldwin 2.0. Hopefully he can play with the same desire that angry Doug had. I'd love to see that too, John. If he's got the same kind of competitiveness that Doug has, then I'd always have no doubts about it that the kid's going to be great. But I could see some of that there. I can see some of it. A little bit of a different body type in them, but I could see a little bit of some similarities to them. The change of direction, the stop and start, the really good hands, sticky hands. Contested catch situations, you're going to see this kid win a lot of those. Motive says Julian Edelman and Wes Welker did a ton of damage from the slot for Super Bowl winning teams. You better believe they did. Let me add on to that, Motive. Let's not forget the guy that we eventually traded a first-round pick for, Deion Branch. Deion Branch set a Super Bowl record for the Patriots in that Super Bowl win that they had against the Eagles. And where was he doing most of his damage from? The slot. So, yeah, it's been a tried and true method, to utilize. Sector 7 says, me personally, I'm so tired of the Super Bowl 49 talk, but this fan base will probably never recover from it, sadly. I'm going to be doing Sector 7 tomorrow. I've decided on the show. It's going to be a bit on the Super Bowl play, and I'll eventually release it to the live channel, by the way, folks. So it's not going to be the membership content stuff I do will eventually kind of release to you guys so you can catch all the content. I'm not going to keep everything behind a paywall or anything, but we are going to talk about tomorrow, Spectre 7, because I feel like with Luke Wilson and his discussion on it, bringing a little bit into the board of it, it's worth speaking to. My whole thing I've tried to push with it, Spectre, is just the thought process of, look, we're all going to be a little bit bitter about it, upset by it. You can still feel the pain is there with KJ and Luke talking about the play. It's never going to leave the player's mind ever. But it's also one that's there's some explanations for that also fit into it as well. That isn't all just conspiracy driven or somehow, there was somebody trying to be made a star here, and this is the reason this happened. But it's never going away, Spectre. I mean, hell, I've got the most common comment I've gotten in all my videos probably over 4 years outside of, hey, good content, love the stuff. Outside of that stuff is, especially when it's fans of other teams coming in, should have run the ball. Should have run the ball. Still should have run the ball. Like, doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with the content I've posted. They'll still come in and do it. So they're there to remind us, even if we try to forget. Mr. Isaac says, hey, what's up, Brando? What's up, Mr. Isaac? It's good to see you in the house, man. Deadly says, oh yeah, the Luke Wilson interview really was concerning. He said that his first practice back was the worst practice he's ever seen from any football team. Whose fault is that? Is that still a problem? Great question. Another very, very good tidbit that came from Luke Wilson in that interview. And Luke Wilson, for those that may have not have seen it, Luke spoke about the fact that when he came back to Seattle and retired after one practice, a lot of people wondered at that time why that occurred. And Luke really seemed to have referenced, number one, it was a little bit of the team playing that game with him where they were going to cut him after this thing and then try to bring him back so that they didn't have to guarantee his salary for a year. I think that kind of probably chapped his hide a bit. But the second part of it was also that when he went there and watched the practices, the worst practice of any NFL teams, be it Detroit that he had stayed at or any other places that he had been at, I think Raiders as well, the worst practice he had seen. And this was the year, of course, that they had the very bad season, 4-12, wherever it was. I think what occurred is a transition and a change a couple of years ago, Deadly. And the change that occurred happened when Russell Wilson was moved. The change that occurred happened, though, beyond just the Russell situation, beyond just, hey, we'll give Geno a chance at the quarterback position. I think this was also we need a reset here. We need to reset what's going wrong. I did the whole show I did the last week on this, talking about the number of things that had built up over time, the number of issues that had built up over time that you had not addressed and that were not getting fixed and continued to be problematic, continued to fester. And the team seemed to have finally come to a spot in 2020 where they were going to start to, and some of it, they'd already begun the process prior, or not 20, but Russell being moved in 2022, that they'd done some processes. For instance, bringing in Waldron, changing over the offense. They'd begun to take that changeover, right? The defense changeover that was going to occur over that offseason as well, moving to more of a Fangio style of defense. They're looking to update some things, so they're making some changes there. You had the draft where they were leaning back into more of a value-based system. I went through it kind of point by point last week, but I think you take all of those things that were failing together, and that ends up bearing out into practices that look like crap. And the team hadn't drafted well. And did they have guys that were all about ball? No. Do we understand now, Deadly, when we have Schneider talking about wanting guys that are all about ball, that love football, that want to be great? Why is that at the forefront? So the guy's out there lifting extra weights at night? No, so that he takes his job seriously. He takes the task at hand seriously. He's not laughing like Luke Wilson talked about in that practice, that there were players dropping balls and laughing about it. And that's just not okay. And you got to have, this is where the leadership comes from within. This is all that stuff. So whose fault is it that you had practices at that point in time? Deadly, it definitely falls on the coach. Were there things that frustrated us watching the team that we can understand out? We didn't need to see the practices to understand that there had been something a little bit lost at times in where the team was. Yeah, they'd lost their way a little bit. Have they refound it? Have things moved around? Have they gotten a culture reestablished here that seems to be different from that one? It does. So was there a problem there at the time? Yeah. And does it suck that it had to reach that place? It does. It would have been nice if they didn't have to get to a place of having to learn these lessons the hard way. But have they learned the lessons? And my point's been throughout the offseason, the last offseason, is that they have begun to. I'll hammer this team when they're doing things wrong and they refuse to change their ways. I won't hammer this team when they do things wrong and then they put a fix in place. When they try something new. When they try to resolve what isn't working. There is no magical answer to every question in the NFL from every organization. But which teams are trying that? Which teams are really, really pushing to try to make their process as perfect as possible, understanding it will never reach pure perfection. And the Seahawks are doing that in recent years. And that gives me much more confidence in this organization, this coaching staff, and also the fact that this team is going to get itself back into the Super Bowl sooner than later on the back of this. The fundamentals are clean. So I would guess if Luke Wilson went out and watched a practice this training camp, Deadly, and saw what they were doing and how they were going about their business, I think that he would say, he would say, this is not anywhere close to that bad practice I watched. This is much more closer and akin to what we were doing back in the early 2010s. Yeah. Mr. Isaac says, been a busy few weeks. Finally able to hop on. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, man. It's good to see you, Isaac. I hope you're having a great night. Fantastic night. I'm a little bit behind on the donos here. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, off topic, but I've been hearing a lot of people talking about the Chase Young trade rumor talks to the Seattle Seahawks. True or false? Thoughts? I haven't seen anything that's significant true smoke to these rumors. I've been a bit confused by these rumors, DJ. Seahawks could pull off the move. He's not making a significant base salary this year to where if the Seahawks brought in Chase Young on a one-year flyer, they could afford it. They wouldn't have to cut somebody or reduce down the team to bring him on. So that would work. He's at his lowest value he's ever been in this league from a trade return capital standpoint. Washington, if Washington wanted to move Chase Young the day after drafting him or a year after drafting him, he's at his lowest point now as far as the returns they can hope to get. That works in the Seahawks' favor. They're getting a depressed asset that's not going to cost them a lot of money to make the move. I haven't understood how this makes sense when you're going to shoot this bullet from this particular gun in a manner that doesn't fix really the issue that you have on defense right now, which is the interior of the defensive line. And then how do you stack up your edges at that point? Who you have 5 deep. You just drafted a second rounder in Tarek Hall. Boye Mafe was struggling at times to get some snaps on the football field, especially as a pass rusher, because Darrell Taylor was taking some of those snaps last year. Uchenna Nwosu balled out for you. The only way I can see the trade occurring, DJ, is if one of our edges is being included as part of that package. And then it could make some sense to me where Washington says, we'll take Uchenna Nwosu on a one-year flyer here and flip that out for Chase. Or Darrell Taylor. That's been one that stood out to me on this, is that Seattle moves Darrell Taylor to Washington. Washington has the three down dogs already on that defense and Montez Sweat, Jonathan Allen, and LaRon Payne. So they can afford to have a guy that's just a pass rush specialist only. They get some value back from that. They have 2 years of club control then with Darrell Taylor at that point versus our 1 year of club control on Chase Young. We don't have to give up a significant amount of trade capital on top of that to make the move happen. So I could see it making sense if that was the way the trade worked. Seattle just wasn't sold on Taylor long-term here and that they like the upside return of Chase Young. I'm kind of worried about making a move for a guy that I don't know if his knee's really healthy. And it'd be very interesting to see if he would really truly pass a physical right now if Seattle does make this trade. If he's 100% where he was before and he feels perfectly strong with that knee and everything's good to go, it just took him a little bit of extra time to recover, which is sometimes the case on ACLs, I'd love the move. It'd be great. I certainly don't think Darrell Taylor's a part of the long-term plans here. And I'm not married to not being willing to move him right now because the thing that would happen if you made that trade, moving Taylor for Young, is you're moving Taylor then at the highest possible value he's been at in his pro career up until this point, and you're getting Chase Young at the lowest possible cost that he's costed at this point. That's pretty nice, having both of those opposite ends of the scale if you can make the move in that way. But if they do a DJ to bring him in on as the fifth edge, I can't understand that one. That's the one where I go, how does that work? So now Boye Mafe and Derek Hall have no snaps. They're just going to be sitting on the bench and kind of just wasting away a little bit at that point. That part that's the part to me that I haven't been able to figure out with this. So I come down to DJ really thinking that they've probably kicked the tires, but I think probably as much as anything, Washington's maybe trying to generate, more interest here for Chase because of that depressed value, because of the fact the league knows that, look, his knee's not great. He's not produced in a couple of years. He's never produced at an elite level up until this point. His draft position is really drawing a lot of what the value for you having to give up in the trade at that point, not what he's done on the field necessarily. So it's possible. There's some ways to make it work, but I think that the Seahawks would look to other places and ways to upgrade and help the team. Thank you though, DJ. Appreciate the donation. Randall with another $2 dono. Thank you, Randall, for all the donos today. He says, more yards, touchdowns, JSN or Charbonnet. Ooh. I think that JSN has more yards than Charbonnet, but I think that Charbonnet ends up with more touchdowns because I think the team's going to feature Charbonnet a little bit at times, especially you get into that place. This was a spot they struggled with at times into that, 2nd and goal from the 5. Can you go with 2 runs back to back with a guy like Charbonnet and get it in, bang it in, just kind of ramrod your way into the end zone like we used to do with Marshawn. It ain't pretty. It ain't elegant. It ain't a lot of moving parts and stuff like that. It's just coming right downhill at you and we're going to bang it home. So I think Charbonnet gets out of this season with like 7-8 touchdowns as kind of that player in that role. I think JSN's probably more around that 4 or 5 touchdown area thing. But JSN gets the 600, 700, 800 yards receiving. I think Charbonnet is more around probably 500 yards, 550 yards, something like that on the ground this year. Not quite crowded, maybe 600. And some of that depends on the health of Walker, but Walker I think will be really featured. I think Walker's probably a 1,400 yard back. And I think he'll just be passing too much to get Charbonnet enough carries to get up around 1,000, Randall. That'd be the way I'd bet it. Corey Olson, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you guys tonight. Thank you so much on the donos. Says, so looking at our offense, besides looking at the offensive line, where is the weakness? Where is the weakness? Will Geno be able to utilize the weapons to the maximum? So looking at our offense besides looking at the O-line. So besides saying the offensive line's got some weaknesses, I think is what you're saying there, Corey. Will Geno be able to utilize the weapons to the maximum? And the answer here is absolutely positively yes. And the reason why is that you're not top heavy driven. This is not an offense that let's pull this offense back. Let's say you had Will Disley, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Kenneth Walker. That would be what I'd call more of a top heavy situation. And so the fact that you have all of this extra stuff, 2 tight ends then back behind that, 2 guys that can fit in as slot guys, 3 running backs then behind that starting running back. You've put the depth and the talent of depth, not just names behind guys, but there's some talent here behind these guys in the way that this is set up. So when you talk about maximizing it to the ultimate, using all of these weapons in the way that you can, what prevents you from being able to do that? There is no weaknesses with any of these things. If you tell me I got to move away from the offensive line, that's the only center and right guard are the only place on this offense, bar none, that you can talk to me and say there's a weakness or any potential weakness. And I even don't think it's really a weakness. I think even Phil Haynes, if he's out there starting for you, if Bradford just completely craps the bed, can't play for you year one, you're getting a guy in Phil Haynes who's going to give you a 60 PFF grade from the right guard position. He'll play right around league average level of play. And between Evan Brown and Oluwatimi, one of those two guys will give you an equivalency to Phil Haynes then if he starts there at right guard. And while neither of those two scores are great, while neither of those two marks are some high level of play, they're workable. And what stands out is that when you've had Gabe Jackson in there at times in recent years, or last year Austin Blythe, it's not been workable. Those guys have been playing more in the 50s range as far as their PFF scores, well below league average, kind of the worst at their position in the league when it's all said and done. So you're still taking a step ahead, even though the overall performance ain't great, it's still taking a step ahead overall in that offensive line. But what's the weakness as far as outside? I mean, what is it? You can attack deep, you can attack short. You have guys in Derek Young and Eskridge and Jaxon Smith-Njigba that can run the fly sweep bubble game. So you have all of that built within it. You have an offense that can hit you both deep and short. Gino was the best deep passer in the league on throws over 20 yards last year. Highest rated passer on throws over 20 yards last year. Half of his touchdowns came on deep throws. And he had 70% completion percentage, so he also showed the willingness to dink and dunk when that was what the defense was going to give him. He didn't force anything. When you talk about where's the weaknesses, Corey, it's how can defenses force us into something to where we don't have then a counter to get away? They get us trapped in a corner, or like a fighter gets another fighter into the corner and he can't get out of it. And it's like, I remember in Rocky get out of the corner, and he's beating him up in the corner, and it's like that. You've got a way every single time, no matter what defense adjusts or changes to get yourself out of that corner. You've got the footwork, you got the speed, you got the extra guy you can call upon to do that. So there is no weaknesses in this offense. That's why I say, and you've played 50 years of football. You've had Hall of Fame offensive coaches come through here like Mike Holmgren. Or you could even apply, Chuck Knox was a Hall of Fame offensive coach, but nearly a Hall of Fame coach in his own right. You've had Dennis Erickson, who Chad Brown told me was an offensive mastermind come in through here. You know, you've had some very bright minds. You've had some really good offenses. But over 50 years, it is not hyperbole to say that this is the best offense you have ever put together. If you're giving me an NFL offense that I'm saying, doesn't matter whether it's in Seattle or it's in LA or it's in Miami, and I say I'm going to give you the best offense you've had in 50 years, it's probably a top 5 offense. It's probably a top 3 offense. It's probably an offense without many, if any, weaknesses. And that's any team that you would apply that to. Maybe some offenses were just so prolific and just throwing the ball, like Miami, where they had no running game with Marino, and that'd probably be their best all-time offenses. But I think the point stands. I don't see there being any weaknesses, Corey. Only that right guard, only that center, and even there, it's marginal when compared to previous seasons where it's been so bad, that level of play. When you've had to trot out the Joey Hunts out there who just couldn't get the job done. Thank you, Corey. The donation. I think I answered what you were asking on that. I read it a couple of times. I didn't want to make sure I want to misread it. But I don't see any weaknesses here. I really don't. Donnie Dugas with a $2 donation says, figure out a screen game. It's a great point, Donnie. This is a place that if you're talking about what's been a weakness in recent years, it's been the use of the screen game. Fly, but I ought to add on top of that, Donnie, the fly sweep stuff too. Getting lateral in the running game at times. But the screen game, the traditional screen game to the running back where the quarterback drops back, throws it over the top of the defensive lineman, right? The offensive lineman get up the field. You run the traditional screen or you run the bubble screen. And they've not been good with either of them. Part of where I think the failures have come in on is, it's really 2 places for me. Number one, it's the offensive linemen are not fast enough, Donnie, to get in space to get to those blocks in the screen game, which is really the elemental part to making the screen game work, is getting the linemen in space and them getting to the blocks, not just having them move in space, but actually reaching those second level blocks. That's been the big problem that stood out that they've not been able to accomplish in recent years. They've started to get quicker. They've started to get more athletic on this offensive line with the transition to Waldron. Cross, Lucas, Bradford, Oluwatimi. All of these guys can do that mobility-based stuff, and so you should be better in the screen game if those guys are out there playing for you. You still have in Damian Lewis a guy at times who still can't do that type of stuff as well, but some of this is the transition to the more mobile offensive lineman to make the screen game, work. I would argue too that when you look across the NFL now, the traditional screen game, that to the running back kind of play where the quarterback used to just drop and retreat back in the pocket, try to bring the defensive lineman as close to him as he could, and then throw it over the top of their arms. That has started to wane in recent years across the board all over the NFL. I don't know if it's because these defensive linemen are all 6'7" with 35-inch long arms, and you just can't, because you have to loop it over the top when you throw to that running back. Those linemen come in, and when we had Russ especially, Russ couldn't do it, not at his size. Kyler Murray can't do it at his size. If you're a 5'9" guy and you have a 6'7" guy with arms like this and he's 2 yards away from you, you can't lollipop the ball in the way that you have to do it to get it over those arms to the running back without somebody closing on the ball and picking it off. You're putting too much air underneath the throw that shouldn't have that much air underneath it because it's such a short throw and you're just trying to get the ball into the hands of the running back at that point. So I don't know if that part's really ever coming back, Donnie, on the traditional screen game and the run game in that part, but I do think the bubble screen game is going to be better because you've got the linemen that can get there, Donnie. And then you also have now the bubble screen guys available who can run those routes. Who did we have doing this before? Tyler Lockett? He's not a yak guy. He's not going to run like a running back with a ball in his hands. Penny Hart? No. Eskridge did it a little bit, but he can't stay healthy. Marquise Goodwin, they had him try to do it a couple times, but that's not his game. He's too slight. You need a guy that can run strong with the ball in his hands, who can run not like a full-on running back, but that can run with elements of a running back to his game, run behind his pads, get a little bit of a lower center of gravity, maybe fight through some tackles and drive forward a couple extra yards even once the guys get their hands on you. Now you have the guys that can do that in that respect too. Eskridge may be back healthy. Jaxon Smith-Njigba can do that. And let's not forget Tariq Young, who, Donnie, that's all he did at Denore Lenore was run fly sweeps and bubble screens and get the ball in his hands in space and let him go cook. So you have now 3 guys that can maybe do it where you haven't in the past. You didn't trust Tariq through most of the year with him being so young, and now he comes along. I think they've reinforced the ranks there to where you're not going to have the emptiness of the position where we just don't have a guy who can do it with the ball in his hands. It's got to have all of those elements go together. The mobile lineman, the guy that can be money with the ball in his hands to make those plays work. And the Seahawks have usually been missing multiple parts of that process. Why it's failed so thoroughly over so many different years. But a fantastic point there, Donnie. That's a place that they can definitely improve upon. MJ Seahawk with another $5 donation. Says, I am a Hawks fan that lives in Colorado. I'm going to Grassi's 30-30. Can't wait to make the Donkeys and Pax fans cringe. Go Hawks. Oh, you're awesome, MJ Seahawk. Hopefully you don't get jumped, man. These Bronco fans at this point, they're going to eventually get to such a bitter state with us that we're going to have to maybe have our head on a swivel a little bit if we get ourselves around any kind of orange hats with horses on the front of it. So I don't know, man. One more trade, we rob them, or one more Super Bowl we steal from them. We might find ourselves not only just bitter enemies, but bitter mortal enemies at that point of it. But when you go over, if you see him, tell him MJ Seahawk, tell him the Hawks Nest says what's up, and tell him sorry I wasn't able to meet him in Seattle with doing my trip as I'm doing it. Just a bad timing on it. I'd love to go see Tom too and say what's up to him out there. So do give the love out there from the Hawks Nest. Tell him thanks for doing the raid as he did it with us one time back in the day. Appreciate it from him on that side of it. So you're MJ Seahawk. You're a brave man. You'd only be braver if you've got the Broncos that says "Let's ride" with the Seahawk riding the Bronco donkey, right? Only if you wear that shirt is that even that much more ballsy to go out there and do that. Perno will probably be out there as well, I'd imagine. In the Denver one, I got to think his buddy Perner's got to be out there to check that out too, right? You'd think. I think. But go Hawks, man. Go Hawks. And tell Tom I said, what's up? Duffy Owens. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Duffy. I appreciate you, man. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Donnie. Man, I was having a good time talking to you on the chat there with your discussion. You just dropped a 50 bomb. Donnie, thank you so much, man. Big $50 donation drop by Donnie Dugas. You are awesome, brother. Thank you for doing that, man. I really do appreciate that support on that. Really like where you're coming from on the screen game. Somebody was just asking me below your donation with the $2 donation about, what is the weakness on this team and they're on the offense. And I can't find it from a personnel standpoint, and I can't find it, from a talent standpoint. I think you are stacked and racked across the board. But to your point on the comment in your donation, and let me piggyback on it a little bit, the screen game has been the place that has been missing a little bit as of recent, and for many different years. And the bubble screen is becoming a vital part of explosive offenses in the NFL. It's almost, you can't be an explosive offense if you can't run that play to some kind of level of effectiveness, just to keep defenses at the very least honest, to say nothing of being able to pick up chunks of yardage with it, Donnie. And so it becomes more even than the traditional to the running back screen game. That bubble screen stuff has got to be something that we take advantage of. And it really comes down to even a further boiled down mark for me on this, Donnie, which is the utilization of the lateral elements into the offense. Everything with this offense for a lot of the years was about verticality in every way. You have Marshawn Lynch, who's a north and south runner, right? North and south means they're getting right up the field. East and west means that he does too much east and west is what they'll say about those runners that dance too much and get too wide. Does too much of that. He needs to just hit that hole. He needs to just run it up in there and take it up the field. And so, he's you've leaned to that in the past. Even if it meant with Marshawn, you're going to get only 2 yards or 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Well, we'll wear him down eventually. We'll play the field position game. We're getting those safeties driven up in the running game to eventually be able to hit a deep shot over the top. You lean so hard into that. And now with the Waldron offense or the McVay offense, this is way more about hitting laterally to then get up vertically up the football field. Bubble screens are going to first go lateral. If you want to run the fly sweeps, which is another part that I think Donnie's got to be a part of this, that we've got to think about. The fly sweep has got to be built in every week. 4 to 5 attempts every single week. If we did it, we got 40 yards rushing on top of whatever else we rush. I guarantee you. If you go back and you track the last 2 to 3 years in that fly sweep game, it's averaged like 5 yards a carry when we run it. We just don't run it. And we've run it most of the time we've run it, it's to the guys like Penny Hart or Tyler Lockett or guys that are just ill-suited to do it. But what's at the heart of this, Donnie, is the modern NFL age, Niners, Rams, a lot of these offenses, it's about them getting lateral so they can test out your team speed. Do you just got a bunch of big bodies down near the line of scrimmage and you're just trying to muddle everything up? Well, we're going to get you out to the edges. We're going to show us that your guys can rally to the ball, can get 20 yards down the field on our guy. And I think your mention of the bubble screen, the fly sweep elements of things, the utilization of those things are so important in this offense because once you start to now take these defenses that can compound down near the line of scrimmage when it's boring and A gap and B gap runs, and now you start to stretch them out with the lateral aspects of the game, things start to open up. There's more open spaces and holes now in that defense, especially when we talk about getting back to the A and B gap runs. This would be the place where I would try to sell Coach Carroll, Donnie, if I could sell him on the fly sweep stuff, is that, Coach Carroll, you love your A gap runs, you love your B gap runs, and you have found some limiting factors to that over the last 5 or 6 years because defenses have become very keenly aware that you like those kind of runs. One way to reopen those runs back up is to start to take better advantage of the lateral runs. It's going to get you back home. It's going to get you back to the place you want to be offensively, where you're pounding the rock and you're wearing defenses down and you're coming downhill with them all day long, A gap, B gap runs. But we got to pull them out. We can't let them get down there compounded because it gets to a point where if they're going to stack the boxes down that tight, knowing your running game is this limited in your scope of where you're going to attack, they can formationally kind of break that, even if they don't have the talent to stack up against the blockers that we're going at them with. And that's that checkers, not chess kind of game that you start to play. So I think I know I'm adding on to it, Donnie. And Donnie, you are amazing, man, for the $50 donation on top of your other donation. I really do appreciate it. But I think you found the one place that I couldn't find in trying to answer that question that is probably the one place that is the weakness. Can they take finally fully advantage of this Sean McVay offense? Is it going to still continue to be treated at times like a buffet? That's been my point on this. The past is they've been a little bit and they took steps last year finally, but the first year it was really much like, we're going to do some of this. We'll do some of the old stuff here. We'll do a little of this. I don't like that. That's icky. I like that. That's good. I don't want to do that. The fly sweep. No, we don't do that. Bubble screen. No, we're not going to do that. We'll do the outside zone runs though. We'll put that in. No, you bring it on, right? Bring it on in full. On board the hell out of this thing. McVay on the back of this has created some great offenses. He turned Goff into a 4,500 yard passer in this offense. A guy that was looking like a bust initially, and he really was able to kind of reclaim him a bit with that. So I hope that they try to take more of it on board. I think some of it, Donnie, has been inhibited by those slower offensive linemen because in the old scheme, you looked for the big man mountain types that couldn't move well in space, that had about a 2-yard phone booth like area closet. I got to stop using the phone booths because there's no longer any phone booths. So we got to start calling them closets, and not a walk-in closet, but like an apartment closet. You'd have linemen that couldn't move in, but outside of like an apartment closet of space. And now Cross, Lucas, very good movers in space for tackle position. Bradford, athletically tested out great. Oluwatimi, absolutely all over his tape in Michigan, showed you that he could move in space. I think this is going to help us. And it's going to help us in not just the screen game, Donnie, but also in that, also in this lateral element of things. I'm going to be doing a play breakdown. I'm going to start doing some play breakdowns, anatomy of plays from last year, and showing you guys this soon. I got a video I'm kind of prepping up and ready now against the Detroit Lions that really does put this into perspective too in the running game. And that so much of what you're trying to do is get a numbers game to one side of the field versus what you used to do was just that we're going to mash, we're going to come off the ball. We're going to hit you in the face. Every guy's going to hit every guy in the face across the line, and we're going to wear you down. Now it's a little more finesse, but it can be even more explosive on the back of this finesse. Donnie, you are amazing though, brother. I do appreciate that $50 donation, man. You are just awesome. Support just amazing here. I can't believe you guys. You're so very kind. Megan with the $2 donation says, dipping out B. Head is ready to explode, but I will talk to you soon. Sounds good, Megan. You take care. Get some water, some rest. I'll be here. So hope you get better on that. Migraines suck. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, drinks up San Diego. PSA, the Hawk Bar here in Thirsters in PB. For anyone traveling here, your favorite off-season move can be both draft or free agent pickup. Drinks up San Diego. Okay, we got Drinks up San Diego. Just a place to hang out. The Hawks Bar down there, Thirsters in PB. So good suggestion there, Kevin. There's some really good Seahawks bars in actually San Diego. I'm impressed by the Seahawks contingent down there. You guys went down there for the sun. I get it. I don't knock you for it. I understand. You eventually just need to have some sun on your face. But thank you for the $5 donation, and I'll have to check that out. Thirsters. I lived in San Diego, and it sounds somewhat familiar, but it's not drawing anything into mind. My favorite off-season move. Whew, good question. Man, I'm having a hard time going to just one here, Kevin. I really am. I mean, I suppose I'll go to the 2 on this one from my standpoint of it. I think the Bobby Wagner signing is one that is not you're bringing back a mascot or you're bringing back some sort of, Legion of Boom token to make everybody feel warm and fuzzy about the upcoming season. The guy is going to have an impact and a helpful impact on this defense from where they were last year that I think is going to be substantial, both on the field and off. And I'm glad the team took the understanding of that was a mistake to move off of him. Let's go back. We tried a different path here. It didn't work. Go back to this, that he's not going to be Bobby of his prime, but does he give you better play from the position than you got last year? And mightily so. The answer for me is yes. Yes, he will. On top of all that leadership stuff he provides, especially for such a young team like this that needs its leaders. It's going to need its Quandrays. It's going to need its Bobby Wagners. especially being so young on defense. So that was the one that really stood out to me. And then looking at it from a cost standpoint, to get him in here on a 1 year, $7 million deal where you didn't have to spend a lot of money to get that and make that happen. That was the one to me that I just really said, this is what you need to go do it, get this done. Don't overthink this. He wants to be here. He wants to retire here. He's still playing well. Get it done. And the team did, and not at a great cost. And it's going to be, the returns for that $7 million, I think, are going to be pretty substantial. If on the back of this, you can get yourself up from 28th, 29th as a defense to 15th with just him in there with all of the younger guys maturing along with it and taking their steps forward as development with the rookies you're bringing in the draft, all of that going together, but him also being a key glue to making that all work. You know, the yeast that makes the bread rise. Now, as far as the draft goes, Oluwatimi is the guy that I keep coming back to, Kevin, that I just really loved in this draft, that move. He was the guy that I long targeted in this draft in looking at the various centers that were out there. They weren't bad. Wilper wasn't bad. Tipman was good. You liked all the Minnesota guys, Schmitz. But there were little reservations with each of them in them not necessarily being exactly the fit to what you want to do at the center position in your offense. And Oluwatimi is that fit. And he was a guy that I thought was long slept on in this process of the pre-draft evaluation process. I couldn't quite believe here that this guy dropped as much as he did. As much as he played, winning the multiple awards on the offensive line, which weren't just being handed to him, he had earned those by his level of play, by how impressive he was at Michigan. And to have all that get overlooked to where he drops into the depths of the 5th round, I could not believe it when they took him and when they got him there. And I think that this is going to be a guy that ends up starting for you at least for the next 5, 6, 7 years and plays solid ball for you. And to go get that in the 5th round, especially when it was I know Evan Brown can maybe slide in there and be your starter, but for all intents and purposes, this was a pretty desperate situation where the position was at. I love that. I love that selection and that pick. And that was pure value to me, the best value selection in this draft. For his fit to our scheme, I would have put a 3rd round value on him as a player. And you got that in the late 5th. You got that almost at the edge of the 6th round, just about, Kevin. So that's the one for me there. But Bobby coming back on the other side is the one that that's money for me. That's the one that I'm just like, yeah, thank you. Doesn't have to be sometimes overthought a bit, you know. Sometimes just simple and easy. And sorry, I'm a little bit behind the chat, but I will catch up. I get long-winded, folks, you know. It happens at times. Wow, I'm way behind. My bad. Sean Lee says, I can't wait for the season to get here because the Mariners are giving me heartburn. Yeah, me too. It's been a rough year with the Mems, watching them. Just not the most exciting brand of baseball. Tony Wright, your Seahawks with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. My Falcons with Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson have the best young running back cores in the National Football League. I would agree with you, man. I would agree with you. Young, cheap, and real good. You guys also have a really good run blocking offensive line too. I mean, that's where you guys probably have a bit of an edge on us as it stands. I think we're good run blocking offensive line, but we're probably a little more built as maybe a pass protecting unit right now. John Holland says, imagine the lineup of DK, Lockett, JSN, Fant, and McIntosh. So many options. You could swap out Fant with Charbonnet or Eskridge if he makes the team. Should be a defensive nightmare. They should be able to dictate mismatches out there with this. And if you're right, move them into a variety of different places, you know? And that's the fun part here with Waldron last year is he showed a high amount of creativity. I kind of tried to show it off a little bit in the tight end video with you guys when I was showing those different formations. You know, 3 tight ends here, 2 to one side, 1 here, 1 going in pre-snap motion, 1 going in post-snap motion. You know, 1 pulling back across the formation post-snap this way to come over to here to lay a block to this side. It's the varieties you'd use them. The shotgun, two tight ends in shotgun, running back behind him. And then how they used that and how they challenged defenses with that in that manner. You know, he was really creative. And I think that he's not going to have any problem this year of finding a way to use these guys because he's very open and not just being locked in a box of this is how this offense has to run. We're going to run this. We're going to run that. He leaned into it. And I especially like it because last year he didn't have the slot to lean into as much, John. And so Waldron leaned into what was the strength of the team offensively with the 3 deep tight ends and with them all kind of coming along and playing so well as they were. I have a faith he's going to do that, man. I really do. Tony says, Kenneth Walker, Algier were the only 2 rookies to gain 1,000 yards in 2022. Indeed. Brees Hall probably would have gotten there if he could have stayed healthy, but it's hard to stay healthy for a full year in the NFL. That's for sure. I was really impressed by Tyler Algier. I was selling short on him, Tony. I really was. I do think some of Algier's production, like Patterson last year, does come a little bit from the fact that the Falcons are such a good run blocking team. I mean, your coach, that's kind of his bread and butter a little bit is his, schematic scheming up his offense in the ways that he does, which is only going to help Bijan Robinson that much more too. But some of that I think is just a little pushed by that to a degree. Sam the Great says Steve Smith should get a gold jacket, his size and what he was capable to do as a main receiver. I agree. He's got to get in there and he's going to. He's got the 14,000 yards, well past the 10,000 yard mark. He'll be a first ballot guy, I would say. Snail Steve Smith was not afraid of getting hit. No, he was not. Especially as a smaller guy. And he was strong as a smaller guy. How many times do you see him get up and grab a guy's face mask and rip him around and stuff for being such an undersized dude? That's one of those, not the size of the dog, the size of the fight in the dog. One of those things. I think Doc says there's football speed and then there's DK speed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's in a different realm. Greg Kim says, if you name the top 5 wide receivers of all time, only Jerry Rice was considered a route runner. People are really overrating route running just because the NFL has been focusing on the Z and slot receivers. Let me see. Hold on, Greg. Let me double check this here. So, Greg, if you name the top 5 receivers all time, only Jerry Rice considered. So, I guess you're not putting Larry Fitzgerald as a top 5 wide receiver? Larry Fitzgerald is the second all-time receiver in receiving yardage. And he is 6th all-time in receiving touchdowns. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if I agree on that, Greg. Randy Moss, sure. But I guess this is where the argument comes down to who's those other 3 guys. I mean, maybe Calvin Johnson, I guess. You could maybe for his short period of time. But if you go through as we walk through the list, here's the top 10 receiving leaders all time in the NFL for wide receivers. All of them with over 14,000 yards. Number 10, Reggie Wayne. He was not a burner. He was not known as a guy that's, speed running. He was a route running guy. That's what he did. Route running in hands. And I think really the common denominator, Greg, is if you look at these top 10, route running in hands is really the more common denominator than it is the guys being freak shows athletically or from a speed standpoint. But Reggie Wayne at 10, route runner. Marvin Harrison, I think more of a route runner hands guy. Steve Smith Jr. certainly was a burner. Tim Brown, 7th at 14.9, more of a route runner hands guy. Gonzalez, tight end. So I guess whatever you want to put it on that. He certainly was quick, fast for a tight end. I give you that. Isaac Bruce, I would say, was more at number 5 with 15,000 yards, was more of a route runner hands guy. Body control guy, sink his hips kind of guy. Good speed. In the case of guys like, those guys don't get in the top 10 but not have at least good speed, but was it great speed or were they physical powerhouses or physical beasts? Jerry Rice, yeah. Terrell Owens, yeah. Or not Jerry Rice, but Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, yeah. Those guys certainly in that neighborhood. But I think when you do look at top 10, man, there's an argument to be made here that route running is very much carrying the day throughout the NFL history. Is the guys that have put up the most prolific stats and the longest careers. Megan and Brian, who do you know have seen put Largent in the top 5 all-time list? Well, this is where things get tough with this, Greg, I think, to agree when we have these kind of talks. What makes these hard as far as discussions go is the general nature of all sports is that the longer that you go outside of the period of the player playing, the less that he's considered and renowned or impactful to that point, right? Nobody gives Bill Russell the kind of props for being an all-time great. Well, because, he doesn't put up the stats here, but he wins all these championships. Jim Brown might have been the best all-time running back, retired early. Still legitimately impressive highlights when you go back and watch that guy play. But is he now listed in all the people's top 5? There's a lot of people that drop him out of it, because it's going to be the young cats that are going to look at the young players, and that's who they're going to hold in higher renown. When it comes down to these receivers we talk about being Randy Moss or any of these other guys, they played in a different era of football. And the other thing is they played in different offenses. They had different quarterbacks throwing them the ball. And when Largent retired, Greg, this is the thing that drives me crazy about not assessing the greatness of Largent or not considering the greatness of Largent. Largent retires and he holds every major receiving record in the books, but he shouldn't be top 5 all time now because teams now want to throw for 5,000 yards. Teams now want to throw 65% of the time. And these high volume passing attacks that come along that's going to allow for receivers to be more prolific, thus means that those receivers are better. I think that in assembling a top 5 list, there's got to be a little bit more nuance put into it rather than just whoever is the du jour guys at the moment that are the trendsetters or the front runners as far as the number of yards they're getting, that they're the ones you have to consider in that area of things. When Largent was retired, Greg, when he retired, and you asked the majority of NFL pundits across the league at that time, who's the best all-time wide receiver? The name that they would mention at that time is Steve Largent. That ain't out of pocket for me to say, or that ain't even a hard guess for me to make. I heard it at the time when I was growing up. You'd hear your Dick Buckuses of the league and everybody else in between talk about Largent in that way. It was only with time. It was only with Jerry Rice coming in and destroying all of his records. But Jerry Rice is the poster child here for what I'm talking about, Greg. He plays in a West Coast offense. Largent has to play in a run-based offense his entire career, not for a year or two, his entire career. Jerry got to play in a high-volume passing attack throughout his whole entire career. A lot of these guys on this list, like Larry Fitzgerald, same way. High-volume passing attacks for a majority of their careers. Great quarterbacks throwing the ball, or at least good quarterbacks throwing the ball. This is another thing that didn't necessarily did Largent. Yeah, Craig was all right, but it wasn't anywhere in the neighborhood of a Joe Montana. Didn't have the rest of the supporting cast to take the heat off of him. Didn't have the defense on the other side of it. All these other things kind of impact to it. But I don't know. I long said, Greg, that I've got my feeling on Largent where it stands, but that's the part that I don't get with it. You go to me and say, well, Steve Smith Sr. obviously a top 5 potential wide receiver, or Isaac Bruce potentially top 5 wide receiver all time. Did those guys retire when they retired and people said that's the best all-time receiver in the sport that ever played? No, but they said about Largent. But 25 years go by and we should just forget about that because some other guys have been able to stack up some extra stats on top of it. I don't go there myself. I get that there are some people that do, but I'm more in favor of taking the Trekton thing of saying we can't necessarily forget about the old guys that played just because they played in a different era. You don't just necessarily toss them out. And if they were so special and so much of a difference maker at the time that they played than everybody else, then they should continue to be held in high regard. And if some other player is going to beat them out, then he himself should equate to that or better it in the way he is considered in his career versus the rest of the NFL. But I understand that might be just my stance on it. Johnny Pierce is in the house. What's up, man? Greg Kemp says, Megan and Brian, they do good because he automatically should be top 5 because Rice broke his records, but I haven't seen or heard of him in any of these top 5. That's and I agree with you, Greg. You're right. People don't remember it, but that doesn't make people right. Because people can't remember Largent, or because you didn't grow up, not you, Greg, but a person doesn't grow up with Largent, so instead they're going to mention, let's say, Julio Jones instead of Largent before they get to him, because they might not have grown up with Largent or seen it. But that's why I do get to the bottom line. This is where I say, he retired with all these major records across the board. all of these major records, most catches, touchdowns, receptions, yards, go down the list of what you want as far as the guy to set records as far as a receiver go. He set it. He set the mark. He set those high water marks. And yes, Jerry Rice came in and said it. And I put Jerry Rice ahead of Largent for that reason, because he reset all these records. But it can't be forgotten about that Largent set them all. Those records were in a collection of different pockets and different receivers and different guys who had those records. Largent, like a boxer. You remember when the boxing where they used to have the belts would get distilled out into all these different belts because a guy wouldn't fight a guy, and so they'd rip the belt away and they'd give it to this other guy, and then they'd eventually get to a fight where all the belts got distilled down to one belt. A fight to end it all, get all the belts back to one area of things, right? That's a little bit what happened here. You had belts in all these places. Most receptions was by this guy. Most catches every single game. Most years in a row with 50 catches. Most years in a row with 1,000 yards, most touchdowns, all that. Different guys, all different guys. Largent put it to all one guy. And he was, Greg. This very important point. He was, when he retired in 1990, and you across the board, if you took a poll nationally, not even by pundits, but by NFL fans, I can say this with 100% certainty, that when he retired at that time, everyone would have said he was the best wide receiver in NFL history. But now 30 years later, we forget about that. That just suddenly magically goes away. And I can't say it is. I love the career that a guy like Julio Jones has had. It's been a phenomenal year, a phenomenal career. But he's not better than Largent. Not better than Largent. More physically gifted, sure. But we're talking about better. The bottom line is not better. And that he didn't, what record does Julio Jones hold? He didn't hold one NFL record, or maybe just one. Largent held like 50 of them when he retired. So it's the weird point, Greg. You know, it's that point of what's right, what's wrong. Is it right that 30 years later you just kick a guy out that back door that has that pedigree that put those kind of years together? I don't think it is. I think it's got to be considered in the regard it's appropriate to place him, which is that he should be a top 5 all-time receiver. And if there are 5 guys that are ahead of him, they should have an equivalent impact that he brought to the stage and he brought to the game. And if they don't, then what we're doing is we're just sort of giving these guys extra, bumps essentially for the higher volume passing attacks, for having more targets, more attempts, and that type of thing. Alex Aceto, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house. Go Hawks, brother. Got Spencer in the house. What's up, Spence? Ski Nation Hawks Nest. I was fuming when we didn't take Carter and mind blown about our first 4 picks. I am now beyond excited about our potential, especially with JSN. I'm afraid how high my hopes are now. Hey, high hopes are good. I like high hopes. I like high expectations. Ski Nation, I'm good with it. It's well placed in this respect of things. And in a lot of respects, these picks were made, Ski Nation, especially in the case of Charbonnet and Witherspoon and JSN, to give you instantaneous returns, to feel the effects of these guys right now in the first year on the football field. So there should be some high hopes, and high hopes for some quick returns, in my opinion. You know me, man, I was as big a cheerleader as there was on the Jalen Carter train. And when you hear the stories coming out of Philadelphia, and then he's looking like a monster and he's breaking tackling dummies and looking every bit the part of what we thought he was going to be when I initially scouted him, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough if he goes out there and balls out in that way. But I did understand why we passed. I did understand the logic and reasoning that went into it. And I can't fault our Hawks for taking that stance in that direction of things and saying that's the way we got to roll with this one. You know, we don't want to take that risk. Again, understanding Luke Wilson talked about that one practice that he was here recently and said that one practice that caused him to retire, that one practice where he looked at that team and said, that's the worst practice I've seen in my NFL career. And I've had stops in Detroit. I've had stops in Las Vegas. And that's the worst practice I've ever seen. A Coach Carroll teamed practice. And that was partly because you didn't have guys that were all about ball. That you did have maybe some Jalen Carter types that were a little bit maybe talented, but you just didn't know if they were going to all be all in what they were doing. And so I've had that time too to kind of go through that same process you did, and I've arrived in kind of the same sort of place. And so I totally get it on that, man. I do. Washington Fish Quest in the house. Oh man, you lost your membership on, man. I'm sorry. He's been a member for 20 months. He says, I let my payment info expire. I feel great shame. Hey, don't feel great shame. You've been a member for 20 months. I had 19 months of support before that. And luckily it's still counting your support, which is good. Sometimes it resets the clock on that Watch the Fist Quest. So no reason to feel great shame, man. Stuff happens. I get it. I appreciate all the support I get wherever I get it. So no worries, brother. No worries. No shame. No shame. You hold your head high. Oh yeah, Spencer. I was meaning to meet that. You know what, Spencer? I totally said I was going to put your deal up, and then I had this whole spaced out thing with it today. So let me get that. We had one of our own here. We had one of our own create his YouTube channel here. So let me, Spencer, I totally had meant to get that into the description section. So Spencer, one of our longtime folks here in the community, has created his own channel on his side and getting it up and running. So I'm going to put into the description section. If you guys are looking for a link to his channel, please do go over. Hold on, let me get posted in here. And Spencer, that's my bad, man. I totally told you I was going to do that, and I spaced it out. So it's in the description section right now. You can click on his first video upload and get right over there to his channel of things. But show your support over there for Spencer, one of our longtime Hawks nesters over here. I always like to see our guys and people start up their channels and get things rolling and see if they get it running. It's fun. It's fun to do this type of stuff, and I love to see my peeps out there rolling in that way. But do check that description section. I got Spencer's channel down there. You want to click that link there and go check that out. Maybe after the channel, of course. Ski Nation says, the Hawks Nest, to add to what I said above, I feel like the running backs and slot wide receivers don't need as much time to adapt to the pros nowadays. Our offense is going to clown on everyone. Agreed. And I think especially as I was saying above too on that, if you're talking about, no, you said slots. You put slot. Yeah, I think the same thing. Slots and running backs, the analytics tells us that the most productive career for a running back on average, if you distill down all the numbers into what they tell you, year 2 of a running back tends to be their most productive year. It's pretty early in your career, isn't it? It's not year 4, not year 5, not theoretically what you'd think it would be, which is their prime. And I agree. Same thing with slot receivers. I think the nature of the fact that you don't have to worry about as much about releases. Slot receivers tend to be the guy that have like an extra yard of off the line of scrimmage. They tend to be the guys that are in motion pre-snap. Think about the guys on the outside that have to be immobile and they have to be on the line of scrimmage. So you have a cornerback that has a much easier chance to come up there and now press that guy. If I've got a slot receiver in motion, you can't press me. So there are certain things that tend to inhibit guys and other receivers at other positions where they got to receive the ball, be it a Z or X, that you don't get when you operate from the slot, which then makes your job easier, which then should make it easier for a younger receiver to come in and produce quickly. Agreed. And I like it, man. We're going to clown everyone. Sounds about right to me. That sounds about right to me. Rumbler Podcast is very interesting for Spoon if this first year is in the nickel. If we secure the final inside defensive line addition before the deadline, I could see Devon having a potential for a CJ Gardner-Johnson-like year with us on a deep playoff run. I love the thought, man. Rumbler Podcast, great thoughts in that respect of things. And I would just say that I don't have anything to add. And I think it's exactly, well, I'll have something to add, but I would say that that's absolutely on point. I'm not fearful of Spoon starting in the slot. I'm sure you know that watching these podcasts, but I think he can be an impactful player in there. And when we go about looking at this team and saying, how do we get the best players on the field at the same time? How do we put the best possible lineup out there? Regardless of what you want the player to be long-term, for what roster we have right now, for this defense as it's now built, how do you get the best starting 11 on the football field? And it's very, very possible that could take the view of Mike Jackson out there on one edge, and then you have Devon Witherspoon in the slot. Some people think Julian Love's going to start in the slot. Jamal Adams might not be ready game 1. He's got to play then back out at strong safety for Jamal during that time period. So now, is Spoon significantly better potentially than Kobe Bryant in the slot? Maybe. And if that's the case, and he's only going to be in this first year a little bit better or at par with Mike Jackson, it makes sense to kick him inside. I love the CJ Gardner-Johnson comp. You move him all over the place. Just let him just be impactful. And, boy, you got another good tackler down there at that point now in the slot too. Him, Mike Jackson, you're kind of improving that as well, which might help you a little bit better in the run game, kind of in a subtle way We like to think about it as inside defensive linemen and linemen, kind of winning the day and the linebackers winning the day with that. But what if we get a little bit better help from the corners in this respective things to make that a bit better? So I like it. And I do agree, Rumbler. We got to secure cut down day before the trade deadline. We do need to secure one more interior defensive lineman, in my opinion. Hawks06 says, Brandon, what do you think of PFF grading our defense 30th? I can't hate it. And I can't say that they're wrong. It's up to this defense to prove that it's going to take steps forward from what it was last year. Did they get significantly improved this offseason? Well, not really. I mean, you've definitely made some signings and some guys that'll help. Jaron Reed will help. Draymond Jones will really help. Bobby will help. Certainly those are helpful parts, but your defensive line's in a very questionable state. You dropped your 4 guys from last year. You bought in Draymond Jones and Jaron Reed. You don't have a 0 tech. Jamal Adams may or may not be ready to come back and play, but I don't think in PFF's ranking you just count on it when you're looking at the Seahawks defense saying, oh yeah, he absolutely will play. And while Julian Love will provide a really nice impact in what he brings, let's not forget that Ryan Neal last year had like a 85 PFF grade. He was considered one of the best safeties in the league by PFF. So even if he provides commiserate impact to what you had from Ryan Neal, the defense doesn't really take huge steps forward in that respect of things. The steps forward is going to have to come Hawks06 on the development of the young guys getting better quicker, and then the new guys coming in, the rookies, having an impact in whatever way they bring, be it Spoon down there in the slot or be it Derek Hall as an early rundown defender, but they just find a way to help this defense out, be it whatever way that may be. But I don't think that the PFF defensive grading on that is unfair. Dig Doc says, Brandon, I'm hoping he does a little better than 60 catches. 4 catches in 17 games would be 68, but you might be right. Yeah, and it's a 17-game season. Does he get the full 17 games as a rookie? Yeah, maybe. Maybe a little bit. But I'd be okay with that. 70 would be great too. I think right in that area. It's a give or take 15 catch kind of scenario. Dig Doc's there for me, But anywhere in there, be it if he's at 55 or he's up at 74, 75, all of those kind of equal to me an offense that should be a top 5 offense at that point, unless DK and Tyler have gotten injured. But if they're out there running the majority of the games this season, in addition to that, then you're almost getting 3,000 yards from 3 receivers, and you're going to get impact from the rest of the offense. That should be a top line, front line offense to me. Joshua Sanier says, I think with an above average offensive line play, our offense can be border on elite. What do you think? Assuming good health, of course. I agree. Yeah. I think average O-line can get you there for sure. They say the analytic folks do, and I do agree with them a little bit on this, that sometimes your offensive line is as good as your weakest link. And I think the team has taken its weakest link forward this year to a better place than it's been in recent years, where we've had a black hole as that weakest link. We've had a guy like Austin Blythe that's just not getting it done at the center position. But the second returns from the tackles, Damian Lewis settling in, Joshua, Evan Brown being at least a guy that's pretty steady in what he's bringing to the table if you have to play him, the potential of Oluwatimi. There's a very good chance here. I think it's even likely that this is at the very least an average starting offensive line, and it should be even above that. But I think the offense is going to be elite. Partly because of that, but you've got the great skill position players, the great running backs, the great tight ends, and then you have this average to a slightly above average offensive line, and then a quarterback that's able to play at a top 7, top 8 level. All of that, put that into the wash, right? Put that into the soup. That soup comes out the other end of it as a top 5 offense, top 3 offense. I don't know how it can't. Dick Doc says, got to crash 12s? Cough. Mine is beating me in the fourth quarter. Have fun. Go Hawks. Have a good one. Thank you, man. Christopher Clayton, Steve Largent, the league's strongest ankles. He outturned the almost everyone. Boy, did he ever. And yeah, he could get so low to the ground with those cuts and changes. Herbicide says no Chase Young. I'm with you on that, Herbicide. I'm absolutely with you. Chase Young doesn't get me excited with where we're at on the edge. We need inside stuff, Brian Myers, thank you for reminding that. Please hit that like button if you like what you're listening to. I would appreciate it. Parker Smith, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're well. Donnie Dugas, thank you again, man, for that $50 drop. You're awesome. Travis Huntley says, oh man, I used to cringe when we used to run the wide receiver screens for 1 to 2 yards constantly. I hope we can be explosive with it. If you go back and watch some of those tapes too, Travis, of where you fail, what happens is that you get your lineman, let's say we're throwing out to the left side of the field, you get the lineman coming out here, and then the defenders are coming up, and you would just see you'd have 2 linemen a lot of times trying to get into space to those blocks, get to a linebacker, get to a safety, and they just couldn't reach them. So that 1 to 2 yard play that's happening is that they would arrive there to make contact, but the leverage was already lost, where the linebacker and the safety were both past them, and the player had nowhere to really juke to or run to, and so they just had to kind of put their head down and take the 2 yard gain. But what makes that work is those linemen out in space. The Niners, for instance, Trent Williams is one of the most athletic tackles that's played in this era. Quick, fast, moves like a running back with his feet at times. Almost Walter Jones-like in his ability to get out there at times in space. And he's a guy that you go out there and run a screen, he's going to get to his man. And he's going to lay that block, and he's going to dominate that block when he lays it. But when I've watched the screen plays fail in recent years and hit the rewind button, rewind, I tend to come back to saying, this guy right here, your guard, need to get out to that, and he just couldn't do it. He's just out there kind of flailing once he gets to his spot. Kevin Sorbo says, this guy can play in the Cooper Kupp style? Absolutely, he can. This is exactly, that is your outlook role here, Kevin, because of course Cooper Kupp has done his damage in the same type of offense that we're operating in right now. He's done it from the slot, not really from the outside. Move him all around the place, let him run option routes. That's what you're going to let Jaxon Smith do. So yeah, he can absolutely be a Cooper Kupp style of player. They're built very similar. Kupp's maybe about 10, 15 pounds heavier, maybe, but they both have they're very, very closely aligned in the way that they win. And you look at Kupp, he's been absolutely prolific in being just basically a slot-only guy, and how he's given them the level of performance he has. Why can't Jaxon do it as well? Excuse me. Kevin, especially when Russ would throw those hospital passes right down the middle up the high, and Baldwin was a champ. Yeah, he threw Baldwin a good number of hospital passes. That's for sure. That is for sure. But yeah, Baldwin was money. And there was time space that Baldwin would line up in the slot, but he would kind of split it between the slot and outside. Drunk says, who do you think will be the better player when the career is set and done? Amon St. Brown or JSN? Similar playing style, who has more explosiveness and overall speed and route running. I think that JSN will be a better player than Brown. I think they'll be closer than they will be different. I think JSN, Brown is going to average you like 10 yards a catch. I think JSN will get you into more of like a 12, 13 yard area. A little bit better of a yak guy. A little bit of a more just natural feel at times for the position and some of his craftiness. Brown's crafty too, but not quite as much as JSN. It's very vague to say this, but it's almost like JSN, a little bit more of a pure football player. Brown's sort of a self-made. A little bit of that feeling to it, more explosive. I think they're very close in explosiveness, man. Very, very close. As far as speed goes, I'm trying to remember what Amon ran as far as his 40 time goes. Yeah, he didn't run it. He didn't run anything at that. Let's see what they had for his pro day here. How did he just not run a pro day? 4.61 pro day. I think JSN's got him by just a hair in both aspects. A titch more explosive, a titch more speed. Just a bit in both departments, and a little more of a natural understanding of the playing of the position, just a bit. Just a little bit. No place where he's like heads and shoulders above, but it's close. Travis Huntley says, personally don't want to see JSN in any fly sweeps. Let Young and Eskridge do all that. I'm good with that. Those guys are better served, are better built to do that type of stuff. And GSM did a little bit of it at Ohio State, but I give you Travis. That's not really his. He can do it and he can be proficient at it, but I don't know if it's what you want to do. You don't want to do a high volume amount of it with him. Drunk says Jared Goff is serviceable. Depends on the next QB. Oh, Goff's serviceable. Yeah. He played really good last year. And I'm not a big Goff guy, but I've got to give the guy a tip of the cap last year. He's played good. He's got a good offensive line, but he didn't have a ton of playmakers last year. He had guys in and out of the lineup, but he was good for them. I don't know about Hooker. Got to see where the ACL is with him. Space says, who coined the term Legion of Boom? Cam Chancellor technically coined it. He was calling into 710 one day and they were asking him about his offseason workout program. And he said, he lost a little bit of weight, but he said he couldn't lose too much because he still had to be able to bring the boom. And then from there, it just kind of was created into the Legion of Boom. That's how nicknames have to go, though. They have to come out organically. People keep wanting to kind of create a little bit of a manufactured nickname for these guys, and has to be organically like that. That's how nicknames are born out. But I think it was Cam initially. Kevin says we drafted 5th overall and it doesn't appear he sucks, so that's the biggest move to me. That's solid logic and reason there. Greg says, Brian, that's my point. Waldron comes from an offense built around a slot wide receiver, and if DK was with the Niners head coach who coached Julio and Andre Jones, I'd have more faith in DK being used to his full potential. I think that's probably pretty fair. I think that's probably pretty fair. I think some of DK's potential being held back has just been by how much he's been doubled. Now, good coaching can pull double teams off by making defenses have to play things a little more straight up. And that's been maybe the failing of the coaching staff not to pull that off of DK. But I think that I guess some of this comes down to, Greg, it's like, when you have a double team, should you still be forcing the ball in there? If you have a quarterback and you read post snap the double that's there, do you lean away from it? I showed the percentage from 2 years ago, and this was very much the same last year, where he's being doubled at the highest rate in the entire NFL, Greg. It's not Stephon Diggs, it's not Tyreek Hill, it's not anybody else with the exception of Devontae Adams, who's the only guy that was ahead of him on that list. And he was only doubled at 1 percentage point higher a rate than DK Metcalf. And this was the year that Devontae Adams a couple of years ago was just catching like 150 balls and 1,800 yards. And as a quarterback, I don't want to instruct my quarterback that if you get that double team going to that side of the field, that you're just going to force that in there to work it to your star. And I want to say when it comes to Julio and Andre, that those offenses were built in a way with Kubiak with Houston, and I think Shanahan was the offensive coordinator there at that time. And then, of course, Shanahan with Julio there, where he had a little bit more help across the board, Roddy Whites and whatnot, to take a little bit of heat off of him. Not to mention the running game that Shanahan can create that forces defenses to have to make sure they're putting enough help to the box. But I don't know if DK has necessarily been held back by this nature of this offense because it just wants to feature the slot so much. I think it's more been held back by just the proliferation of double teams that he has to face. And that you as a quarterback, if I feel a double go this way, there's an open space somewhere else on the field that then if I'm making my reads and going through my progressions, I'm going to be instructed to go to those other places, be it Russ or Geno in that situation. That's just my feeling on it, though. Drunk says, I hope Geno gets better. Little nervous at regression. He's doing all the work, man. He's putting everything he can put in, Drunk, to be back to where he was last year. And this team's going to be more talented than it was last year. And the regression we did see at the end of the year was born a little bit out of injuries, born a little bit out of lackluster play on the lines. There were some explanations for it, which weren't necessarily just the regression. But we'll see, man. We'll see. That will be it is on him to kind of show he can do it again. D-Boy says, sorry, I'm not talking or watching. I'm at work. No worries, D-Boy. I know how it goes, man. Hope you're having a quick night of work. Kevin Zorbo says, I would take 5 other receivers over Fitz. I guess that's fair. He had a hell of a career, though. Travis says, speed's good for 5 years. Route running is good for 10. Beautifully put. Sean Lee says, Jim Brown was also doing it in less games, too. Exactly. I mean, this is what happens. This is where you can forget about a player's greatness because things come along that don't necessarily have anything to do with that player not being as great as he absolutely was. Jim Brown playing at a time where there were less games, like you say, 12 games a season. Largent playing at a time when there were 16 games. Now we're to 17 games, right? It's things increase. And so it's, hell, I mean, Largent might have been when he first came in the league where they were still down at like less than 16 when he first came, if I'm remembering correctly. So, it's a hard thing to, it's on the eye of the beholder with this one a little bit. Spaces laughing out loud. Gruden didn't coin the phrase. He used it after the fact. Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't Gruden. It was Cam. I know this one for 100%. Rumbler podcast, unrelated, but YK, who doesn't ever get mentioned enough in the all-time running back conversation. Thurman Thomas, if the Bills brought home even one of those 4 Lombardis, he would have been spoken of more often. I think that's probably right. I was looking at his stats the other day. Pretty mind-blowing stats for what he put up at his time. We got 13-year career. Guy put up 12,000 yards rushing, put up an additional almost 4,500 yards receiving. Yeah, he was a dog, man. He was a dog. Great all-around player. Nothing that guy couldn't do. I would, that's a good suggestion on your part on that one. I like that one. Let me give you one from my standpoint. I think Fred Taylor from the running back position doesn't get considered playing on those Jaguar teams and kind of forgotten about during his run. But that was another guy to me that had, a hell of a run from the running back position that just doesn't even get talked about. What's he at? So he was at 11,695 yards rushing, and then he had another 2,300 yards, catching on top of that. There's another guy to me that just doesn't get, though, what he should as far as props go. But yeah, Thurman's definitely dinged a little bit for never getting that Lombardi, probably for where he'd be held, in higher esteem. He doesn't get talked about very much at all. Sean Lee says Largent also did it without the sticky gloves. That's right. Did it with his bare hands. Kevin Sorbo says Largent also gave me a high five. Still haven't washed my hand. Nor should you. When the man, the myth, the legend gives you that high five, that should be almost tattooed in your hand at that point. You should tattoo over the touch of it, and then it would never have gotten cleaned off, and it will be there forever at that point. Drunk Sweater says prime AB was something else, though. If he had stayed healthy and was still playing, he probably could have been a top 5. You take away the off-the-field stuff with Antonio Brown and just what he was on the field, yeah, I agree. He had a next-level type of run for a few years there. I mean, he put up year in and year out of insane production. Taking a look at it right now, actually, because I just want to double-check this. Yeah, so he went 1,500 yards, 1,700 yards, 1,800 yards, 1,300 yards, 1,500 yards, 1,300 yards. I mean, that's a pretty good. That's as good a run for a 5-year period as you're going to see in the NFL history. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, I agree Fitz is in my top 5, but he was never considered a great... What? Greg says, Brandon, I agree Fitz is in my top 5, but he was never considered a great route runner. And I was basing my statement on the discussion I've seen online, not my personal top 5 or whom stats say are top 5. I got to be honest, Greg, on this. I've never heard in my life anyone not mention the fact that the forefront of the skills Fitzgerald had was his route running. So you mentioning that's kind of the first time I've ever heard anyone not say that Larry Fitzgerald was next level in his route running. I mean, that's let me bring up a scouting report, for instance, of Larry coming out. Inside, so here's an ESPN article from when he was selected. Let me read up on this one and see if they mentioned route running. Drew's entire career. So that's not what I was looking for. I don't know. We'll see if the chat backs me up on this one. But he did not have speed. Like reportedly ran like 4.6-ish at the combine. Greg, he didn't have speed to go off of. He was a bigger bodied guy, but he was relying on being a great route runner. He had guys like, Randy Moss teaching him the tricks of the trade, kind of growing up on that. But he wasn't a burner. He wasn't physically like that guy. He wasn't first step explosiveness. He had amazing hands, and he was a fantastic route runner. So when you say that not considered a great route runner, that was his main forefront skill of Larry Fitzgerald. Maybe his hands were his forefront skill, but the second thing that I would go to would be his route running myself. I've never, and let me just type in Larry Fitzgerald route running into Google. Larry Fitzgerald's the best route runner in the business. I don't know. I think the chat's going to be with me on this one. We'll see on that one, Greg. Maybe I'm off on this one. We'll see what the chat says. But boy, I've always thought he was one of the best when he was here as a route runner. 1023 says they could waste a draft pick on Carter. Eagles already had talented defensive line, the best O-line in the league. They did. They were uniquely situated in order to be able to take on that risk. For sure. And I feel you, Greg. I wasn't trying to say two on your top five. I was more trying to reference, for my top five, I would put Largent on there. And I was more made him, Greg, not you, but just in general, and the way people look at Largent a bit, and how he is kind of forgotten about. Cameron Robinson. What's up, B? How you doing, Cameron? I'm loving this idea of JSN handling the middle of the field. He sounds like he has the elusive characteristics as Lockett on the field, but bigger size to take the hits. Hashtag Hawks for life. Indeed he does. A little bit bigger, a little stouter guy to a degree in that respect, for sure. And yeah, he's going to be able to run wild in that middle of the defense, Cameron. And you're going to have so much attention brought to Tyler and DK, especially on those deeper routes where they're running those guys up the football field. And that's going to clear a lot of space for this guy to operate underneath. And we have a baseline here, Cameron. We have him with two elite receivers on the outside. And we have him in that situation that says, okay, what happens when you have a workable quarterback, you have two elite guys on the outside, and you're operating from the slot? Are you able to be deadly in that standpoint of things at the college level? And he was. He outproduced those two guys on the outside in his level of production when it was set up in that manner. And Seahawks have now kind of replicated that here in the situation that they're giving him. It's very similar to when he had those 90 catches at Ohio State with the way this offense is built right now. Jackie Treehorn. I meant hypothetically, you knew what you were getting with Doug. Would you take JSN over Doug? Hard to take JSN over Doug as it stands right now without ever seeing him in a pro uniform and then just on the hope of what he will be as a pro. Does he have more upside than Doug Baldwin? Maybe. It gets harder to quantify this a bit because, again, Doug played some inside, but Doug was as much playing on the outside as he was playing inside. He wasn't just a pure slot. And so he had to go out there and win on the outside as well. Well, there'll be some easier wins for JSN in just operating purely from the inside as he would. But I'd have a hard time at this point going, if somebody say, well, you could get Doug Baldwin at the age he was walking in the door, knowing what you're going to get from him, or you get the undetermined what you think you're going to get from JSN. JSN's got more upside to him, but I would take the certainty of what I was getting from Doug Baldwin to add to this particular team if that was the choice that was presented to me. But that's with me knowing what I'm getting from Doug versus the unknown of what you're going to get from JSN. What's up, Magic Mac? How you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Greg says, Brandon, also to your point, I see those arguments of downplaying the past players when discussing Wilt Chamberlain and the NBA GOAT debates. And are you talking about undisputed or pound for pound in boxing? Agreed. Yeah. This is where, and here's the thing, Greg, I think it's not only is it funner to go to more of the depths. You know, at times we get to these debates and stuff and it's all got to be shorthanded because you can get these debates longly wrought out when you start to turn over the details. But I think in the name of celebrating the older players in the right way and appreciating their greatness, because I don't think I think that as a fan, if your viewpoint is only on, well, I only saw these players play and that's who I saw. So then when I consider my great list, I'll never think of these older players. You younger audiences that take that standpoint, you've got less of a leg to stand on than any other former generations. I didn't grow up with YouTube to go able to go watch full games of Wilt Chamberlain or Bill Russell and to see the impact of them in those games, because you can watch games of different era and different athleticism and you can still feel the impact of a player and what they're doing. And I do think, Greg, it's one where, yeah, you're right. Those kind of questions, the way you ask, or if you talk about boxing, who's the best boxer of all time, it should be into the realm of the pound per pound. That's got to be a part of it because weight classes are a part of boxing. So you've got to build that into the greatness of it. And yeah, Wilt Chamberlain or be it Bill Russell or be it Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you know, and how he gets not even considered and talked about. And it's a place where I think, from my standpoint, I want to more consider the old guard. This is a bit of the tough part I had, Greg, too, when like Bobby Wagner and considering him and where his stance is, you know, in league history as far as a middle linebacker. But you'll notice on that list, Greg, that I had two linebackers in two other different older eras ahead of Bobby who didn't have his statistical backing. You know, so I'm putting my money where my mouth is a little bit when I assemble my own personal lists in this respect. I had Dick Butkus on that list. I had Jack Lambert on that list, because those guys deserve to still be top 5 all-time middle linebackers in the sport. And I think as a fans, we should remember the old guard, that just simply because things have gotten newer and faster and quicker and more athletic and fancier and more prettier and more higher HD, that we can't still consider some of the old guard in their level of greatness, and especially those guys that are those difference makers throughout time that have come along, that are true separators, that are those guys that could play in any era, those kind of guys. Those are the ones you got to absolutely try to, as you can, measure in a little bit more to the discussion. Great point, Greg. Jody Vera, man, I'm so excited for the upcoming season. NFC West, watch out. Watch out, Jody. We're coming for you, San Francisco. You see us in the rearview mirror? Objects may appear closer than they seem. And we're right on your back bumper. And we're rubbing that bumper. This is like NASCAR. And rubbing is racing. And we're going to be rubbing you all season. That didn't sound right. That was, I did not mean, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. Oh, Lord. But Jody, we're coming for him. You let him know. Robert says, I sure hope this year we will be able to defend those quick screens. It's going to be interesting to see on that part, Robert. You don't tend to want to blitz. You tend to run your front four up there and let them try to get to the quarterback all on their own. If that's going to happen, you're going to tend to try to ask your guys to really pin their ears back and not be as cognizant for those quick screen games, which then makes them more vulnerable to the quick screen games. So we'll see if they get better about reading that stuff. That would be nice. That would be good. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. I think I'm a little late in acknowledging it. I'm sorry about that. It says, if I were MJ Seahawk in Colorado going, I would 1,000% wear my Wilson jersey to the Tom Grossi event. Got it back in 2012. I have a death wish, though. Yeah, that would be a power move, MJ Seahawk. A Wilson jersey and a Seahawk jersey going through the event would be pretty funny. Especially if you had somebody filming you as you're walking through the, I guess there won't be hordes there, but through the group of people. Just watch the looks they give you, side-eyeing you. You know you're getting a couple comments, Ski Nation. He ain't getting through that group clean. Of course, Denver fans seem very nice. They don't seem like they got that kind of cowboy Steeler fan kind of, you get some folks in those realms that can be a little obnoxious, especially if you're in a bar. But yeah, you would have a death wish on that one, man. Those Bronco fans are real angry at us still. They're not getting over it. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, none of you mentioned Adrian Peterson. I would pick him over anyone in any era. No one comes back from an injury like that except him. Monster. Adrian Peterson absolutely is a monster in this sport. One of my favorite guys to watch in college football too, when he was running the Rock at Oklahoma. You talk about prototype, like this is if you could assemble it in a factory or running back. That's what Adrian Peterson is, what they would look like. He had a phenomenal run. Certainly has a strong argument to be made about him being in the top all-time top 5. Trying to double check on his stats here. I want to see where he was. I think he probably, he's a top 5 all-time back probably. He's got a 2,000-yard season under his belt. I mean, he's probably right in there. Fun player. It's a good point, Ski Nation. He belongs in there. And he does probably get forgotten a little bit about. A little bit. A little bit of fumbling issue. Not the best of hands for that guy as a running back. I take him over Emmett, though. Be a lot of guys and a lot of other people will probably put above on higher on that list. I take him over them. Man, he was a monster. I would not have wanted to tackle Adrian Peterson in his prime. Explosive, big, strong as an ox. Thanks for the double dono, Ski Nation. Appreciate you, brother. Robert Jorgensen says, you know what I hope? The Seahawks can tackle better. How many of us were disappointed in the Seahawks tackling last year? It was bad, and they were rated very poorly by PFF in addition to that. So, this is where you hope Jamal Adams on the field. Good tackler. You get better in the slot, maybe with Devin Witherspoon, and he's tackling for you better. You need to get better in tackling. What stands out to me when you look at the good defenses in this league, they bring the ball carriers down. It's the hard part for me, though, Robbers. I don't know how you teach it because you're not in the pads as much. It's just more in that neighborhood now of you having to teach it in theory rather than in actual practice. And how much can you do that? How much can you rely on the players just getting better on their own, hitting the tackling sleds, whatever they're doing? I don't know on that. It's hard to teach in this day and age, but there seems some teams that are able to do it. But we definitely have struggled in recent years in that respect at times. Bobby will help with this too. He's always a sure tackler. Wu-Tang says, no thanks to Chase Young. We're good on the edge, plus he's an injury risk. Yeah, the upside here isn't as much on it, is Wu-Tang? And even if he goes out and balls out you for 1 year, then he's lost in free agency because you're not signing him to a contract extension. I wouldn't think you would. Robert says, do you think we'll take a lot of fair catches on kickoffs this year? No. I think Coach Carroll looks at kickoffs, be it defending them or offensively trying to push them forward, as ones that he can take advantage. It's a place that he can, get an advantage over another team. He'll say, I trust my blockers. I trust that we're going to be able to get this thing past the 25-yard line. Well, let's go for it. Let's push it. Let's try to bust one. He just values special teams that much. I just don't think that he would kind of punt on plays. Tony Wright says, Brandon, what is your opinion on your team's chances of winning the NFC West as yourselves and San Francisco are basically in a duel for the division crown? I think our chances are really good. I think that the Niners have a little bit of a better chance than us as it stands right now because I think we have narrowed the gap, and I think that we are closing in on them, Tony. But I also think that they're in the middle of basically what is a Super Bowl run. Whether they'll make it there again and win it again, we'll see. A lot of teams get in their Super Bowl run, and they just never quite ever get there and get it done. But they are in the middle of their window / kind of getting to the kind of edge of their window on that with the way they built this team. Whereas we are on our ascent, and we have a team, Tony, that is very, very young. Can we stack up with them step for step from a talent standpoint? Absolutely. But is a lot of that talent really young and not in its prime, unlike San Francisco a little bit? Yeah. So I would give San Francisco a little bit of an edge in this respect. I'd give them a 58% chance of winning and maybe us a 42% chance. But I'll also say the Niners are held up in a little bit more of we're more well built to sustain some injuries and to be able to fight through some things if we get some adversity. To me, if the Niners find Trent Williams and Fred Warner going down for the year, their goose is cooked at that point. I don't think that they can sustain 2 losses to 2 of their frontline guys and still maintain a level of dominance. They can still be good. They can still be solid. They can still be a problem. But to be that true Super Bowl contending team, I think that they need all of these guys, all of their main top guys from Debo, Williams, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, McCaffrey. You get 2 of those guys going off the board, and it's a whole different crew. Say nothing of right now where they stand, Tony, with their quarterback situation. I think the Niners are front runners, but they're on a precarious position as far as how they're standing right now, and it could definitely topple over potentially. But still got to give them a little bit of a slight nod. Kevin Zoro, I spent like a decade defending Wilson, but the entire time I knew deep down inside he wasn't really that good. A lot of people did, Kevin, and I can't fault you or anybody else for doing that. Being that you have a guy, as someone else mentioned above, that helped to bring you your first Super Bowl win, that got you to back-to-back Super Bowls, who was in many ways a magical player in his first few years here, and who had a really good career. Can't fault the love that Russell Wilson got at the time or that he got now. And I took a lot of slinging arrows 2 years out with Russell and starting to question his level of play and saying there's some problems here. That's why it makes me laugh, Kevin, when you hear people talk about how they think, this is where I got to bust on KJ Wright a little bit, where he's like, well, Russ is going to bounce back this year. It's like, well, why is he, KJ? Well, I've seen it for 10 years. He's been great for 10 years. No, he hasn't. Halfway through the year of 2020, halfway through that season, he went into the tank. And from then on forward, he wasn't all that great. And so it's been a good amount of time that this hasn't been good football. But I understand it. I got it at the time. It would frustrate me that we couldn't kind of question the almighty, guy at times, the way he was viewed. But that's the way that goes in sports franchises. When you get a guy that goes wins you a Super Bowl, they earn that goodwill. And you can't change that about the nature of the beast. Tony says because the Arizona Cardinals are in transition, they'll never improve until they get rid of the Kyler Murray clown, and the Inglewood Rams are just ass. Yeah, they both went rebuild, Tony, right? That's the thing, is this is you're right about it. It's a 2-horse run right now between us and the Niners, because the Cardinals and the Rams have so thoroughly bought into the rebuild process. I got to give those 2 organizations props for doing it, Tony, and taking the recognition and saying, we got to do this. Now's the time to flip this and turn this over, rather than trying to take it an extra year out. Can we as the Rams stretch this out one more year? No, we're not in a position to do so. Flip it over. Eat up all the dead money. Get ourselves out from all of these draft picks that we've moved to back to where we can have our picks back now, where we can have our money back now, where we can rebuild this. So I like the fact that those 2 teams chose to do that if I was a fan of either of those 2 teams. But I also like the fact of it being a fan of the Seahawks, Tony, because it's going to make the pathway to us not only getting to winning this division much easier than it's been over the past 10 years. When you look at this division and it being traditionally over the past 10 years, probably the toughest one in all of football. But then also the potential, Tony, of us going out there and getting that number 1 bye, which is a big thing I'd love to keep an eye on as well beyond the division title. Can we get that number 1 bye? Can you get home field advantage through the playoffs, going through our stadium, going through Lumen? And that would be the ideal, obviously, because as you know, Tony, the home field advantage is such a big advantage for us. Robert Jorgensen says, doesn't seem like Kittle has incredible games against Seattle. He's had a couple of really solid games. That final game, I think, where we were trying to win in the division a couple of years ago when they played us at home, I think he played pretty solid. He beat Ryan Neal 2 years ago on a crossing route for like a 70-yard gain, had a pretty good game in that one. But then you have a couple other games where we definitely were able to, hem him up at times too. So it's been a bit of give as good as you get with him a bit. But he hasn't dominated us, that's for sure. Pi Young G says JSN's releases are insane. Boy, are they ever, Pi. It's that short area quickness. It's that change of direction. 2 things that help you on your releases. When you've got to sometimes get more than you getting upfield, it's about you getting wide, one side or one way or the other. And he makes you guess. You just don't know which way he's going to go. And it does make him deadly off the line of scrimmage. Well said. Wu-Tang says, is there a better wide receiver than Amon St. Brown, though? A sun god and a saint? It's provocative. It's a great name. It's a bold name, man. And he came out with the best end of that one. There's some St. Brown brothers, and I think he got the best name of the bunch. I remember the other ones going, yeah, it's this is better over. I would have wanted the Amon one. It's a great name. I would name my kid Amon Kane. That rolls off nice. Kirk, I believe it was Matt Nagy that described JSN as a less explosive Doug Baldwin. Oh. Less explosive, huh? Oh, pretty on par from their explosiveness from my standpoint of things. But I'd be good with that. I'm good with that comp. Robert, I still can't believe Detroit beat Green Bay on the last game of the season last year. I can't either. But Aaron Rodgers kind of created that, man. His mouth got that Lions team up, and, you know, they were able to kind of use that for the spirit of things, and that's a Lions team that's going to be scary this year, I think. Campbell's got them on the right path. Spaces, what are the Broncos paying Russ this season? A lot. A whole lot. Well, they're paying Russell next year. So Russell's making this next season. Technically, his cap hit is only $22 million. So he's making 9.5% of the cap. But he would have $107 million dead money. So he's not costing a lot. They kept the first early numbers on that contract low. But that's what also makes it so much harder for them to move off from him, and will make them have to take longer to get out of that contract, because you did kind of massage the numbers out on the deal like you did. Robin Jordan, Earl Campbell was a bad man too. I tend to say I think the link between Earl and Marshawn is one that's very, very closely aligned. Like Marshawn was this generation's Earl Campbell. Wu-Tang says AP's just stayed good for a way longer than running backs usually do, and his prime was bananas. It was. It really was. And he was good kind of right from the jump. Oh, Rumbler Podcast might have gotten accidentally timed out there, man. Sorry about that. It'll bring you back in, though. Didn't mean to do it. Greg says, Brandon, I thought Fitz was a great route runner, but again, people online would bring up Chad Johnson, Marvin Harrison, and Reggie Wayne before Fitz as route runners. People online like to hype up Flash. And I could be, Greg, it's been, I'm getting old, man, and there's definitely stuff can kind of run together with this kind of stuff. But I just remember paying so much close attention, of course, to Fitz, because you played him twice a year, and he used to just kill Marcus Trufant every time Marcus played him. But I always thought that was the thing about him, was that he wasn't quick, he wasn't fast, he had great hands, he was the best contested catcher in the sport, but then it was his route running and body control in the route running that was what made him so good. I wouldn't argue those other guys you mentioned were also really good route runners, and may have been better, I guess. But I thought Fitz was held in just as high esteem, at least on the equivalent range of those other guys. But you're right. Maybe nationally there was a little bit of a different opinion on that too. Could it be just my NFC West eyes and how much I watched him, and saw him beating us up, that it's coloring things a bit. Megan says, when you consider the old guard Hawks Nest, does that include Jim Zorn? Laughing out loud. I think that would include Jim Zorn. Absolutely, it would. F4 Fake says, Super Bowl. Let's go, F4. Let's get it done. Tony Wright says, Hall of Fame middle linebacker Willie Lanier out of Kansas City, and Ray Lewis should be on that list. So I went, Tony, I didn't have Willie Lanier on there. And maybe there should be an argument that I should have put him on there. I had Ray Lewis as my number one all-time guy. I had Jack Lambert as number 2. It was number 3. Oh, I'm spacing out my number 3 right now. But then I had Urlacher, and I can't remember who my other guys were. But I didn't quite have Willie on there. I might have been selling him a little bit short, but I didn't quite have him up on that range. But Ray was number 1. Ski says the Hawks Nest top 5 is fair for AP. I'm too lazy to make an argument for number 1 all time. I don't know. When it comes to exactly my list of top 5 running backs all time, I don't know how I would segment them exactly. You know, who I hold in higher esteem. You could kind of make an argument for any of them being one over the other. But I mean, AP, Barry, Jim Brown, probably LaDainian Tomlinson, something like that. Ski says the Hawks Nest AP to me is like football's Mike Tyson, one of the scariest primes, like an offensive Ray Lewis. I'm with that, man. I'm with that. He was as dangerous a running back in this era as we've had. And every bit as much fear as guys like Marshawn and Derrick Henry cause and tacklers and trying to bring those guys to the ground. He was every bit of that and more maybe at times. On top of being the big, he was the guy too that could be the big game breaker, you know, where it's like, oh, he can just run you over and he can outrun you. And that's the part where it was just insane. I think AP has been the closest iteration that we've had to Jim Brown since Jim Brown. He's your Jim Brown of the modern era. Rumbler Podcast says, don't be fooled, Brandon. They may seem harmless, but as a Colorado native, there's some crazy mountain people out there. It can get all hills have eyes real fast. Oh, is it a little bit of ding, 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 ding. Yeah, you get a little deliverance out there, Rumbler. Yeah. Squeal, biggie. But I feel that anywhere you get those, anywhere where you get the brush people, you're gonna get a little bit crazy, you know. Their fans always seem so nice. I never see their fans like going off, and even in like, you know, Perna with the fans with his channel this year, even in all of the pain he was going through, they still take it well, you know. They take everything with they just roll with the punches. I don't roll with the punches well. I lose my stuff often, so I give him props on that. But I think MJ Seahawk is going to be able to could wear a Russell Wilson jersey and a Seahawk and walk through that crowd. And I think that Denver crowd would just be like, oh, whatever. I think they would. Though I do think you're still right, though. There's always a crazy contingent out. Wherever you got acres of forest area, you'll find some crazies. Magic Mac. Yeah, I'm pretty new and learning every day. I've been using Brandon's videos to clue me on the history of the team. Watched the 2005 best moments versus the Giants on the story of the 12s. I saw your comment in there, Magic Mac. Thank you, man, for checking it out. And I love bringing new people into football here, man. So we're happy to bring you along and bring you up to speed. The beauty on this sport, I believe you said before you're from out there in Britain, and the thing you probably could attest this with soccer is you watch soccer, and as a layman as I am with watching soccer, and you call it football there, everything looks simplistic to me. I don't see the intricacies of how things move. And when you get to more of the intricacies of football and how it moves and how plays get designed and how plays find success and how this extra layers of strategy build in, it just unfurls that much more deeper in its beauty to me as a game. And soccer's probably the same way. I just haven't ever been able to wrap my head around as much on that one. Jody Veras is the left tackle from San Diego. LT. Yeah. LT's got to be on there for me too, Jody. He's got to be top 5. He might be 5 on the list, but he's got to be in, to me, your top 5 for the player he was as a running back. Just absolutely awesome. Daniel W. says, if you looked at Duke quarterback Riley Leonard, I hope we get him next year and sit him behind Geno for one season, barring he improves some. A little bit of a look at Riley Leonard. Looks like he got a good body, good arm, smooth delivery. Delivers with some really good pop and velocity. I didn't do the deep dive on him, but I like the mechanics especially. I like the easy, free delivery. Some of these guys come out will have some clunkiness in the delivery or something's just not smooth. But that's what really then leads to what I see from him at the forefront, which is pop with accuracy. So a little bit of plus velocity and you're getting the accuracy in the ball placement where it tends to be in the right spot. You're not seeing a lot of receivers with him having to reach in odd angles and ways to get to footballs. It's right here, or it's right here, and then it's into their deal. I like that about him. I'm going to do more of a deeper dive, Daniel. I'm going to start to look at these prospects here. I want to do it early on, and I want to get a really closer look here, even as we start to get into July. It's one of the things when I get back from my trip from Hawaii, I'm going to be starting to get into even the early draft process, early prospect process, so I can know these guys throughout the year. I don't want to wait to the last minute on them and start to bring things along. But he's impressive. I don't know where he fits, Daniel, quite yet either with the rest of the QBs. Like, where's his pecking order at with so many quarterbacks that are going to be in this next draft? So many. Narc Diaries. Hey, B. Kelly here. How you doing, Kelly? Signed up for 2 training camps and the football fest. Hope I can get some good autographs this year. You'll have to send me some camp notes again. Have to give me some good camp notes so I can include it. And I can say, we got our insider, Kelly, on the scene. She's seeing this. She's seeing that. I need you locking it on JSN for me, Kelly. I was going to try to get out there, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out there. I'd like to, but I'm going to come back from Hawaii and I'll probably be not wanting to go drive out to the VMAC out there, but I'd love to do it. I should do it. I'm going to need those notes. Connor Johnson, college football talk. How do we feel about the San Diego State in the Pac-12? I like them being there. San Diego State's been an interesting team in recent years. You know, they've not really ascended as a program, but they've also stayed pretty solid. They've turned out their share of pros that are going out there and are playing on Sundays. So they're getting, an NFL level of talent at times down there. Pac-12 at times feels like it's a little bit in its death rattle to me, in the respect of it's trying to make things work right now, but it doesn't seem like it's long for this world. And college football is in an ever-changing place with the NIL and the way the money's changing things and how teams are trying to get their money because they need their money so they can pay their players. And it's causing teams to move all over the place. And I just don't think the Pac-12 is going to be long for the world. I don't think there's going to be something else and another way that this kind of changes, I think. But I like it for a conference that's desperate. I don't think it's a bad move. And certainly they'll be a fun team to watch. I like why I've done a lot of film study on these guys in recent years coming out, including Greg, looking at Jonah Tavai, who we've got as an undrafted free agent. And so they're fun to watch. They play wild and free out there. They'll move their defensive linemen around, they'll run the ball. They've gotten some good running backs that have come through there. Pretty impressive. We'll see on that. Or I guess not Greg, but Connor. Greg says AP always had no line. I would take beast mode over him. Whoa. Beast mode was a better pass blocker, less fumbles, broke more tackles, and was a better receiving threat. People probably wouldn't agree with me though. I'm kind of with you on this. I think I can say, Greg, that AP has a right to be listed as a top 5 running back, but to say that I probably would have taken a beast mode over an AP. Your point about him having a pretty good run blocking offensive line for a lot of his career, I think is true. The fumbles issues should not be overlooked, right? Let me take a look at this. Mm-hmm. I wanted to check this out because that was the part that I did remember. So Adrian Peterson over his career had 42 fumbles, including he had only 11 carries with your Seahawks and he had 1 fumble with your Seahawks on 11 carries. He had 1 year with 9 fumbles in his second season with Minnesota. 9. So to talk about the fumble problem with AP and just say, well, yeah, he had a little fumble problem. No, he had a huge fumble problem. And we all remember the Seahawks Minnesota playoff game. And remember one of the key points of that game, the Ice Bowl, was Cam Chancellor ripping the ball out of Adrian Peterson in the playoffs for a fumble. So that is a part. And the receiving thing is as well. AP kind of had stone hands. He was not the best pass catcher in the book. He ended up with like 305 catches for 400 yards in 13, 14-year career. You couldn't really, guy had 423 targets and only caught 300 balls as a running back out of the backfield. hands of stone, just a bit. But the one trick pony that he was, Greg, was a pretty good trick. Gibson, Marshall Faulk, Curtis Barton were also really good running backs. Those would be two guys that I think probably have strong arguments as top 10 to top 12 guys. Gibson says Faulk won a Heisman at San Diego State instead of Gino Torretta in 92. He was amazing in college as well. He was so fun in college, Faulk. You knew that guy was going to be. He was like Peterson. Some running backs you're not sure of coming out of college what they're going to be as pros, if it's going to translate. And both of those two guys you went, it'll translate. Faulk had some stuff with him. It was almost like Barry-like in the way he moved at San Diego State. Like a bigger Barry. John says, maybe it's because I'm old, but I'll take the old veterans over the newer players every time. Give me Chamberlain and Jordan over LeBron and Durant any day. I certainly can lean that way myself too as well, John. I mean, I'm a Jordan guy as well. I do definitely come more from that era, but I think there was something just different about him. And there was something just unique about him. And Durant and LeBron are great players and all-timers maybe in certain respects, but yeah, I think that there's can't forget the older players just because they played in a different era, especially if they were so supremely dominant in that era, so head and shoulders above everybody else around them, versus a guy who's just better than the guys around him during this era. Megan says, what are the Broncos paying Russ? Too damn much. That's the only correct answer. That's true. That is very true. Gibson Jamal Lewis was another beastie back. Yeah, another guy tough as hell to bring down, strong runner. Another guy would not want to tackle in the open field. Connor says Percy Harvin's one of the most underrated Hawks in recent memory. My guy, you only played 3 games for us, brother. We only got 3 games out of him, really. Well, no, we got like 5 games out of him, I guess. It's hard though when he's only got 5 games, you know. Megan says, what be? You would include the chest of steel. Are you feeling well, sir? No, he's part of the old guard. It's old guard. Morgan says, you didn't see Fitz in the Arizona Super Bowl run? Didn't he break Jerry Rice's yards, touchdown records? He was amazing. Oh, he was amazing. Yeah. No, he was, I mean, maybe the best receiver in the sport that time when they were on that Super Bowl run. And a bane of our Seahawks existence because he just used to beat us. He was even beating us as he got old. Like he was still finding a way to have a touchdown catch or two, even at the end. Fantastic player was Fitz. I'm very jealous of the Cardinals of that guy. You know, there's one guy of the Cardinals organization I could pull have taken to our Seahawks over the last 30 years. The one player I would have stolen would have been Fitz. Greg Kemp says Tiki Barber had a good run, but had some fumbling problems. He had to get that thing high and tight eventually, didn't he? Like he had to accentuate it when he ran. He had to change his whole running style just so that he could run with the ball like this, because it was so much of he ending up like this where you could knock the ball free on him. Kind of strange. D-Boy says, Brandon, should we keep Brooks or get rid of him? You keep him for one more year, D-Boy, because he gives you some depth now with Bush there. So you hope he can come back. You're not going to save a lot of money by moving off from him right now. So there's not a lot of cap savings to have. And if he comes back, he knows what you want to do in this defense. He's familiar with it. He can be functional in that role when he comes back, albeit not a difference maker or really impactful. So I think as well, too, D-Boy, it's going to help him having Bobby back. He doesn't have the green dot on his helmet anymore. He doesn't have to do the play calling. Carroll mentioned even on the Michael DeGar thing that he did recently, mentioning about Brooks struggling with that. So maybe that frees him up to play a little bit more loose and free at that point, D-Boy. But you got him on a 1-year deal. You just roll with it. Greg Warwick-Duncan was another good one. Another great all-around back. Magic Mac, can't wait until the Seahawks come back over here. It's just Jaguars and Falcons playing a lot when the NFL comes back here in October. Never seen an NFL game in person. Got to be the Hawks when I do. You got to do it, Magic. We got to do it. It's a fun event to see a game. And if you do it, I'd recommend get good tickets too. Don't get up in the nosebleed. If you're going to go, get the good ones. Check it out so you can really get a feel for the team and the speed and the athleticism of these guys that you sometimes can't feel unless you're really kind of closer down to the ground level of things. Probably is going to be a while before we're back out into the European area of things. We've done a London game in recent years. We did Germany game in recent years. We already have to fly so many miles. I think the NFL will probably be a little bit more gentler with us as we go forward. But I'll say this though, Mac, and I'm not saying on pocket. Hawks have as big an international contingent of fans as any team in the NFL. Doesn't matter if we're talking about Britain or Australia or Germany or Brazil or Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic. I can attest to this on my channel, seeing these folks come into my chat and from all over the place, all over the world. I just don't think other teams necessarily get that as much as we do. But maybe you won't have to wait too long. Rumble Podcast off topic. I don't know why. I get the strangest feeling that either Michael Penix or Bo Nix will end up a Seahawk. Between those two guys, parallel universes diverge for our Hawks. I'm a little bit with Megan on this. I'm okay with potentially Penix Rumble Podcast because I do like him. Nix is a little bit too leg heavy in his nature of his game. I really have a lack of trust in Bo Nix from an arm talent standpoint and being able to make, he's got a strong enough arm, but it's got no accuracy to it. And a guy that I just feel like is going to end up leaning really heavily on his legs for his success at the pro level. He's a guy that I think could kind of maybe go look to find a little bit of going the path of Lamar or Jalen Hurts or Daniel Jones and how you could maybe use him. But I'm kind of down on Nix. He's had a couple of different stops at college football, and I don't know. Greg Kemp, Brian Westbrook, and Gale Sayers might be the most slept-on running backs. Maybe. I mean, Gale's got such a short span. You know, there's got to be a certain point where you, beyond just playing 3 or 4 years, I know he had a great impact, but it's hard with that one, which is such a short run. Sproles was, Westbrook was great. Another great all-around back. We have some really good all-around backs. Your Thurman Thomases, Brian Westbrook types. Just all-around threats. Sproles, another fun one. So small, he'd hide in behind the offensive lineman, duck in behind him. Spaces, who do we want at number 5 in the first round? Who did we want at number 5 in the first round? Well, I mean, I think Carter was probably the most, They knew the Hawks liked AR and Anderson. I think the league knew that we were in on those guys. And they would have taken, I think, either of those two if they had been there at space. Megan says, Hawks Nest, you coming to camp with me in 3 years or my early 50th birthday trip? Be right. I'll try to at that point. Depends where I'm living and what's going on, but I might be eventually here. I'm kind of playing with some notions here now of recent of going back over to maybe potentially eventually the west side. So I might be back over there by that point. You never know. I might have just called. I might be calling the ball and being like, I gotta get back over on the to the west side connection of things here. So I'm kind of turning some things over option wise. But I'll try. I'll give it a shot. Rummer Podcast, Caleb is astonished is honestly unbelievably. I can't speak. Sorry, Rumbler. Caleb is honestly unbelievable. Astonishingly good already. Well said, and 100%. 100%. There's something special about the really good ones that stand out. And it can be arm strength, it can be anticipation, it can be moxie in the pocket, it can be so many different little skills that build to the ultimate player that you see on the field. But in watching football for so many years, when you have those quarterbacks that come along that separate themselves in a way that they are special and there is something different about them, it is really clear. I couldn't believe a couple of years ago, Rumbler, when I was having to hard sell a lot of people on Trevor Lawrence being the best quarterback out of that draft class. And it wasn't I had a good evaluation. It wasn't that my evaluation was so smart there. It was that people were overthinking it. And that guys like Trevor Lawrence or Andrew Luck or John Elway or Caleb Williams are in their own neighborhood as far as prospects. And they got to be separated in that way. And people should hold them to that kind of high esteem. And I think you're seeing teams already around the league doing that, Rumbler, when you got teams like the Rams and the Cardinals already in kind of that sub tanking kind of mode. With their crosshairs already slightly on Caleb to a little bit of a degree. If not him, then Drake May, I guess. But he is astonishingly good. He had some throws last year that would absolutely just take your breath away. And he plays with just a absolute fearlessness in the position I love on top of it. There's nothing about Caleb's game I've got any problem with. Even the machismo stuff he's got a little bit with the bravado and stuff. I'm okay with it. D-Boy says, B, are you flying in and out of SeaTac? I am indeed. I come back, I think on the night I come back, I'm there for a whole night. I'm going to stay in the hotel, I think, on the fly back in. But on the fly out, I'm just bump, in one plane, out the other, jump on it and go kind of thing. But yeah, there's no direct flights from Spokane to Hawaii, unfortunately. Ski Nation, TheSeahawksNest, the beast mode versus AP argument has always loomed in my mind. Can't lie about that. Marshawn and AP are heads and tails. It's a tough choice, but his comeback season is still unmatched. Either argument that would want to be placed on this, Ski Nation, not to try to take a middle road. I'm not a guy that just sits on fences, but anybody that took either argument on that, I'm a beast mode guy, I'm an AP guy. I think you've got a good argument to be made on either end. Let's also face it. Both of these guys came out in the same draft, right? And that there was like 10 picks that separated them or something like that. They were very closely alignedly picked together as well in the first round in the same draft. So even NFL circles looked at these two guys, even as prospects before their production, even with Adrian Peterson lighting it up like he had lit it up at Oklahoma, they still viewed them very similar too. And I always say this about this, Ski Nation, when we talk about taking elite players, great players, all-time great players, and we're trying to pull and separate between the two of them to differentiate and which one's better and which one's worse, it gets very hard when we get to that realm because they're so very close in so many different categories. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. It says we should have run the ball. Cues Rick Roll music. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna follow down. Love you. Yeah, should have ran the ball. And Ski Nation, we'll eventually here prep up for, I know you're a member of the channel for tomorrow's show here. I want to talk a little bit about that because it's going to be on tomorrow's show. Eventually I'll release it out to the rest of the channel, but that's going to be talking about that Super Bowl play. It will be the note that we touch on tomorrow because I think that Luke Wilson I think Wilson has definitely opened up a bit of not a can of worms, but just something that's worthy of discussion in regards to the what we should have run the ball. He added an extra layer to this discussion with some of the pulling back the curtain and telling us what was going on in the background. And it's very interesting in some of that stuff to go through it. But thank you for the $2 donation, man. I know you'll be there. We'll be on at 5 o'clock tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time, and I will be posting it up on the community board for, going to be doing it a little bit differently tomorrow. So members of the channel, keep an eye on the community posts because I will be posting the link through there tomorrow as I had to find a little more creative way to post it up so I can get to my patrons too. But Michael, what's up, man? So sorry I'm late. What's going on? We're just talking some JSN, man. Potential of JSN, where we see him going, and open up a bit of the show, going through some clips of some outsiders' view on JSN and what they thought about him, how good they thought he could be. So just kind of turning that over a little bit. Megan says, I can't go to the Hawks anything without my best friend and 12B. I feel you on that. I feel you, Meg. We'll make it happen. We'll get it going. I'll probably be back over the west side by that time, I'm sure, by that point. Especially with this new neighbor I've got. It's got me thinking about moving. I got a psychopath beneath me. Daniel says, already seeing the hype on Russ having a comeback year. Thoughts? Who do you think will have a better year, Russ or Geno? I say Geno, but I imagine the majority of media will predict differently. Maybe so. There's a lot of media that's definitely has turned on Russell very quickly. I keep coming back to something like KJ's comments on this. Russell will be good because he's been great for 10 years. Nobody just falls off a cliff after 1 year. My contention on that is this was not a 1 year process of Russell devolving. When he left his physical prime and started to lose those legs, maybe started to lose a little bit of arm strength, that stuff doesn't tend to come back just because you lose 20 pounds in your gut and your spare tire. That stuff is usually lost. And what will make Russ better is improving from the neck above. Is he getting better from the neck above? You're losing weight, but that doesn't tell me anything about your ability to process on the field. Throw with anticipation. Be better at the line of scrimmage and recognizing blitzes. Be better at the line of scrimmage about adjusting blitzes. Those things that Geno Smith can absolutely do and showed off time and time again, Daniel. It's why I also say Geno's not a guy that's going to regress this year, because the things that made him successful are going to be easy to repeat this year, because they have to do with items that aren't about, making a magical throw in a moment. It's reading a defense right. It's adjusting a protection in the correct direction. It's changing to the right play. And we got a blitz coming. I'm going to go to Rashad Penny here in Detroit. I'm going to go to run play here, and Penny hits it and busts it out for a 55-yard run. That's the type of stuff Matt Hasselbeck used to do. Hasselbeck was a master at changing the play at the line of scrimmage to a run play and getting a huge run gain out of it, because he could read the numbers and read what was going on in the field. And that's not Russ's game. What's only going to save Russ this upcoming year is one thing, because he can never be a high volume passer in this league. Never, can't do it, won't do it, wouldn't have been able to do it in his prime, certainly can't do it now when he's out of his prime. What can allow Russ to be effective and have a comeback year, Daniel, is that he plays more under center, less of this shotgun crap 24/7, that they're going to lean on running the ball 50% of the time. There was one team last year that ran the ball more than 50%. It's Tony Wright's Atlanta Falcons, or Tony Wright's Atlanta Falcons here. They ran it 51% of the time last year. The Broncos are going to have to run it more than 50% for Russell Wilson to have success, in my opinion, or right around the 50% mark. And they're going to have to do a lot of under center stuff, a lot of play action stuff. And if they do that, he can find some success. And they could even be potentially a pretty good team, especially with Sean Payton there. But he can't be a high volume passer. It's going to require the running game to be vibrant. Are they going to have that ability to have that operate that way with the offensive line in the place it's in? I don't know. I don't know about that. But I think he's going to do everything he can physically to get himself in the right shape. He'll at least look the part as far as having done everything. But I'm still very, very much reticent to believe that Russ has suddenly realized the value of fixing some of the things from the head up that he needs to fix. But you're right, the media will be all over it. Wu-Tang, 100%. B, prospects like T-Law or Caleb Williams or Luck are just obviously on some different tier. Don't overthink what's clear. That's it. It wasn't saying Trevor Lawrence that year is the best quarterback. It's like one of those places where you end up right, and it's like, this was not that hard. This was not me like having such a keen eye of talent at the quarterback position. This was a toddler could fall out of their stroller, look up at the television screen and see Trevor Lawrence in those long flowing locks and say, yep, that's going to be a guy in the NFL. That's it. I'm glad you agree on that, Wu-Tang. It's just there's certain guys that it's that way. There you go. It's there's no overthinking this. And these guys don't come down often. They don't come down often where it's that easy to see in that way. A guy like Patrick Mahomes, it wasn't as easy to see that in that way. It wasn't as clear in that way. There's a very small list of these guys, but he is one of them. Megan says, I have Caleb's signed USC mini helmet that I bought for $250 when I was at the Coley last September. Had an offer for $3,000, which I considered it as US dollars, which is 1.5 times Aussie, and said no. You got that offer quick, Megan, because people know that's going to be something that's going to be very worth probably quite a bit down the road if he becomes the quarterback that we think he's going to become. And I'll tell you what, you get a team like Megan, the Rams getting Caleb, not your atypical number one overall team that he's going to, he could be put in a position of being that much more successful, because that's going to be a big part of Caleb going forward. Is not whether Caleb has the talent or the ability to get it done. Does he go to the right organization that's going to take proper care of him? And when you're going to the number one overall worst team in the NFL, that's no given, unfortunately. Magic Max says, problem is, I think if I went to Seattle, I probably wouldn't be coming home. Well, Magic, that's just about what happened to Megan last year. Because Megan went to Seattle, we went and saw a game, and she absolutely fell in love with the city, and that's what people do when they come to Seattle. Especially if, God forbid, you go out there in the summertime when it's warm and it's hot. She will wrap you in her beautiful fingers and bring you close to her bosom. That's just the way the city works like that, It's unavoidable in many ways. Unavoidable. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, my problem with the NBA GOAT debate is it's an individual player label, but people bring team championships and rings into the debate to make MJ the GOAT because he doesn't have the stats, individual records of Wilt. It's a tougher call to make through with that. I think when you go to sports in general and you start getting to GOAT conversations, I think it's hard enough when we start saying, what's my all-time top 5? You already get into that and it gets tough. When we start talking about going to GOAT point of things, it does get to, I think you're touching on this, Greg, it gets to the arbitrary standpoint of things. And person by person, it's arbitrary. I weight championship rings more than this other person. Well, I weight the statistics more than this person. Well, I weight longevity more than both of the two of you. And which is the right way, which is the wrong way? Well, that's the part where I say it's arbitrary, because who's going to be the grand judge to say what weights more? And it's part of the fun of the debates of these kind of things. But it's also, I think, part of the impossibility of coming to an ultimate determination about what is what and what is real. You know, you can make your argument based on how you're going to weight the values as much as anything else. And you're right. I think when it comes to, I think there's like 5 guys you can come down to that you could make an argument for them all being GOATs. And everyone's going to have their individual one that they sort of ride with. And for their different reasons. I think Wilt's got to be one of those guys considered. Russell, even though he didn't have a statistical impact, to have that many titles, 8 titles, like he did's got to be considered, in my opinion. Kareem's got to be considered, in my opinion. MJ's got to be considered. And maybe, I know LeBron and probably Kobe you'd have to somewhat consider in there a little bit too. But I don't know if you really go outside of that list much further beyond that. I think you got to, and I don't know if there's really a more right answer than another on that list either. It's my opinion. Rumbler Podcast. Am I a bad person? Thank you for the $5 donation, Rumbler. Appreciate you, man. And Rumbler is, of course, again, folks, look at in the description section. Rumbler Podcast is the Spencer Smith, our own Spencer Smith here at the Hawks Nest. So I have a link down to his first episode there with Rumbler Podcast. Do feel free, please, to go over there and click that link there and show your support to a fellow Hawks Nest member in the house. It says, question, am I a bad person for rooting for 2 teams? My first hockey love was 6 years ago with VKG, followed by Day One. Love the Kraken too, though. 6 years ago was, well, you can't be faulted on that one, Rumbler, because you didn't have a team in Seattle for a time. That's the one place where if you're in a team and then you eventually get a team, I think that's where there's like an appendage to the rule or a rider on the rule, which would state that if you are beholden to be a fan of the team that you were born into the region you were born into. But if there is not a team there that you can root for, like if I'm a basketball fan in Seattle right now, and I have been a fan of last couple of years, I've decided that I want to be a fan of Golden State Warriors. Can't fault you as a fan then once the Sonics come back if there's still a little bit of a favor in your heart for Golden State, because you might have come into your fandom in basketball at a time when there was no Sonics here and you weren't aware of you were too young to be aware of the Sonics being here prior. So you found a loophole here, Rumbler, is what I'm trying to say. You found a very specialized loophole in the loyalty of the fandom of any sports. So, revel in that. You get to enjoy it and have 2 teams at that point because of it. Thanks for the donation, though, man. I appreciate you on that, and best of luck to you on that channel. Best of luck. D-Boy says you should do a meetup. You should do a meetup the night you stay in Seattle. Let's look at trying to maybe set something up, D-Boy. I'll tell you this. If I don't do a meetup on the return trip at that point, I'm going to definitely get back out. And I don't know if it's going to be training camp or how I'll do it, but I'll definitely get back out to Seattle this summer at some point. If it's just to drive on over there and say what's up for a couple nights and do a couple meet and greet things or something like that. I'll try to put something together like that if I can't make it work on this one. And I will announce it on like the community post or whatnot if we can kind of make something like that go. So I probably have to have somebody come out and like pick me up. I'll be without a car and all that stuff too. So, there's some of that. I'm going to need like a ride and get all that, coordinated if I do, but I'm open to it. Definitely open to it. I'd get for sure something this summer. I wanted to do a meet and greet last year, D-Boy, and we're still just kind of coming off the, pandemic. So I was like, give it a little bit of time, but I think it's now time to, get out and get a meet and greet done and See my peeps in person. Guys, gotta see my peeps. Wu-Tang says, I moved back in the early 2000s from Austin. I need the ocean and cool weather. Love Seatown. Oh, wow. A lot of people tend to be doing in recent years, Wu-Tang, the reverse of that, where Austin's getting so much love that everyone's trying to go down to Texas, just flowing down there. But there's something special about Seattle, and especially you go out in the late spring and you're in the summer, and there's no more beautiful place, no more idyllic place in just about the entire world outside of maybe a paradise. It's beautiful. D-Boy says, what's the big difference between being under center and shotgun? Quarterbacks are going to tend to favor in this modern age being in shotgun, D-Boy. And it doesn't always mean that it's what the coaches would want if they just had their pick and say. It's what the players will tend to favor. And the shorter the quarterback, oftentimes the more that you're going to have them in shotgun. And the reason you're doing this, of course, is because you're now creating a natural way for them to have separation from the offensive line, where the farther they get away from the offensive line, D-Boy, the more that they have now more of an ability to see over the top of those skyscrapers, at least compared to them. Right? You're 5'8", I'm 5'8", you're my center and my guard's at 6'5". If I'm 2 yards behind you, I can't see over the top of your helmet. I can't read the field. If I'm 6 yards behind you, I can kind of get a little bit of a better view. I'm still blocked off at certain points, but I get a little bit better view. The more I go back, the better view I get. This is one of the reasons for years, D-Boy, if you watch Russell, you'd notice that in shotgun, he'd line up an extra yard or two further in deeper in depth in shotgun than a guy like Tom Brady. And that was because he wanted that extra view down the field because the size matters in being able to see. So that's the first part where the quarterbacks tend to favor it. The problem comes into play, though, first off in the running game is that when you go to hand a running back the ball, then is that the running back then has to start from a dead stop position when he's getting the ball, as opposed to when you're under center and you go to hand off the ball to the running back. By the time he's actually taking the ball, he's had 3 full steps to get up to speed. So now he can hit that hole full speed, hammer the hole, and you can better create your blocking designs to have to only create a hole for the running back that much easier, Whereas when you're in read option now, the guy's got to more read things because there's going to be likely to be penetration. There's going to be somebody getting through and he's got to read off of that and then find a different open hole space. And so it relies upon a little bit more creativity from the running back and read option, and you're not doing it as traditionally in the run game. The third aspect of this, D-Boy, is the turning your back to the offensive line. Quarterbacks do not like to turn their back to the offensive line because every moment I'm moving back to the running back to fake this and do play action and my back's to that offensive line, I don't know what they're doing back there. I don't know what the defense is doing back there. And so when I come off of that play action and I flip my head around, I'm having to read everything really quickly and really fast, that right there in the moment, and then make my determination. Whereas when I'm in shotgun, I get a little bit of that extra time to the whole way through, the whole course of the play as I'm taking that snap, I'm able to keep my eyes upfield and keep reading and addressing what's happening. And so, quarterbacks don't tend to like to turn their back in that way. But some of this is going back to the trust of the formation, because if you're running the ball, you're going to get the defenses to buy in on the run. The play action is going to be that much better, and that those players are now going to have that much more separation in their routes because the defense was initially playing the run at the forefront of this a little bit. So it's really a difference of, at times, what's best a little bit for the offense and what's most comfortable for the quarterback. And if you have a star quarterback, he can oftentimes more better drive those teams to allow him more into shotgun situations. But, there's some things lost with it too. I think Mike Holmgren for a whole couple of years here would refuse to run shotgun. A big believer in just the process and the kind of just the rhythm of the play, needing the requirement of that under center stuff. So it's a difference, but it's really a preference thing as much as anything between what the quarterback wants and what's kind of best for the team. This is where we come back to the Russell Wilson thing, D-Boy, because Russell wants to be in shotgun. Russell wants to be a high volume passer. Yeah, but that's not what's best for you, Russ. Yeah, but it'll make my star big. It'll make my brand rise. It'll make my legacy better. Yeah, but it's not better. It's not what's best for you or what makes your offense the most effective with you under center. And this is the tough part. This is probably the push and pull that we saw, D-Boy, between Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson at the end. Let me cook. I want to throw high volume. You're not built to do that. You're not built to do that. both from a physical standpoint, from a mental makeup, from a skill set standpoint. You're not built to do it. But that's pride. As Marcel Wallace once said, that's pride messing with you. F pride. It only hurts. It never helps. And Marcellus was right. Did it help Russ in the situation? No. Might have gotten paid a little bit more. But it's not helping the legacy, which is, of course, what he tells us is the ultimate thing that beyond money is what matters to him most. And that is the divine great irony of it. Magic Max says, that's so effing cool. I think most people over here would rather live in Canada or Australia. America, not so much. But I'd do it in a heartbeat if I could. Been to New York and LA, but never to Seattle. I think this is a tough thing, too, for people that view America at times, is that we do seem, I think, that everything is so much similar across the board when there is so much of a wide difference territorially. And it's such a huge nation. And there's different mentalities and different types of people and the different weather. It is a very much a melting pot here. And I've lived all over the place, Magic Mac, in the United States. And I can really attest to this. Every place has got every state, it's got its unique kind of thing to it. Mentality, the way they go about it, both good and bad. But you'll fall in love with Seattle if you come to it. No doubt about that. Megan says, I have to admit it was the mountain that captured me, B, and the coffee. Those will get you. And Rainier is pretty stunning. Pretty stunning. Megan says, top 5 lists annoy me as it's all subjective. E.g., I know Jim Zorn is a better quarterback than Dave Gregg, but B disagrees. It is very subjective, Megan. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Space says, could you imagine the Hawks Nest watching the Niners game for the Hawks Nest? Well, the ultimate goal here, Space, the ultimate goal here is that through the sheer popularity of this Hawks Nest, right? By the sheer popularity of it, that we eventually force them to build me a cage in the stadium, and then I do all my streams out of there, both during games, during off seasons, right? I turn on the light, go in there, just up in my little cage. So eventually we're going to get them there. We just got to get them to buy into it. Could you picture I'm just up there 24/7 all the time, you know? Where's the Hawk's Nest? He's up in his nest. Go look at the hive. Have you checked the Hawk's Nest? Have you looked up there yet? No, he's up there. Check it out. I get that section back to fully lit. I'll tell you that too. And there'll be nobody sitting on their hands when they need to be loud when I'm out there. Daniel Bailey says, yeah, Seattle summers are great. Stays around 70s and lots of green. You get 3 mini summers, late spring, summer, and early fall. But you got to survive 7 months of gray to get there, though. It's true. It is a brutal 7 months of gray. That is the downside. You go in the spring, you may not as much fall in love. Go in the late fall, maybe not as much fall in love. Or winter, maybe not as much. But if you can get around to the late spring, summer, it's awesome. Debo says, yes, you are. Don't believe you're a bad person. Thank you, D-Boy. Ski Nation, the Hawks Nest, we have all seen the top 100 NFL runs all time video, and we all know how it ends. It ends as it should. Let Magic Mac know they need to watch that video. You do need the top 100 all-time runs. And if you have a Magic Mac, you need to watch the 2 Beastquake runs of Marshawn Lynch, 2 of the best all-time runs of any NFL running back in NFL history, and Beast Mode is the best run in NFL history. I don't care who you're asking. I don't care what era we're talking about. I don't care. It's not subjective. It's not arbitrary. America has 100% voted on this, and it's Marshawn's run. That wins. Ski Nation says, the Hawks Nest, my pick. No thought on top 5 list is Jim Brown, Bo Jackson, Barry Sanders, AP, and Beast Mode in any order. I like it, man. I like it. Can't argue with any of them. I can understand why. You know, Beast Mode's impact and his shadow over his era, beyond statistical, is certainly something that you can still feel even up until this day. Megan says, Maple Leafs fan for 40 years, one of the first Kraken members internationally, B. Hell yeah. And that's how that works, you know. You adopted them on as they came on board, you know. It's the proper way it should work. D-Boy says, B, okay, cool. I stay 10 minutes away from the airport, so I'll drive you. Well, I'm down on that respect then, man. We'll see. Let me see my timing on it when I get on that night in the hotel and everything from Hawaii, but I'm down, man. I'm absolutely down. No doubt. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, have you watched the YouTube channel with Wilt Chamberlain archive? It was as a channel dispelling myths about Wilt and became an educational channel about the 50s and 70s basketball and rules. It has shorts. I don't know if it was that channel that I watched, but I was going back. It was a few months ago, going back and watching a little bit of Wilt playing at the time when he did. So I have gone back and watched some of those old games with him. Especially going back, watching a few of the games with him when he was there with another guy that's really supremely underrated, of course, is Jerry West. And those two guys going together, playing together. I want to watch how those guys worked off of each other when they were together a little bit. But I still like going back and watching those occasionally. I don't get as much time to do it, Greg, because I get so busy with the channel to check some of that stuff out. But I do still like watching that old stuff. I watch old football games. I think that just because the athleticism has come forward and the games have changed and there's still some real excitement and enjoyment to be had in watching older sports. Those guys were still playing really hard and there's some things about the game that they played in a certain way that you've lost in the modern era, especially from a physicality standpoint and that kind of thing. But Wilt was special. He was special. John Holland says Alaska's where it's at. Boy, the winters though, John. The winters. I don't know. I barely handle Spokane winters. I already bitch and moan all the way through the winter as it is here. Megan says, can't wait to get the hell out of Dodge and leave this town behind, B. Even after 6 years, far too many memories of my dad, and I need to make a clean break. And Seattle is it when Ollie is older. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Megan. I know it's captured you for sure on that, and I love it. You love living in Seattle. It's great. Daniel is also, it doesn't rain nearly as much as people think. When it rains, it's usually just drizzles, but a thick layer of gray overcast for what feels like months at a time. That's the true part of it. Definitely a feeling of you're waiting on that sun. It can drive you crazy a little bit, but it isn't bad. The rain doesn't pour. It's just like you say, it's a little drizzle. You just always feel like everything's just a little kind of wet. Yeah. Well, Valdez, Wilson wants to be Mahomes, but they have different strengths and skill sets. Well, that's it. Know thyself. It's one of the greatest rules that you can ever apply to yourself. Know thyself. Seems so simple, but it's based within the fact that we can get lost into who we are, what we're about, what drives us. Know thyself. And you're not Mahomes, Russell Wilson. You're not built in that same way. Your game's not built in that same way. It doesn't mean that you couldn't find equivalent greatness. It just means you have to find a different pathway to get there. But Wilson wanted to do it by the Mahomes pathway. He wanted to do it by the Brady pathway. He wanted to do it by I'm going to be the Superman player. And that's how I'll grow my legacy with it, without understanding that he didn't have the cape. He didn't have the S on his chest, or he might have at one point in time, but it's long faded. Jonah the Whales is aloha, B. Aloha, man. Good to see your brother in the house. Hope you're doing well. Rumble Podcast. Brandon, do you think that the tight end position specifically, it's so much more difficult to have much year one impact? Even Pitts did next to nothing. You think Kincaid can break the trend with Buffalo? Well, I think first, one thing that would stand out to me on this and doing recent scouting looks, let's say the last probably 4 draft classes, Rumbler, is for some weird reason, the talent level's just not been good coming in. There's been a lot of guys, a lot of classes where you go, I don't know if this guy's going to have any kind of impact, and he's the number 1 tight end in this class. He might just be an okay guy. He might just be kind of another dude. And that's been a part that's kind of, I think, inhibited a little bit of the early tight end production coming in and having it happen. You mentioned a guy like Pitts, for instance, and Atlanta seemed like they were kind of figuring out in that first year what to do with him. Is he a tight end? Is he a receiver? Do you flex in between the two? There's a little bit of having to learn that kind of particular player in that instance, even though he was so highly talented. He's a tweener. I mean, he's the classic case of a tweener, not this and not that, but somewhere in between. So I think more tight ends can have more impact, Rumbler, if we get better talent coming in from the position. For instance, next year's draft, we got the kid out of Georgia. You know, the kid that's got some kind of Gronk elements to him at times. That kid's going to step in and he's going to play well from day one. He's going to have an impact as a rookie. But I don't think there's anything with it Kincaid that makes me think he's got such a different level that he will buck that trend. And I don't think the same thing, Michael Mayer the same way. I think they'll be more into those same places of like guys like recently Cole Kmet with Chicago, or the Penn State kid that went to the Steelers a couple of years ago. Hasn't been a bad tight end, but I mean, he's just been kind of all right. You know, it's been a little bit strange in recent years, the tight ends. Very, very weak. Jonah says, when I lived in Seattle, I had a good time. In the summertime, we used to stay out late at night and play making ramps with our BMX bikes till like 12 at night. Sun is still out. Hell yeah. Oh, some late days there in summer. That's right. Daniel says, anyone visiting, I recommend checking out the sky view at the Columbia Tower. Great view. That is a great view. Best view in town at times. As high up as you can get on that one. I couldn't do it though. I'm like Megan, a little bit terrified of the heights. Greg Kemp says, I always saw Russ as a mini Donovan McNabb. Yeah, I can see that. I kind of see that. I think he'll be very much more closer aligned to being viewed as sort of the Donovan McNabb of his era than being viewed as a Mahomes, Brady player of his era in retrospect. You know, part of the reason why with Russ too, it's a bit of, I think he's went from being a guy that was looked at as kind of a certain Hall of Famer before he left here to Denver to now like Donovan, where you go, it's more on the line. Not sure if he gets in. Might get just underneath it on that a bit. Jonah the Whale. My top 5 running backs of all time are Beast Mode, Barry Sanders, and Marshall Faulk. It's a good list. Solid list. A little Beast Mode heavy, but still good. I wouldn't argue with it. Wu-Tang says, I played running back from Pop Warner through senior year, and when I saw the Beastquake run, my mouth was just hanging open. I still watch it and just laugh. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. You just don't run through guys like that. You don't get hemmed up in the hole. You know, as a running back, you don't get stopped to a dead stop because a guy's got you hemmed up in the hole, and then just get through that, especially when there's second, third, fourth guys as cavalry members behind that first guy, as was the case on that play. It showed off everything a running back could bring to the table: moves, strength, power, stiff arm, vision, patience, breaking back across the field, creatively at just the right moment. It all just went together in that run, in that way. And we've never seen anything like it in NFL history. It caused an earthquake for good reason, because fans were just in absolute utter shock of what they had just seen on the field. Absolute shock. D-Boy says, Brandon, who ran harder, Mike Allstott or the bus? I'm an Allstott guy on this. I think he ran harder. I think Allstott ran with more violence and more just pure physicality. I think the bus was just a really big guy. There was so much of him, even from a round aspect. He was just hard to bring down to the ground. You couldn't get your arms around him, and he had such good contact balance, and he could just keep his feet like nothing else. Whereas Allstott was going to literally spear you with his helmet running full speed and not give an F. So I go with Allstott on that one. Meg says B has one who has mental health issues. Is Seattle a good place to go with depression and anxiety? With weather, I mean, not exactly on that, Megan. You definitely want to get some trips planned to where you're going in the summer during the winter. Because it does have an effect on people. And even those people that live there and live there their whole life, it can hit you. You're going to get to the points on those late winter days where you've been in it for 4 straight months. You haven't seen the sun in 4 months. The days feel like it's getting dark at 3:30. It's tough. That's a tough one. And you need to have a little bit of a counterbalance, I think, on that, to take a trip or two here and there to kind of offset it, because it'll get to you if you don't. So it's something to be mindful of if you move there, for sure, Megan. Daniel says, I like how Jonah put beast mode in 3 times in his top 5. And Megan said he said he forgot him. Should put him in there 4. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, you would have loved the making of case 1972 Lakers on YouTube. It talks about how that Laker team invented what became the NBA shoot-arounds before games, the team's history, and Jerry West, Elgin Baylor era. Yeah. Again, two guys shouldn't be forgot about. I mean, look at a guy like Jerry West go look at that guy and how he's built back in that day and that body type that he was built back. Like that was a guy that was training all the time. That was busting his ass. Just because he played in a different era, just because he didn't have some of the modern iterations of crossover dribbles and Euro steps, didn't mean the guy wasn't really impressive as a player. He had hops too. One guy with hops back in the late 70s. But I'll check it out, man. I love that old stuff. I really do. It's fun watching those old games. Megan says, all he loves the Beastquake run. We watch regularly. Hell yeah. Well, he's got some good taste. Wu-Tang says, even someone who likes the rain, by about February, I'm ready to go to Mexico or Hawaii. It's pretty grim. It is. It's by that point it clicks in. And sometimes you get the late springs where that winter lasts a little extra long period of time out there in the Pacific Northwest, and it will get to you. You'll have your snapping point days where you're just, I can't take another overcast day. I can't do it. Yeah. Just too much. Too much. But you just got to get a couple of trips put in. Get a trip to Cali, get a trip to Hawaii, get a little sun on the skin. You reset the clock a bit, you get yourself back turned around. It's all good. Wu-Tang says, SoCal will do as well. Just need a dose of vitamin D. After that long, the grimness of the winter is made worth it by the glory of the ultra green spring and flowers. That's the one part about too, though, Megan, is that when you do get to summer, the whole city is ready for summer in Seattle. Everybody's been sitting inside, so when it opens, you got the festivities, you got the stuff going on in the city, you've got everybody having their little this and their little that, and people meeting up and barbecues, and we definitely know we've got to squeeze that particular piece of fruit when it comes because it isn't going to last. It'll move on very quickly. It's definitely something to think about, Megan, because it would get to me at times. I mean, it's no doubt about it. There'll be times you're deep in the winter and just like, I can't take this overcast another day with no sun and just dreariness. It does get to people. I mean, that's one of the reasons they say it. I think they've said in the Pacific Northwest, we have one of the higher suicide rates in just about all of the world because that whole seasonal depression thing is a real thing and you feel it. It gets you. D-Boy says, B, do you remember when the Seahawks played the Cowboys, I think in the playoffs, and Tony Romo fumbled the game-winning field goal? I do. That was the whole thing about D-Boy at that time was that they had, they would bring in fresh footballs for the field goals at that time. For some reason, they decided a particular year to do that. And so the ball was a little slick, a little extra slick. But Tony was also a little nervous, right? Tony's hand before the snap was doing this. It's hard to hold the ball down when it's doing that, He was a young guy. Rumbler Podcast, you have a good night, man. Thank you for the dono. And again, folks, do please sub up to Rumbler Podcast's channel. He's got his link here in the description section on this particular video. Shout out to him and best of luck in his new excursion there on the channel. I think this is probably a pretty good time as well with Rumbler. We are passing here about 4 hours and a half in. So let's go ahead and get kind of last questions, comments, concerns, trials, tribulations on into the chat as we'll kind of wrap this up. I'll be back as well tomorrow for members of the channel. We'll be doing a little bit of discussion regarding the Super Bowl play. Luke Wilson had a little bit of some thoughts that he recently dropped over on KJ's podcast that I want to discuss with you guys tomorrow. So we will be getting into that 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time for the members of the channel. Please be on the lookout for that. And well, if you're not a member of the channel and you're wondering about these videos, I still will be releasing them to the regular channel as we lead up to training camp. So in 2 weeks leading up to training camp, we'll be just kind of daily releasing out the videos that we're doing for the members only. As I continue to do members only videos every week on Thursday. So keep it all balanced. Keep it all even Steven, so to speak. Megan says, you saw what it was like when we met, B. That was high anxiety day. It can get that way out there, Megan. But if you take the trips, if you just have a couple of trips during the winter that you plan to go somewhere and be warm, just dig some toes into a beach, then it's not as bad. You just got to plan that stuff in advance to kind of build it into the schedule a little bit. Then it's okay. Immortal EO Tech says, you are live for days. It's how I roll, man. It's just how I do what I do. I love talking to my people. I love my people. Spectre 7 says, Rob Manfred came out and said he should have suspended the cheating Astros players. What a joke of a commissioner. Absolutely a joke of a commissioner. And that's one of the most no-duh statements that he could have ever applied. I've said before, baseball, it's on them now as we go forward to get around this, but the cheating issue stuff has got to get rid of baseball, or baseball is going to be gotten rid of by the public. It's a sport that's very reliant on an older audience watching it right now. And from steroid era to greenie era to freaking technological era of cheating, it's gotten too embedded with that, on top of being kind of a boring sport at times. But that was the whole thing with letting all those guys off the hook for blatantly cheating as they did was ridiculous. But baseball's been soft on cheaters. Last time they were hard on cheaters was the Black Sox era, or I guess Pete Rose. Outside of that, it's like everybody else, like, the hell with you. We'll let everybody else have a pass. Carl Neary, not trying to be negative, but the city of Seattle is vomit. The surrounding areas are gorgeous, though. And a therapist can make a killing in Seattle. Carl's not wrong. There are some areas, too, that have got a little more shadier and a little more dirtier. That is true. It is not in its original splendor from probably about 20 years ago, what it was. It's a good point, Carl. It's a good point. John says there's just too many great running backs. I don't think I can pick 5. Walter Payton was great. Dickerson was so dominant in his era. Tomlinson, Smith, Campbell, too many. Too many, John. I like all those guys. Emmett's the one guy that I hold a little bit differently and separately, where I go, I can't put him in the same class. The production's there. The stats are there. But I think that's the main back in NFL history that's benefited from a supporting cast than any other back in NFL history, in my opinion. Debo says, B, that's funny, is everyone always says it rains too much in Seattle, but when they see the trees and the hills and the flowers, they end up loving Seattle. It's true, man. They don't do the 2 and 2 together, You can't have one without the other. Can't have the flowers without a little bit of that misty rain always coming through. J.O. says, I say we go till the sun comes up on the stream. Wouldn't have been the first time, J.O. Wouldn't have been the first time. Greg says, Brandon, have you heard about the story of Wilt Chamberlain playing against pros as a teenager under the name George Marcus? No, I hadn't heard that one, man. That's a first. He was so physically dominant. He could have probably been like 12 years old, and he was probably like 6'10". And those guys were all smaller at that time anyway, so he probably would have been out there just killing them as it was. What's crazy about Wilt was that he was so strong, but then he was so big, but then also so strong for his era. So many of those taller guys can be just kind of lanky, and you can push him around a little bit with physicality, but he was such a physical powerhouse, a built 7-footer. Yeah. D-Boy says, B, that's the best NFL football moment with my dad I'll never forget. Oh, hell yeah. That's a great moment, D-Boy. A great moment. We kind of all remember where we were on that run, where we were at when that happened. It's true. It's a beautiful moment. Spaces, I've lived in Seattle 3 times. Done a couple tours myself. Done a couple tours. And Wu-Tang, yeah, Manfred's a straight up bozo. He could have come down there and closed that off in a way where people understood that baseball wasn't going to stand for this. And if you choose to try to do this in the future, we're going to break you down hard. And instead, he made it seem like, well, if you do it, we might slap your hands, but, we're going to feel real mad at you for it, though, Yeah, but we're going to be able to go win a World Series title. We can go cheat and win a World Series title, and you're not going to take it away from us, and you're not going to hold us accountable or responsible for that. Well, so then why won't somebody else do it again in the future at that point? If they can find the way, if they can find the next whatever technological way to get away with it, because you're not going to suffer the price. You'll be able to skate. It's just stupid. D-Boy says, B, I think we should do the meetup in summer so everyone can make and take the time off work and family time that they need to forget. I forgot where all the groups up now. Can't drop everything and just go. It's true. I think that's probably a better way to do it too, because I'll probably be D-boy. I'm going to come back off the trip. I'm going to be tired. I'm going to need to thinking about getting back to the cats, getting back to the home. So it is something where it's probably best to, do it where I'm fresh too, because I'll be a little bit, rummy, I'm sure by that point. That 6-hour flight will kill me. It always kind of wears me out. Megan says, now I'm overthinking the move. Thanks for the advice though, B. You got to think about it, Megan. It is a real part to deal with living in Seattle. And if it's something that does affect you, it's got to be kind of brought into clarity on it. I wouldn't dissuade you from moving from Seattle from it at that point, but it is a part that you got to go there at a time, even though the forest fires were there and kind of give it a little bit of a weird feeling to the air. That's not normal, the forest fires, but you're months in on those overcast days and you kind of feel it. You feel it. Jonas is just about to say, Brandon, my favorite baseball player, not a Mariner, will always be Pete Rose. So are they soft on all those cheaters, but they're not going to let my man Rose into the Hall of Fame? Yeah, it's the part that pisses me off with it too, Jonah. I don't want to excuse what Pete Rose did, but Pete Rose loves the game of baseball, and I don't think Pete Rose would have done something. As much as the betting stuff sucks, I just don't think that Astros did something that absolutely harmed the game and will harm the game in the long-term future. Harm the game from a historical standpoint. I don't know what Pete Rose did really harming the game, or how he, really did that. They had a special. They decided to basically make him a whipping boy at that point, really unload on him, a lot like they did on Shoeless Joe Jackson. They did the same on Shoeless Joe, right? The times that Major League Baseball, in its entirety of its 100-year time, has come through and dropped the hammer time, it's been ridiculous. Shoeless Joe hit 380 in the World Series, and they said the man, because he what he essentially did is he agreed, like, I will cheat, but he just went out there and played. Yeah. I don't get it. It's not consistent. D-Boy says, B, if you want to meet when you come back from Hawaii, I'll be down. It's Applebee's and talk football. Something like that, be probably down. I'd be open to that, D-Boy. And if you're down to come pick me up in the car, get me. I'm open to it. I'll stay in contact with you over on the Twitter side of it and let you know where my schedule's at, what time I'm coming in, and how the flight times all work with that. But I'm down to it. I'm just going to be sitting in my hotel room anyway once I come back on the flight, because I'm there overnight. Making my favorite all-time player is Ichiro. It's a good player. Good player to be all-time. John, Barry Sanders, my all-time favorite running back. I think when it's all said and done, John, that's mine too. I think I'm a Barry guy when it's all said and done. He's kind of my guy. Jim Brown was the most dominant of his era. I only put Smith up there because technically he holds the all-time records for most yards consistency. I can't argue with people putting Emmett in there. He just isn't in my particular one, John, but he has a rightful place with his stats and his career to be considered up there with the best. And it is arbitrary to say, well, he has the best supporting cast. How do you prove it? How do you substantiate that? Hard to do. But I think your Barry Sanders pick's my pick too. I land on Barry, I think, when it's all said and done. That's my dude. Alex, if the Seahawks manage to do bad or mediocre this upcoming year, is there any quarterback you're interested in taking in next year's draft? Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, Drake May. All three of those guys that you mentioned are guys that I would be open to taking a long look at. I've heard that John Schneider likes Quinn Ewers. I don't know about that kid out of Texas. I'm not as big on him. There is a lot of other quarterbacks that are entering this draft, from your Spencer Rattlers to KJ Jeffersons. They don't get me tremendously excited. I think if you're talking about the three guys that stand out to me early on that I'm most sort of hot to trot on, Alex, I think you captured him. Not in that order. I'd probably go Caleb, May, Penix, but that would be my top three pecking order. There are some guys that could be interesting to take a look at that are some wild cards here who could really emerge. Does Shadur Sanders with Colorado, can he emerge? What about the kid out of Tennessee who might have the strongest arm in all of college football? Does he start to emerge? These are guys that could come a little bit more out to the forefront here, but at least as we enter into college football season right now, those are the three guys that I'll be having probably as close an eye on to, and just keeping the evaluation process on point and what they're doing and how their season's going. Cam Ward's another guy, Alex, Washington State, who's worth remembering and keeping an eye on. There's a lot of guys in this draft, Alex, but you picked some good names. Will Valdez, does Will Levis have more long-term success in Tennessee than Bryce Young in Houston? Well, for me, what it's always come down with me on this with Bryce is really that I think he can be an effective quarterback on the football field. I just don't think that he can be a guy that's going to sustain long-term at the position. So I think very much he could end up being a guy that's going to, play better than Will Levis, but he's not going to be, I don't think, as healthy as Levis as a player or hold up in that way as a player, because he's going to just sustain some hits that's going to break that little frail body of his. With that said, I don't have a lot of faith with Will Levis, and he stands right now where he's at right now. That so many NFL teams will, like a Tampa Bay, for instance, that are so quarterback hungry, let that kid pass by in the first round. I think that there's a measure of something to take from those NFL teams, and there being so many of them that passed on him, and their outlook on Will and where he's at and where he's going. And I've got to almost let that sort of supersede my own personal opinion on him. And I was high on him to a degree. But Bryce will be better, but I don't think Bryce is going to be healthier. I'll say that, and I think that's going to be a big part of what impacts Bryce's value on the football field. Yeah, B. Rose never supposedly bet against his team. Yeah, it's true. D-Boy says, B, are you a fan of the NIL deal, or do you think it's a distraction to the playoffs? No, I think it's a great thing. I am kind of, D-Boy, in certain respects, a free market capitalist. And if you're an 18-year-old man, you deserve to be paid, and you should not be restricted by that. And so I think that them getting paid is a good thing. And especially for a sport, there's other sports where it's maybe not as much like baseball or whatever, you're getting paid or whatever, but that these football players especially are getting paid who have such short careers, who can see themselves sustain insanely bad injuries in college, which then don't allow them to ever be pros. And now you actually get your chance to make money. And then there's the other aspect that I love about this, D-Boy, which is going to cause players to stay in college longer, which is going to make the college product that much better. Teams are going to be better. Games are going to be better because you've just got more good players on the field. They're not going on to the NFL. Guys that would have left and gone to the NFL, D-Boy, that would have been 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks who would have left a year early in their college experience will now stay that extra year. So it works well all the way around. The guys get paid better. We get a better product. When the players now go to the NFL, you get less raw players and you get more guys ready to roll that are closer to being pros from it. Unfortunately, there's one given year within this that you're going to have a little bit of a carryover where those guys stay in school and don't come out, and so you get a weaker draft from it. And D-Boy, we suffered that draft this past year. That's the unfortunate part of it, is that we had to sort of pay that price. That's why one of the reasons this draft was so weak. But it will rebalance back out, right? It'll recalibrate next year to the norm as far as the total talent coming in the draft. But we had to suffer a bit this year in that respect. Megan says, when are you starting scouting for next year, B? I'm looking to start a brief look in the next few weeks. I'll probably be taking a look at some guys while I'm on Hawaii break, Megan, looking at some players a little bit casually. But once I get back from the trip, then it's going to start to dive back in on them a little bit. I'd like to get a good solid base coming into the college season so that the goal is to lower down as we get into, next off season. So I'm not having to, find 200 names in 90 days that I got to go scout because my eyes start to run together and all that, You know what I mean? All right, folks. Well, we are 5 minutes on in here, so let's go and we'll put a button on this one here. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry and a little bit thirsty and all that stuff, so we'll go ahead and wrap this on up. Wu-Tang says, enjoy the tropical breezes in Hawaii, Brandon. Well, thank you very much on that aspect of things. And D-Ball, I will hit you up on DM when I come in on the return trip, let you know about the details of that. Maybe we can sync up in that respect of things. So I think I was off a little bit on my trip. I think it's not actually Sunday, but the Monday I'm leaving off. So I thought it was the 24th, but I think it's more like the 26th or something I've got on the deal. So we may be back on a Sunday show here with my timing on this. We'll see how it goes. I will be back for sure on Thursday. So we'll be doing a show tomorrow here for members of the channel and going over a little bit of that final Super Bowl play tomorrow. So for those that are members of the channel, please be on the lookout. 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time on Thursday. Greg says, Brandon, the crazy part is Wilt wore a size 12 shoe, which is strange for his height, and was all legs and arms. Wilt somehow had 4.6 speed at 290 pounds, 310 strength, and crazy stamina. 48.5 athleticism track athlete. He was a freak of freak guy that I think could have played in any era, Greg. In that, yeah, he was just uniquely built. As you think about the guys back at that time that would have been his size, and you would have thought of him as just string beans that weren't strong, and that he's just really long and big and could, and then he could jump high on top of it. I mean, the 48.5, vertical leap or whatever, which is sometimes, I don't know if he could get up there. He got up high. He could touch well over the top of the square of the backboard easy. He got up there. I've seen some video shots of him getting up where it doesn't matter whether this is 1965 or 2023. If a guy jumps that high, it's insanely impressive. But he was tough, so tough to deal with. Kind of Shaq before Shaq. Just absolutely dominant. Megan asks, why is the broad jump measured to the combine, B? It's an explosive test. How is your explosion? Can you take yourself from a dead stop, jump as far as you can jump? How explosive are you in that respect? Some of the explosive scores, like a 3-cone or a short shuttle, Megan, will let you test your explosiveness on the move. The broad jump tests explosiveness from basically a stop position, much like the vertical leap does. And then when you have a vertical leap and a broad jump that you can put together that are elite, you've got a good explosive player. If you got a guy that's suffering in that or below average in that, then you might have some questions about the explosiveness, and you want to go back and check the tape to see if that is the case, if there is an issue with it. They all test those individual things. I think short shuttle is stop and start, change of direction. Same thing with the 3-cone. That's what those things test. They also test explosiveness. But then the main test of explosiveness then beyond that's going to be your broad jump, your vertical leap, and then your 10-yard split and your 40-yard dash. You can kind of put all those three things together. And if one of those is good, but the other two are failing, you don't know as well that you have an explosive athlete, especially if it doesn't show up on tape. But it all has to kind of pair together with it. And it does make sense to me too, Megan. I think makes sense why they do those drills in that way. They'll be doing probably adjustments with it over the next couple of years, but it adds up as to how, they've arrived to make it why this stuff carries the way it carries, All right. Well, we will wrap this up on that, folks. Another just fantastic show from you guys. Love the thoughts in the chat and where you guys are coming from. Always using your brains, bringing perspectives and stuff. Ways of thinking that sometimes I just haven't considered of. But this is what I love about this. You guys always get my brain thinking and get me thinking in places that I hadn't necessarily considered. I got a lot of hopes for this JSN kid, and those hopes have only risen with this minicamp performance that he's put on, have only risen when you listen to NFL experts and former players out there talk about this kid, especially former receivers like Greg Jennings, like Steve Smith, who played in this league for a very long period of time, who were very productive in this league. And when they talk about him in this way, in this manner, like they do, you should get excited for him. You should get hopeful for this upcoming season to be more than just a garden variety rookie walking in the door, just trying to find a way to stay afloat above the water. He's going to do much more than float above the water. We're going to see some full-on Olympic strokes going down the pool here with JSN this upcoming year. I don't know if it's going to be their game in and game out. I don't know if he's going to be ready to crack the 1,000-yard mark, but he's going to have an impact and an effect this year. Not waiting 2 years down the line. This year, you're going to feel it, and it's only going to help to take this offense and the top of this offense that much higher, their potential that much further. And with that potential of this offense taken that much further, considering that they are what is going to drive this team, not solely, but at the forefront, that is also what then raises your hopes, expectations, dreams for this year's success. So JSN doing great, helps to make this offense do great, which then helps the Seahawks team do great. And then who knows where the top end of the team lies beyond that. My name is Brandon Kane, the Seahawks Nest. Please hit the like button if you folks haven't already. I will be back tomorrow on the membership channel. We might be back on Sunday as well, but until that time, I hope I don't have to remind you, but I'm going to do it anyway. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.